Yes, karibuni sana. I've arrived home a little bit early than I thought I would arrive. Na ndio nimesema yeah, it's an early start. I never thought that I would finish the church in time, but nimeshukuru. Nilisema tu nikipata tu wakati kidogo na kuja hapa. So because the only thing we can do is to come here because this is the initial steps of changing our nation. So ndio, I'm very encouraged to be here, and feel free to share our show with different people so that they can also enjoy what we are doing. Karibu sana, good year. I'm so happy to be here today. It's a blessed Sunday, and we are here to think together. Come together, come and join me together so that we can reason together, and we can be able to change our nation. Yeah, thank you very much. The opposition looks to be in the steering wheel. There have been a lot of jitters, especially in Mount Kenya region. Karibu sana Bwana Mwamba. I have seen people getting very dissatisfied by Kiengei, Muthe Kiengei, who I don't believe he is a Muthe, after he decided to destroy himself. I don't know why some people are not aware, maybe unless if they are the birds of the same feathers. But frankly speaking, Muthe Kiengei decided to destroy his church, and I don't know why he needed to do that. If in any case, his church will remain standing unless those people were not serious in salvation. But the fact that he decided to open doors for Mr. William Ruto, he has killed his church. Yeah. Hata ningekuwa na motivation ya kuenda kwa hiyo kanisa siwezi enda. So I don't know why these people are not learning. You know that Ruto is a destructive agent and you are busy opening your doors to him. Mimi Ruto hata nyumba yangu siwezi mfungulia ati hata nione ati rais ako hapo. You saw the other time a Mombasa guy, Ruto anajaribu kusema mimi ndio rais, jamaa hata ashughuliki. I don't know why people do not understand there is a mileage by ignoring Ruto. There is a reward for ignoring Ruto. Let me see my door 1 minute. No, hakuna mtu is okay. So I really don't know why you would destroy your mileage, why you would want to destroy a church where people, and then nikaanzia kuona sasa some of the people now who, in fact, I'm unfollowing her today. I'm so surprised by this woman. Nitawatolea wote because sasa tumeanzia kuwajua kwa matunda yao. I thought that she is a comedian, but these are some of the people now who are being used to destroy our nation. Nitawaonesha yeye. And if you follow her, a time of unfollowing her imefika. Amesema she doesn't care how we treat her, na atajua vile tutamtreat. So nataka kuwaonesha yeye. Yeah, ndiye huyu. This woman should not be speaking this way. Nataka kuweka, you know, we have to start showing our people. Wacha niingize clip, wacha niwaoneshe huyu msichana. She is very popular in TikTok and vitu zingine. Nataka musikie huyu msichana vile anaongea. These are people are being used to this.
The fact that tumekasirika ati juu Kiengei who said his excellency si tumekasirishwa na Kiengei. It's the fact that tumekasirika ati juu Kiengei who said his excellency the president is the also very fact that he is supposed to host him, kwa sababu kila mtu akona opinion yake. Let me tell you, unaona huyo mtu mwenye unapenda sana, kuna mtu amchuki, I mean kuna mtu anamchukia. So let's not make everyone tusieke kila mtu under our opinions. na nyinyi mngeitwa mngeenda huko. Please, let's allow people to have freedom in their choices, freedom in what they choose to do. Let me tell you, hamwezi box everyone in the emotional box yenye tuna feel at this moment. Not everyone who is seen with the president is a bad person. Yeah, you will come for me, but I said what I said. So kila mtu akona right ya choose. If you're hating him for choosing, then
yeah. So that is Naomi Kuria, and I will never watch her videos again. Nishamalizana na yeye. So that is Naomi Kuria. Naomi Kuria anasema ati kuna Naomi Kuria has to understand what is happening, and we have to start shaming these people. Hata nikikutana tu na video yake napita. So I would unfollow her. Personally, I will never, any person who is associating with, hata huyo Muthee Kiengei, by the way, I never watch his videos. I'm not a follower of his church. He's not a serious pastor as far as I'm concerned. So, and we will start punishing them. So Naomi Kuria, you are no longer, because you came with a lot of arrogance. And na unaanzia kusema ati people will come up. So you knew what you are doing. Wewe kama umeenda ukakura pesa kwa Ruto peke yako, usikuje kutuingiza hapo. Some of us, we are beyond this. Is more bigotry thinking, which you are thinking, and now you think like we do not have reasons why any person who is associating with Ruto, we have to hate them, because birds of the same feathers fly the same. So Naomi Kuria, you are not part of us. Wewe enda ufanye hizo mavideo zako na makomenti zako za ujinga. Wewe ona na wale watu wanataka kukuona. But somebody like me, I will never follow you again. We are that bad. We are that bad. So if you think that simply because you have gotten some comedy fame, and now you think you have the moral authority to come and now tell us that kama ni huyo Ruto enda umsupport peke yako na huko, but usikuje kutuletea yeye. Yeah, you can support him in your bedroom, wherever, but don't come and tell us about him. So let me see what people are saying. Even the other day hata tulisikia sijui enda kufanya surgery ya kufanya sijui nini wapi. Those cosmetic surgeries you are doing to fake something. So usifikiria hatujui. So but it is very wrong what you are doing. We have moral obligation to hate him. So utakuja kutusukumiria Ruto. Wewe kama mnampenda muende mpendee na huko na msikuje kutusukumiria yeye. That is a war we have started. So if there are some people from Mount Kenya who think they are going to come and upsurge Ruto to us, we will not allow it, and we will not accept it. Nyinyi muende, you work with Ruto with yake, muende muibe huko naye na usitulete. Yeah, and don't come and broadcast it to us. And you want even now to even mislead other people in the simple wewe. Naomi Kuria tuko na wewe sana. You will know we don't care about you. Fame kidogo sasa you think now you are an opinion shaper. Fame kidogo tu simply because you are making some comment which do not even make sense. Your videos are not even educative. What do you educate people? Na ni video tu za ujinga. What transformative videos does Naomi Kuria do? Ili sasa akuja tukutuambia sijui ati now she has moral obligation to come and tell us how we should feel about Ruto. Hiyo komedi yake ni kama akina Jarasa tu anatuambia hizo makomedi zao za ujinga. Is it transformative? Hata akina Jarango. Can you say Jarango is a serious man in this life? Jarango ati simply because anafanyanga makomedi. Au watu mtu kama Jarango, he has no moral obligation to come and tell us anything. He is a failure in life. He is a failure in life. Jarango is a failure in life. Jarango atakwambia nini? Jarango atakwambia nini? Failures in life sasa ndio watu wanakuja sasa kutuambia we need Ruto. Ruto my foot. Kiprila endelea.
Tuanze na video ya kwanza. Yeah, we'll do step by step. Sikusikii bana.
Sorry.
Sikusikii.
Msimamo anakujanga hapa atapiki haraka aende. So let me ask a question. Msimamo, do you want to talk kabla tucheze videos ama unajua saa zingine
Yeah.
Aya, Msimamo, go ahead. React to what happened today. Then
cheza video tu bro, hakuna shida. Nipo.
Okay, ni sawa. So wacha nicheze hizi videos pole. tusikie. Na sijui Erikayaga nani anaita wazimu, wewe ni wazimu, so sijui nani anaitwa wazimu. Hai mzimamo, hello my brothers, good year, the year. Anyway,
Munamwambiaje? Hi cousin.
My brothers ambao tumekuja nao hapa, my elder brother, our second deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Gachagua, my other elder brother, Vice President, Your Excellency, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, my sister, Honorable Martha Karua, my brother Eugene who has spoken before me, viongozi wote ambao wako hapa wa kanisa ambao wameongea mbele yangu, na nyinyi wa Kristo wote na wasalimu hamjambo. I'll be very brief. Today I will keep my song so that we stay with Mother's song. On my own behalf and on behalf of the leaders of Jubilee, and there are quite a number of them, when I asked for the list of the candidates who want to run on Jubilee around here, I was given a list of 23. We have no time, I can't read 23 people here. Lakini we have national leaders wale tuko nao kama huyu Zaki Nuthia, Deputy Secretary General, Ngoima Koko, Director of Operations, Dan Mwangi, our Executive Director, is here. Pauline Njoroge, who is our Deputy Organizing Secretary, has been introduced. And my brother and my friend, whom I really love, Mheshimiwa Paul Kados, one of my serious advisors here. My colleagues have spoken a lot, so sitarudia yale ambayo yamezungumziwa hapa. Mimi nataka kuwashukuru kanisa, Wakristo na viongozi wa kanisa hii. Asante sana kwa kutupea nafasi kuabudu nanyi siku ya leo. It's always a privilege to be in the house of the Lord. Na tena vile tumehubiriwa na maombi yale ambayo tumehudhuria hapa, and we are looking forward to the service, the spiritual enrichment. We really thank the Lord for you, and thank you so much. I join my brother Honorable Gachagua in saying that this is really a beautiful church and a beautiful sanctuary that you have done for the Lord. And may the name of the Lord be praised for the hard work that you have done to put up such a wonderful and beautiful sanctuary. I'll only make 2 points. As you know, always, I do not like addressing our national leaders directly. Kwa sababu unajua, we live in this country and we are peaceful because we respect the constitution. Na wale ambao wako kwa uongozi tunataka kuwaheshimu kwa sababu wako huko kikatiba. Lakini a time comes when as a nation, even if we are not in government, we have a responsibility to say certain things. Number one, I want to say this today. And I'm saying this out of experience. I was Cabinet Minister for Interior and Coordination of National Government for 5 years. And I understand the security sector of this country very well. For the first time, let me say this openly. Your Excellency, Mr. President, you have once again misread the mood of the country. I don't know whether you have been misadvised or misread, but you have misread the mood of the country. Because you see, wale wengine tumefanya kazi nao kwa security wanajua, ukiwa katika hiyo ofisi kuna kitu ya muhimu inaitwa sentiment analysis, data from the ground and everything else. Mimi sijui kwamba whether they don't know or they don't care, because that is there are two things. It's either they don't know or they don't care. Because ukiangalia inji vile iko saa hii, if you sat behind, you having a security meeting, ukae uangalie inji vile iko saa hii, you look at what is going on in meetings and look at what people are doing and so on. If I was advising this government, I would tell them, you would summarize that advice in one word: resounding disapproval. Watu wamekataa. Maana mna gani? Watu wamekataa. You can see the people have refused the way in which we are running the country. Hii mambo hii kiburi ya kupiga watu, goons na polisi na hii, watu wamekataa. Yale mambo tuliona jana, if I may speak about it, I have never imagined that in a country we have been independent for over 6 decades. At an international airport, Kisumu, you would actually position thugs to wait for members of parliament. The question I would like to ask them is this: what do they think is left of this country? You position thugs, the police wanajua, because if I was in interior now, the regional police commander in Kisumu cannot tell me that hakujua wale wakora ni akina nani walikuwa huko. Wale watu wamepiga magari ya wajumbe mawe kwa roundabout hapo Kisumu wakavunja vioo. I mean, the regional security team cannot say kwamba hawajui ni akina nani walikuwa huko. Tangu kanisa Mwiki ipigwe, ukuje pande hii nyingine kanisa imepigwa, tumeenda kuitima kanisa imepigwa. Honestly speaking, you cannot say with the resources we have and the capacity we have as a country that you don't know what is going on. I repeat this again. Mr. President, you have once again misled the mood of the country. Because in 2024, when Gen Z were having demonstrations, again the government misled the mood of the country. We woke up one morning in a country that has been peaceful, citizens of the country who are armed with nothing overran parliament. And these citizens raised specific issues. Since that time, nobody, even this government, has been coherent enough in saying this is what Gen Z were raising and these are the solutions we have provided. Tukaendelea na sarakasi ya kawaida. Abracadabra ya cabinet, badilisha huyu, then you end up here, so on and so forth. Story, and so on. You have once again misread the mood of the country. Mimi nafikiri, I am not a prophet and I have no credentials to prophesy. Tukiendelea hivi, we are headed the wrong direction. Na hiyo wrong direction, wakubwa wa serikali mutaiona nyinyi wenyewe karibuni. When you see the anger and the resistance and the pain that we saw yesterday, if I was in the security sector today, I would be very worried. Wananchi wamefika mahali, they are determined to face the tear gas, face the bullet, and make a point. So, do the right thing. It is very easy to do the right thing. Go, work, sit down, listen to people. And we are blessed in this country. We have wonderful church organizations. Hawa viongozi wa kanisa ni watu wa ajabu. Sisi tumebarikiwa, hawa watu wote wako wa kuadvise mtu, hii tuende namna hii, tuende namna hii, and so on. Finally, nilienda mtihani na haikuibiwa. Utaiba kura zetu.
Asante, thank you. Kwani mlikuwa na uoga itaibiwa? Ninaona mlikuwa mnaigiza baridi ati kura naibiwa. Ni vile tu hamjui. Hii mjamaa tumeweka kwa kona. Si ndio? Kalonzo amefunga Ukambani, amefunga Pwani. Si ndio? Kesho tunaenda na Matiang'i kufunga Gusii na Kuria na Nyanza. Si ndio? Eugene Wamalwa na Tebea na Sifuna wamefunga Magharibi. Si ndio? Si Nairobi mmefunga? Na Mlima? Yeah? Imefungwa haijafungwa? So hii jamaa atapitia wapi? Kuna msijali, don't worry.
Good opening, eh?
Yeah, do you
Good
want
opening.
the next ama kwanza unataka kureact?
No, pole. Video by video.
Okay, sawa. React to that one. The last statement ya Matiang'i, hiyo ndio nataka sana.
Yes. Weka msimamo aingie hapo kwanza.
Hebu msimamo, hebu ingia na hiyo tusikuharibie radha. Siku hizi nimeambiwa niache watu wa serve top player.
Wala msina pressure. Wewe kama video itaendelea iendelee tu mpaka iishe, ili tukidadavua tunadadavua, maana sitaki kukosa uondo.
Imeisha.
Haya basi, kama imeisha, kwanza kwako kipo, maana ndio umetangulia, kisha mimi nitamalizia, kwa sababu kidogo najimwagia maji kidogo hapa, then nitakuwa nimesettle sasa kisawa sawa.
Tutakupatia bundles. Ngoja nitakuwekea bundles. Hii leo.
Yeah. Wacha niruhusu dakika moja ni react alafu nikuachie.
So najua
that is
nimekuchemsha.
the most important. That is the most important statement I've ever heard from Matiang'i. The most important. Let me tell you. Nimekuwa nikisema hapa bwana, and I think hao watu wameamua kuincrease dopamine yangu kabisa. Unajua kuna watu wameniambia toka jana kuna vile like it's not being overexcited. Let me tell you, I said it here yesterday. You begin by winning mentally. Already ukisikia mtu kama Matiang'i akisema utaiba kura zetu, that's an enough confirmation. Those are the things we wanted to hear because ni kama Ruto amekuanga na moral authority, ati yeye ndiye anajua kupanga. Ati yeye ndiye anajua kupanga, hakuna mtu mwingine. That is the wording I wanted to hear from these people. The fact that unasema, unaona, by the way, Bwana Kipril and Bwana Innocent, by just confirming, hata kuambia mtu bana, wewe huwezi nikoroga, you win mentally. And I can see now an opposition which is winning mentally. I can see good here anasema sasa nani atamenyana na Ruto. For me, up to now, I don't think we need to be worried of the candidate. What we need to be worried of is mobilization, and are these people going to be together? Because I think the decision of who to lead them is, are they together? If they are together, they will be able to agree. And if we will be able to see that coordination and that working together, that's all what we need to see. And there is one thing which I'm saying, chemistry ya Matiang'i na Gachagua imeanzia kuimprove. Sijui kama Bwana Kipril umeanzia kuona hivyo. Their chemistry is najua unaelewa hiyo. Bereni tulikuwa tunaona ni there is some tension. Some chemistry is coming in. Kipril, can you comment about your chemistry kwanza? Tuachane hata na hiyo story hatutaibiwa. Can you comment about the chemistry between?
So there's nothing about there's nothing about chemistry there. There's also a clip of Sifuna telling Gachagua, we are not friends. It was last year, November. We are not friends. But by the way, you're moving against one enemy we are coming into, what do you call it, into alignment. What is happening here, I'll tell you about the chemistry. There's no way these people are not fighting. Wanapiga kelele, wanagongana, they are abusing each other behind closed doors. But this is not the olden days where we had one man called Raila Amolo Odinga who would dictate and walk out and say that if it's me or nothing. What you can see here, no matter what they're doing behind closed doors, Gachagua has been told to calm down. That's what I hear from Madam. Mambo ya relax hapa. Hata Kalonzo mambo relax. Hii mambo ya hitting one another outside there. Sumona, they don't send any of their teams to say. In the beginning, it was like that. Gachagua atatuma watu hao aseme, no, this is what we've agreed. I am in the presidential candidate of United Opposition, or Jubilee will do the same. Nini, Jubilee never did that, by them. I'm sorry. Wiper would do the same. Wengine watafanya huko, waanze kugongana huko na tembea. What has happened is they've met and said that this one of sending your emissaries outside, this mchezo ya town, what Ruto walifundishwa tabia na Ruto na hata Raila, ya kwenda kutuma wenzako, your party people, to start castigating your partners. That has stopped. That has absolutely stopped. It doesn't mean that behind closed doors they are fighting over who is going to run whatever it is. What has happened is the chemistry that is within all of them is one goal and one goal alone, and is what Gachagua started with the thing is called one term. Ilianza naive. So that is the first bit. Why I played that clip, or I decided to play that clip initially, is the fact that I'm trying to say that all these people, including the ODM guys, the Orengos, the Sifunas, the Babus, they all have a role to play in trying to oust Ruto. We are trying to make him as weak as possible. And the last statement from Gachagua actually solidified what I like. kusema kuna watu wanagongana on that base, the other guys, like right now, if I ask you guys, did you watch anything to do with Ruto today? Immediately from Kakamega, we jumped straight into Gashagua's backyard. This guy, the only thing we're seeing negative is alienda Kiambu. People are talking about how he was thrashed there. So for me, this is one of the most significant videos, and I'm seeing that Matiang is doing things quietly. I know some people might not like him, but at the moment, to get rid of Ruto, I would do anything. I would also say Matiang twende kazi, because his statement saying that I was education cabinet secretary and nothing in the neck. Hakuna exams zenye iliibiwa. Everybody that was corrupt in NEC was fired, and there were stricter protocols, and exams were not stolen, right? He then states that he was CS of Interior. Hata alitufinya hapo, but I'll just, with a heavy heart, I'll explain why I have to say this. He did state, with that Kisumu statement about Nani, Orengo, and then Orengo having to take a tuk-tuk and vehicles of MPs kugongwa, the story about the church kugongwa, and the fact that Sifuna and Babu had to charter a flight to Kakamega, that I don't know how they managed to do that. They had to charter a flight to Kakamega because their flight itinerary was taken to DCI. We have images of Kakamega, major roads in Kakamega being put police so that these guys could not travel into the town, into the county. So stating that, Matiang says, as former interior cabinet secretary, I know these people. I know what they're planning to do. There's no way these people would not know that these things are happening. We have resources in Kenya. Huh? And he stated another thing. These people, the so-called government is misreading the mood of the people. Completely misleading it. Waelewi hata akina Oburu, they are misleading. They are misreading the mood of the country. The first mistake, like I stated yesterday, they're talking about kugawa maviti huko as ODM. Hata kama Mbadi will raise his voice, I don't know, to high heavens, it doesn't matter. As a Suba, even if he talks in Luo, it doesn't matter. He's not a Luo elder. I'm sorry, Mbadi. You're not. You're a Suba. To finalize, the Jubilee campaign hired, I cannot forget certain things. I think we just overlooked them. We just assumed that because we talked about them, we should forget it. Matiang has retained Dixon and Madison. Sijasahau hiyo kitu iko kwa news. It's there. It's major outlets have confirmed that it's a fact. Dixon and Madison, which is a Canadian international consultancy firm, has been retained for 250. Their key job is to prevent foreign interference, digital manipulation that has been seen in the past, especially with that issue we had in 2017. Inye tulifanya tuka completely nullify the election, which is the Cambridge Analytical scandal. Cambridge Analytical scandal actually affected also the UK with the Brexit stuff. And Njeru, whether you like it or not, Trump's first term was also through Cambridge Analytical. So you take it as you want. You've been takwambia tu kweli. This is what has happened. So for me, I would just say that Jubilee's strategy, it might not make a lot of noise. To just what everybody has a part or a role to play in this united opposition, and I'm including the people of ODM too. Wachana na the guys who are doing elder abuse with Oburu, talking about the gang, the good gang, the guys we saw in Kakamega, the guys we saw in Busia, the guys we saw in Kitengela. Yeah. The other, my final parting shot about this particular video with Akina Kioni and I know you don't like Kioni, but we're just talking about the Matiang. When we talk about Matiang, we have to talk about Jubilee, whether we like it or not. Their drive about protect the vote for every polling station, meaning that they're also looking into telling the people, the citizens, that it's also their duty to make sure that none of this nonsense, he cannot cover the whole country to try and steal these things. So this is also, we are looking at, what do you call it? We're also looking at the civilian oversight. Civilian oversight is very important towards as we continue. And then the Meru, even kidogo of the Embu demographic, hiyo mnaitanga East. PNU is actually collaborating with Jubilee so that the Kikuyus wing can go with Gachagua, but then these other ones who are feeling a bit jitterish, Jubilee can still, PNU, Jubilee can also protect that, can also push for that. Unasikia kuna candidates wanataka kuingia kwa kitu. So if people feel some certain way about Gachagua, they can also jump into the Jubilee wing. It feels good, and you can also come to our party, Martha Karua's party, but us, we're trying to cover the whole country. So, guys, this video has given me hope. That's what I'll try and tell you. Matiang is a man you must look at, you must watch. I saw his people coming to the PLP offices, and I felt very assured. There's very high spirits. There's good collaboration. No more infighting. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, that's quite in order. I appreciate. So, Bwana Innocent, would you have some initial reactions to what Matiang'i and Gachagua said? Kipril doesn't seem to appreciate my comment about chemistry. He feels like chemistry is not something important in politics. But what is your take about
Respect. There's nothing about chemistry. Respect.
Yeah, we can now see Matiang'i and Gachagua, they are now somehow becoming a bit. Would I use the word friendly, or like the tension is going down? There seemed to be some tension somehow, and they are now even appreciating. They can even talk about Jubilee DCP candidates there. Like the tension is going down. Can you react to that?
Thank you, Njiru, Kip, and Msimamo. I'm glad Ayaga is here. Ayaga, wacha kuja hapo juu ndio saizi tuongee sasa maneno mzuri. I told you, Njiru, the problem with you ask a question and you answer. You've already answered. You ask me a question and you answer it. So,
okay. Ignore my answer. Use your answer.
You know, being a teacher, don't ask a question and you answer, and then you accept. You expect me to answer it the same to the way you said. Apple, there is no chemistry. There is biology. Anyway, I'm just kidding. Now, if we say this, watu wenye wanaweza tuangusha ni these leaders, sio wananchi saizi. They are the leaders kama watasikizana, na tushawaambia sasa, kama mtasikizana, shauri zenu, we don't need you. Unajua tuwapembeleze saizi mali imefika ati nini? No, tulisema hata tukilete Skuma, tukilete Mangi, tukilete Chimbanzi, atashinda uchaguzi. And that is how they have come to realize that if they don't work together, we can just bring another person na akakae. And that's what that's the moment they came to realize that siposhikana hata sisi hiki kiti tutaikosa. So let them know this, Njiru. It is not the chemistry, it's not the friendliness ama ni nini. If they don't want, atuwapembelezi. We can bring another person, tumbalishe na aendelee naende. And that is exactly what you saw. Sifuna ameleta tu hivi na amechange the the political scenario. Now watu wameanza I don't know whether they'll go to the drawing board ama hakuna board, because saizi hata hakuna board ya wanaenda to drawing board. There isn't. Saizi you either you join and agree to work together, or you ship out and be left.
Shipping or shipping out. Sijui ni shipping or shipping out. Kuna vile wanasemanga,
Yeah.
you either ship or get out.
Yeah, you get out. Imagine mali imefika, if you saw the anchor from Sifuna, Kakamega mali ilifika tear gas, mwambia tear gas itumwe alafu inatupwa. The anchor ilikuja after that tear gas was thrown. You can imagine mali tunaelekea. The same clip yenye Kipo ametuonyesha hapo. If you saw when he was going to finish, the anchor yenye alikuwa nayo also, when he was nearly finishing, akisema ati nilikuwa minister of SCS for education na nilisimamia na watu hawakuiba. Try. Uliona vile ilipendua sura. Akapendua sura. Yani unajua ile unakasika unasema nikupate. Nikupate. And that's why ukiona Gachagua akiingia immediately na hata alishindwa kuongea na wewe, uliona alikuja na ile pesa akasema okay. Now maybe to I don't know whether to fast track ama to do what. Don't you think ama ukijiuliza tu hivi, unafikiri Matiang'i ajui what happened, kama kura zilibiwa ama sikuibiwa? Don't you think he knows anything ama he doesn't know? Unafikiri Gachagua ajui kama kura zilibiwa ama sikuibiwa?
Innocent kidogo unaona hiyo statement from Matiang'i, kuna kitu tunaitanga understanding what was not said. When Matiang'i is saying kura yetu utaiba, so it is from a level of understanding kuna kura imeibiwa pahali.
And in
that's the understanding, kuna kura imeibiwa pahali, and we know it,
and we know how it is done. So ndio nakwambia, ukiona Gachagua akiingia after Matiang'i alitoka huko, mpaka ndio akaanza kusema kwani mnaona zitaibiwa. These people know exactly what has been happening. Na ndio ukisikia wamesema tumewaweka kona, they know. Ndio mimi naongojea Njiru na Nakip. I'm waiting when Gachagua atasema hizi kura tunajua what we did. Unajua Kuri alitaka kusema siku ingine. Ati sisi ndio tulisaidia Ruto kushinda hii kitu, kama ni kuiba sisi ndio tulimwibia, tunajua vile tuliiba. These people know what happened, and this time round they are not going to allow it to happen again. And I'm saying this, if indeed Gachagua kina CS Matiang'i, you know what happened, let it be the last time the elections were stolen in Kenya, period. Thank you. That is my introductory part.
Let's have Ayaga. I know Ayaga anakuja kubadilisha trajectory. Sasa Ayaga amekuja kutumwagilia maji. Ni sawa. Ayaga, tumwagilia maji baridi the way you are used to.
You can hear me? Unaweza nipata?
Loud and clear, go ahead. Tumwagilia maji. Najua umekuja kutumwagilia maji. Unakuja kutuambia nyinyi hamjui chochote. Go ahead. I'm preempting you.
Okay. You know, it is only an idiot who even if you made a mistake, you can't know you are making a mistake twice. You have asked in my friend Innocent a question, you've answered it, and then you've even forgotten in the last 5 minutes, you are still making the same mistake. I'm not calling you an idiot. I'm just saying the idiots behave like that anyway. I want to, because I watched that video, let me just be candid and be straight to the point. Fred Matiang'i was the Minister of Interior when those things happened in 2022, with all powers that be. The same human being who was born in Nyamira County, ako kwa mshtuni, anakuambia ati sasa atafanya miujiza. Unajua, I don't believe in Christ too much. I'm also not a religious man, and I'm also not too much Christianity in me or Islamic. I'm an African. I see things by how winds are blowing and how moon is setting and rising from east to west. But anyway, it is good, I've realized that small things make many people happy for no good reason. Tell me, how can a man have a power, cannot use his power to gag an election, and then he goes to Mushtuni, and now he's in the desert, and he's telling you, when I had power, I blocked the theft of exams. Now that I don't have it, I will block the theft of an election, and the election was stolen when he was there. Anyway, tuendelee. You also ask about, you call it chemistry, about physics. I can call it home science. Those are things that are cooked for public consumption. Those are not science. There is no chemistry, there is no biology, there is no physics, there is no even history in it. These are home science, things that are cooked somewhere in Wichairi to feed some people who can consume them, and the consumers are very happy. The problem is regarding himself, and another problem is Matiang'i himself. Matiang'i did not declare himself to be the president. He was called upon by the youths of this nation, and instead of standing up for the youths of this nation, it is he himself who have actually disappointed the youth of this nation. That's fact. You can argue with it because you are told he never allowed the stolen of exams, and now you will not allow the stolen of. You can get those things to make your eardrum happy and your brain, but the fact is, he was called upon. He failed the youths. I remember we had our protest when the Bangladesh was also going on with their protest, and the man called Muhammad Yunus was called upon, and Yunus actually went and he became a caretaker prime minister or a leader of that nation for a while. For us, we still have somebody who talk like Ibu of Nigeria. He's telling you things that do not even exist, and we are happy. For Rigathi Gachagua, his own problem is himself and his community. The people who feared Rigathi Gachagua the most are the most intelligent people and the business people in his own community, not in Kalenjin nation, not in Loya nation, not in Luo nation, not in Coast, no Jikenda nation, not even in Northeastern, his own community. Why? How he behaved with power 1 year when he was a deputy president. How he behaved with power. He went to even attack the unattackable. Jomo Kenyatta fought with Jaramogi. Jaramogi was never attacked from home at Bondo. Moi fought with Jaramogi. Moi never sent people to go and attack Jaramogi farms. Yeah, if Jaramogi, Raila fought with Kibaki. Kibaki never went to Opoda to attack Raila Odinga's farm or send goons to Bondo at Nyamira Kango ka Jaramogi to attack Raila old mothers. what Rigathi Gachagua did, even the most trusted people called the business community in his community cannot accept, and they fear such individual with power. Yes, so he won't be. He is not part of that. Matiang'i, ngoja bwana. Sasa mmekuja hapa kuniinterrupt. Mmekuja kuni-interrupt. Yeah? They don't trust.
Siko ubaya. Nauliza, are you
Ameongea power.
Yes. Yeah, when I told Njiru that thing for the very first time here, he thought it was a joke. Now because Oburu has spoke about it, now he's seeing that he can make fun of it. I think the last time he blocked me out here, I told you we want power, and you can check that video out there. It is there before Oburu said it. So
why are you just saying power against you? Say me atango. Why are you just using power alone? Use power and more.
Okay, fine. Okay, that one Oburu said before me, so I will not repeat it. So what I'm saying is very simple. Rigathi Gachagua is not trusted, and all the games Uhuru Kenyatta is playing around him is playing a minus on him, and that's why I said here, his political party will not receive a candidate, will not win any by-election in the near future. Maybe, in general election, madness is too much. They can win few. But as we speak now, take it to the bank. His party is not winning. I told you there is a by-election in the Isiolo North. I don't know if they have a candidate there. There is another election in Berry. He said Berry never held pitch or bring a candidate of DCP. We wait for the DCP candidate to win Berry. Those by-election in those two wards in Berry North, actually. If they win, I will never be here. If they lose, if they are there, I don't know if they are there. So what I'm telling you, these are not chemistry. There is just a script that is wanajaribu to play around. For ODM, I think ODM yetu, leave us alone. We know what we are doing. Baba taught us the politics of blackmailing, and we will do that for William Ruto and whoever comes after William Ruto. If we either be part of it or we are out of that, we are not part of them. We will still divide ODM into two and ensure that ODM is a party that speaks. Baba say ODM will stay very many years after him. And actually, I'm promising you, this is Sifuna story. I'm sorry for all of you. I don't want to spoil the beans, but watch the space. Thank you very much.
Mbona unakuja kuongea
sasa niombe nafasi na mimi.
Okay.
Ndio msimamo endelea, but tuko hapa tunataka kujibu huyo Ayaga. Msimamo endelea.
Ayaga, nyie msiharibu vizuri wenu kwa kuchinja paka. Yeye alisema broad based power, na yeye mwenyewe amejionea yale alikuwa kule jana. Alafu na mjomba wake jirani hapo atuoli naye kakipata. So huyu jamaa wangu wacha tu, maana ni panya wakufa chambilecho. Kwa hiyo wacha tu amalize yake hapa azungumze, kwa sababu kwangu sioni kuna la maana hapo, kwa sababu anachokizungumza ni kitu ambacho kiko tofauti na uasilia. So power, wananchi wako kwa power, wako kwa Sifuna. Sasa wao na power yao si wataipeleka wapi? Kwa sababu kama mnatemwa hata kwenu. Sasa hilo ndio kujiuliza, huko kwenye power na ni nyinyi tu na power yenu, watu hawapo, sio? Sasa hiyo power mtaipa kana. Hivyo mimi langu ni hili, hawa viongozi nafikiri wameamua kuja kwa pamoja, wamekuwa wakitembea kwa pamoja, na hiki wanachokizungumza si kitu cha kuchukulia tu juu. Wanamaanisha, ni kitu wanamaanisha, lakini pia jibu lile ambalo tunalitafuta huenda alijatolewa na Gachagua through, lakini macho yangu ameliweka wazi kwamba hakuna nafasi ya wizi huo. Kwa hiyo tunaenda tukipata yaliyojificha na yale ambayo tunayahitaji, mfano Kalonzo pia naye amesitiza sana hapo kwa mzee afya hivi hivi. Orengo ujana pia alizungumzia hilo kwamba walimuua baba. So kuna mambo ambayo naamini kwamba atazidi kufunguka twendako. Uzuri ni kwamba tu Wakenya wameamua. Wakenya ni one term. Haijalishi upande upi, Wakenya ni one term. Kwa hiyo hilo linanipa mbavu, lakini kikubwa zaidi ambacho kimeanzishwa jana na Sifuna ni cha kupiga wagunzi. Nikiwa Murkomen mwenyewe amekataliwa leo kwao kule alikokwenda pale kwenye alipokenda helikopta yake, watu walimwambia one time. Wachache walikuwa kiwanjani pale wakapiga kelele waombea, lakini mwisho wa siku akakipata. Kwa sababu ukiona hawa kila mara wakiingia ni one time, inaonyesha wazi wananchi wameamua. Kwa hivyo haya masuala ya gunzi, naona dawa tulishaipata jana, ni kuizima kama mboki tu. Yaani izimwe kama mboki. Inamaanisha sasa hakuna cha kubembeleza punda kwa mteremko, kila mtu alinde cha kwake. Kwa hiyo mimi sina mambo mengi hapa leo, ni kwamba ni kufurahikia tu kwamba taifa linaelekea kuliko, haswa wananchi, kama tutatia nia hiyo hiyo ya kuweza kuamua kwamba tuna haja ya mageuzi na uongozi thabiti. Sasa hawa wanaolilia power, sijui hiyo power ni kwa ajili yao ama ni kwa ajili ya nani? Kwa sababu naona wamebaki kulilia power. Sasa sijui wapewe hiyo power, wapewe hizo nafasi na mwananchi hayupo, sasa sijui itakuwaje. Maana naona hapa ni kutoa sifuri na kuandika kutoa zero na kuandika sufuri. Kwa hiyo waliyavuruga, sasa wacha wayanywe na power zao upande huo wa pili, maana hakuna mtu. Kwa hivyo hilo tu ndo langu, hilo ndo langu la leo, kwamba akila ilivyo tunaelekea kuliko. Tumemuonya hapa mdogo wangu hapa Ayaga, mwambia bwana we akona ni utani, lakini sasa hivi ODM tupu. Not only muamue Sifuna arudi, na unaona venye ambavyo wanakaribishwa upande wa pili huku kwa one term. Sasa sijui kama itakuwaje nyie na kijana wenu jenzi. Asante.
Okay, Innocent and Kipril, you can react with Ayaga, because Ayaga seems to be convinced that everything we are doing is a waste of time, according to Ayaga. Can you react to him?
Keep, are you ready or I start? Is Keep around?
I think
I'm around. I think my
Answer
brother
kwanza.
Innocent alitaka Innocent wanted to jump into that story first. Wacha ingie kwanza.
Haya.
Ama-
Haya. Now, Keep, we said here that anybody who soils himself with order, anybody mwenye anaanza kuingia ama kushikana na UDA atapakwa hayo matope na ataanza kukua ama ataanza kubehave the same way. And you can see what Ayaga is doing. Ayaga saizi anasema yeye ni ODM na vitu asiendi ama asiishi ama asifanyiwe, whatever is saying. This is what I want to say so that Ayaga understands. If I may ask a question here. Njiru, ulikuwa 2022 ulikuwa chama gani? Ama ulikuwa na support nani?
Tulikuwa Azimio ODM.
Msimamo ulikuwa gani?
Kama kawaida, kama dawa, mimi nilikuwa ODM.
Keep, ulikuwa wapi?
Nataka Kenya now PLP.
Na mimi nilikuwa ODM, and all of us the five of us here, all of us tumetoka ODM ama hii Azimio na tuko nje saizi. Ayaga tu peke yake ndiye amebaki hapo na anaendelea kusema ati ODM haikufi. Please Ayaga, nilikuambia mimi nilikuwa staunch ODM na nilitoka na kifunguu. Mimi nilibeba meza bana. Mimi nilibeba meza nikaenda nayo. Ayaga, what you're remaining with is the key. Hakuna furniture ndani, hakuna vitu ndani. And if you continue saying the same thing unasema hivyo, hiyo DM mtakuja kujua mjui. So the same ethos, the same thing Ayaga is saying is copy pasting Uda's ethos of self-righteousness. Sasa hatuwezi anguka ODM iwezi. ODM inaweza anguka anytime. ODM inaweza enda mahali inaenda anytime. One of the things that I need to answer now ndio uyaelewe, Gachagua sisi hapa maybe kama I don't know whether you've been listening to this channel, tulisema wakati Gachagua alitoka ama alikuwa impeached, tukasema we don't like Gachagua as a person ama his ethos, his manners and everything he did. Hatupendi whatever he did, but tukasema because he's assisting us saizi kushikilia mpaka 2027, ako kwa lineup yetu tu anaendelea kushikilia, but not a presidential candidate. Hatujachagua mtu ama kipi. Tulisema nini? Tulisema saizi anybody who will assist us kusema Ruto must go, lazima tutamweka tu kwetu atushikilie, but kumchagua
useful idiot.
Kipu, you remember telling when ulikuwa unasema huyu ni nani tunataka, wakina Julia, wakina PK, tulisema sasa huyu ni nani, lakini wakati ameshikilia, na unajua sisi tulikuwa tunauliwa, ukifanya kitu unakuwa kidnap, unakuwa but wakati alikuja yeye hajaishikwa, yeye anaweza ongea, anaweza fanya whatever he does, and that is the person we want. Kama tutafika 2027 wacha ashikilie vile anashikilia, but sisi tunajua 2027 we might not give him, or we might not. Tulisema tu atushikilie. Keep endelea.
For me, it's just going to be short.
Can I answer Vincent? Can I answer Vincent ndio Kima ingia ama? Keep.
Na kujibu wewe alafu tuendelea. Mine is very short.
Yeah, keep
okay.
Your love.
Very short. For me, I'm surprised with Ayaga because months ago, like he always says it in the videos, he was pro Sifuna, he was pro Rengo, and he was pro that wing of the party. Right now, he's drawing nearer towards the broad base, but he did state that
He's near to more.
Yeah, he did state. He did state that because we did not, we allowed Ruto to come in, we have to learn our lesson, and he will maintain Ruto until 2032 because we deserve it. That is a statement. And by the way, let's not kid one another here. Ayaga is very good at public speaking, very articulate. If you're going to argue with him, you lose. And the more you argue with him, the more salt ataingiza. So the more resistant you are, hiyo ndi zako. So Ayaga, you can continue. Then I'll wait for my turn, Jeru, after Ayaga. Thank you.
Na please mtu subscribe pia, wale ambao wanakuja ni wageni and they feel the channel is good. Ayaga, react.
Okay, thank you. I will be brief like a hen on top of a cock. I don't know if hens do be on top of cocks, but anyway, so I want to start by my brother Innocent. If you believe ODM is finished and ODM is over, you know you will be given chance here. You will not speak like 2 minutes. You will mention dead people or dead party. Now that one will, maybe your brain, you have now to reset your brain to start working minus ODM. If ODM is so dead the way you believe, don't speak about it. Me, I don't speak about dead things. And even nowadays, I rarely mention Raila Odinga's name. Is dead. He has passed. I can't talk about Kank. To help me with what? So, please, it is you who have problem. If you believe ODM is dead, reset your mind. What I said is very simple. We in ODM, Baba, there is a politics that Baba taught us, and we know it. We call it the politics of blackmail. We can divide our teams in the best way we know. We will know where the river will meet, and when the tributaries will meet, and it forms a river. Sawa sawa. So that one leave for us. That's why Sifuna is not even associating himself with the so-called opposition or whatever. You people do your things. Tukutane huko mbele. We know what we want, and we know how to go there, and we know the way to go there, and we have the means to go there. So don't advise us. To my brother Kim, I have been well composed with the side I support. You know, these young people, even Sifuna, if you sit that man down, he doesn't want a president in 2027. Babu maybe is not running in 2027. Ndidi Nyoro is not running in 2027. Jichupevu is not running in 2027. Nesula Soda is not running in 2027. Osoro is not running in 2027. Alfred Keter is not running in 2027. We know how these young people are making a revolution chini ya maji, that one day, you know, even there is a time in this podium, if you called out the name of Didi Nyoro, they could bash you. Oh, that one is over. That one cannot be anything. That one is sijui. They used to call sijui dustbin, sijui garbage. My friends, we know what we are doing. You people fight with Ruto. We know what we are fighting for. I never voted for Ruto, and let me make this thing clear. Since the advent of two-term presidency in this republic in 1992, when we repealed the Section 2A of the Constitution, and Moi was the one to start the 10-year term, or a 10-year rule, or a two-term for a limit for the president. You know, Moi won the election in 1992. That one you can take to the bank. But Moi lost the election in 1997, but rigged himself. That's why he created something called IPPG. For those who don't read, I will jog your mind. IPPG, where I brought Raila Odinga in and he gave Raila Odinga a Minister of Energy. I had some people who don't want to read in Luo Nyanza telling Opiyo Wandayi that he is the first Luo to be Minister of Energy. I wonder where. So, after that, we went to election in 2002. Kibaki won that election. It was not contested, and we went to 2007. Now, because Raila Odinga is dead and Kibaki is dead, we can speak the truth. Kibaki lost that election, and Raila won it. Kibaki rigged himself, and then we have what we call the handshake government. Then in 2013, Uhuru Kenyatta won that election. I was in Kanu and we supported him by that time, and he won that election. Purely. Raila never posted any maandamano. Check if you have a clip of a maandamano between 2013 to around 2017. Uhuru lost his re-election in 2017, and that's where the trouble break loose. The only maandamano we had is that when Baba came home, which they are still using the song up to date. It was not a maandamano. Raila went for a political break and was just coming in with the energy and the momentum to run in 2017. And they won that election. Maraga confirmed it. So what I'm saying is very simple. We have never had a president in this.
Ulisema short bana, uko na stamina? I thought you are on a cop.
Yeah, kidogo. Nipe dakika mbili. So we, in the real sense, no president has never won the second term in office in Kenya. What always happen is a gerrymandering. Ni uongo tu. So Ruto is not exceptional. And to make matter worse, Ruto never win his first term in the office. That's where his trouble started. And that's why all this turbulence and all these problems started. He never won his first term in office properly. It was a foreign intervention, because they feared that Raila studied in Russia and Germany, East Germany, and Raila could take Kenya towards Russia and China. So they had to rush in the last minute and gave Ruto when Ruto was not prepared for power and to rule this nation. And that's where the problem started for him. He will lost in 2017, in 2027, I mean. He will lose that election. I'm not a prophet, but he will lose it. Whatever happened, I don't know. I don't care. But as a young people are looking for the future, tuko na mpango zetu. So maneno ya ODM ongea tu, lakini utuachie. Wewe pigana na DCP, wewe pigana na hiyo chama yenu ya papo na maisha iendelee. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Okay.
Lakini
Okay.
tangaza msimamo ndugu yangu Wayaga, bwana unatatiza. Huyu atutangazie msimamo
Tafadhali, please guys, please understand what I'm trying to do here. You'll encourage another rant, huh? If you react to him right now, please, I'm begging you. Achana nayo. Njeru, can you play a couple of videos for me?
Ngoja keep.
No, please, Innocent, you're gonna make him go for another rant. Oh my God, Innocent, you don't know what you're doing.
No, I'm just saying. Unajua mimi the goodness ushasema ati if you argue with Ayaga huwezi malizana naye, and this is what I want to say.
Utamalizana atasema can I react, alafu tutaongea hapa mpaka kesho na mimi nitatoka.
Mimi ndio nataka tu kusema one statement. Unajua mimi ni mwalimu, so nikisemanga ni one statement. Nataka kusema hivi. Hapo title yetu inasema Gachagua says we have locked everywhere. Ruto is gone before election. Hakuna mali ODM ilikuwa inaongelewa. Mtu mwenye ameleta ODM ni yeye amelete, na ndio tulikuwa tunamjibu. So hakuna mali, hakuna mtu anatuambia ati tusiongelee ODM. Yeye ndiye amesema, ameanza kuongea ODM ati they know themselves na nini, na ndio tulikuwa tunamjibu. So hakuna mali tulikuwa tunaongea maneno ODM. So can we stick to the topic? Thank you, Kip.
No, tutaenda tu hivi. Usijali, we'll do it pole. Njeru nichezeze video because I still have to talk about ODM. Tutangoja kidogo. Let's enjoy the show. Occasional rant.
Madodho chaka okno yungi kama digini nitie. Iwacho ni dwatelo ne oganda luoti madho nyaga sapar gariyo. Sawa duchelo tie di jengi madho nyaga. Otieno imadho nyaga. Inyalo tel ne oganda luoki ngama madho nyaga the whole day. Ok nyalre.
Chaza hiyo ingine. We have to dissect this thing pole.
Well, I think it is the case. Starting with our community, leaders from our community. I think these elders, first and foremost, are concerned about the unity of the Luo community, then the unity of ODM. And I will tell you that the things that you are seeing happening today did not start yesterday. They started when Raila was alive, although they were muted. This talk of not supporting President William Ruto by SG of the party happened even when Raila was alive. Only that it was muted because Raila had a way of people actually, I don't know whether to say respected or feared him at the same time. So it was not as loud. The same with James Orengo. He spoke even when Raila was alive, that he didn't want to work with Ruto. We all know that. The same with Babu. They said they didn't want to work with Ruto. But what we are telling them is, can you come and tell us why you strongly feel that you want to go the other side? Because in Kenya there are just two political groupings. Let's not lie to ourselves. So if you don't want to work with Ruto, who do you want to work with? You want to work with Uhuru, Wamunyoro, and the rest? We are saying, come and tell us, come and try to convince us. And these elders are saying this disjointed statement is causing tension. To the extent I'm told that the person who was lost in Ketagala is a Luo. I didn't know that. And Luos, we have lost lives. I don't think it is necessary at this time. But if there is anyone who thinks it is necessary, come and persuade us.
Wako na Sifuna in the same stage. So alai threat yake hapo, akaona mwenzako ni nani? Ni Sifuna. because wote ni vijana, maybe yeye ataka kuwa governor na senator atachukua hiyo nafasi, you know, in future. So akaona huyu Sifuna anakaa soft, akaanza jaribu kumbuli na magunzi na nini na kutaka kumwangusha. Akasahau mwenzako ni mbukusu. Mwenzako akamenyana na yeye mundu mundu. Nilikuwa si ya kusikia na kuambiwa. Nilikuwa mwanzo nakumbuka nilikuwa napeana calendar zapo za ODM za baba sasa ako huko alai watu wa ODM mmetesa sana yule mzee wetu. So Sifuna naye sijui kukakwaje huyo alai kwa mtaro. So tangu hiyo siku watu wa Kileleshwa wanamuita Sifuna Etalangi. Kwa nini? Etalangi ni simba kwa Kiluya. Because walimuosha kwake. Kwa ward hiyo sasa yani amemshinda paka kwa ward yake. So hiyo kitu mpaka leo I think alai akiamka yani ile kabisa kitu ya kwanza ni Sifuna. Ndio juzi nimeona akisema sijui akuvaa suti. Sasa watu wanamwambia wewe mwanamume mwenzako Kenya amevaa cha kuhusu nini?
All right, you had a question for me, right?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, did you hear what Edwin Sifuna said yesterday
About what?
in Kakamega about the tear gas?
Yeah.
Zima hiyo kitu kama nyongi ya jana. Nyongi. Ask Babu what.
Okay. And because the East Member Parliament, Babu Wino's in the house, he joins us. Thanks. Good to see you, Mwesh.
Pleasure, Jeff.
Bro.
Pleasure meeting you, Kosawa.
Yeah, you're still alive from yesterday, huh?
Yeah,
that was chaos, man. That was chaos.
Jeff, we are used to this chaos caused by the government.
Huh?
We've done it, we've been into them for a very long time.
Yeah.
And we've experienced the first-hand violence from government machinery.
And you saw it firsthand yesterday?
We saw it. We've seen it before. The government is so predictable, Jeff. You will always predict these people how they will behave. If the next rally, it is too obvious that they're going to behave the same way.
Right. Tell me something. Okay, tell us about how your flight, your schedule was yesterday. Did you fly into Kisumu Airport? Because your guys, your bodyguards were detained and still are detained,
actually,
right?
They are still at Kisumu Central Police Station. Jeff, we were supposed to go via Kisumu International Airport. And it is quite a surprise, Jeff, because I received first-hand information clearly indicating that the person who's just spoken here, the PS Interior, and I'm talking because I'm an advocate and I know that he can go to court. So I'm talking with a lot of conviction. And for me to mention his name, I'm talking with a lot of conviction and with serious evidence at hand. Yesterday, the PS for Interior, Raymond Omolo, is the one who sponsored goons to even access Kisumu International Airport, waiting for Babu Owino and Edwin Sifuna, and to be involved in clashes. They didn't want us to go to Kakamega, and therefore over 200 goons, given crude weapons, pangas, knives, to go and attack us yesterday at the airport, Jeff. Then the PS is busy talking the way he's talking. Shame on him, Jeff. And I want to tell you, I even texted him and I told him that he's still so immature to pull such moves. I texted him, he has my text messages. Jeff, one person was killed yesterday by the said goons. And the news, there was a presser which was being done by the family of one George Olwande. They did a presser today. He is a Boda Boda rider. The Boda Boda Riders Association from Kisumu County did a presser today to condemn the death of one of their own. This guy was killed by goons who were hired by Raymond Omolo. And Jeff, this drama started a day before we went for the rally, where my brother-in-law was arrested here at Kilimani. Then, after I had complained and made some noise and the pressure from Kenyans, they decided to drop him off at Machakos at 4 a.m. in the morning. Then the day after that, we are being treated with the news of the goons. Goons were at the airport. You've just shown it on news. Those were goons which were hired. Jeff, I was born in Kisumu. Born, raised in Kisumu. I know all these boys. These are our brothers. These are people we grew up with. But because the government cannot provide jobs to these young men, They are now using them, misusing them, and abusing them by giving them only 1,000 Kenya shillings, Jeff, to kill, to maim, to destroy property. Today, as we speak, a woman has been turned into a widow. And do you know what is surprising, Jeff? Yeah. The same PS goes around Nyanza, at least constructing 1 or 2 houses for widows. Widows, that is the one who is creating. Killing their husbands, building them their houses. Tell me something. That is the development that is talking. Tell me something, Moshe. So if somebody is to be arrested, Jeff, Murkomen should start, the police, the DCI should start by arresting Raymond Omolo. The same Murkomen you're talking about, it says that the tear gas that was lobbed into the crowd, they said it came from you guys. You guys, Jeff, threw lobbed tear gas to yourselves. Jeff, do you know any place in this country where tear gas is manufactured? Government imports tear gas, correct? How can an ordinary citizen get access to tear gas? This citizen is not a member of the deep state. If this citizen is not a police officer, there were handcuffs which were retrieved, which we found from a citizen, and tear gas was thrown there also. How do you say and blame an ordinary Kenyan citizen to have access to tear gas that you keep as the CS? So you're saying it wasn't you guys? That you buy, that you import as a government. Where did these citizens get tear gas from if it is not from the police? So, and if it is from the police, why would the police have an intention to give an ordinary citizen tear gas? Is it not for destruction purposes? And that is what was happening yesterday. And you could see, we even saved those goons who came to attack us. Yeah. Jeff, as we don't respond to evil with evil, because the bigger picture is to help those goons. We understand even those goons who are being hired. We are fighting for them because they don't have jobs. We are fighting for them because they don't have the meal for the next day. We are fighting for them because their children lack school fees. We are fighting for them because they have no means. A youth in this country, Jeff, may want to die today as we speak. Yeah. A youth is so poor, they may want to die, but that youth has no money to even buy a rope to hang himself. And you're from Nyalenda, so you know some of those goons are from Nyalenda as well, right? I know, and I know where they were taken from. I've talked to several today. Yes. They've confessed to me. Absolutely. Look, bila babu, tabu. Babu kwa sababu. Baada ya baba, babu. Hata bila sababu, babu. Tutaongea. Na ile orange juice imekauka? Tutaiongelea sahi. Yeah. In the meantime, all the boroughs, back to you.
Okay, Njeru, I would like to invite Msimamo for this, but first I just want to talk about that. So, from what I'm seeing is, yes, we can't deny it, that there's very high fracture with ODM, and it's going to split. It is. These guys are disgruntled. And as you can see from how Mbadi spoke in the Luo, he did state that very condescending, mtu mwenye anavuta bangi cannot be leaders, he cannot do any, Then a presser before that, he was speaking with the Luo elders. I don't know how he's got the capability of doing that, him being a Suba. He's not Luo. He did state that this other faction of ODM need to tell them why they're upset with joining the government, which is obviously, from my common sense, is the fact that people do not want this government. The people are on one term. It is what the nation wants. No matter how much you might want to draft it and say, oh, the Kikuyus did this, or we're angry, we're doing it, we have to teach them a lesson, whatever it is, it's just the fact that the people are tired of this. We are all tired. Hata kama watu walifanya makosa, it's just the energy of the people. They don't want this government. So that is what the Sifuna, the Babus, the Orengos, which will be a video we'll play after we've done this other round of debate, is we're judging from the atmosphere of the two factions. Yeah, it is by the Patrick Boro, that is very condescending. You don't say things like Jaluo Jinga. That we don't. You have, what do you call it? You have the right to what do you call it, to talk, but don't say derogative stuff like that. That's stupid. But anyway, what we are seeing is there's distrust with the public, with people. They don't want it, and this is why you're seeing these two factions of ODM. Maybe Ayaga is right. They might come and wakutane huko katikati. They unite again and they go follow the broad-based. That would be bad news for us. You know, I'm not blinded by that. I'm not, what do you call it? With politics, if you try too much to kuweka vitu kwa chest, you believe in something too much, then you get heartbroken in the end. It's not good. But signs are showing that, for me, signs are showing there is a very big disconnect. Kuna inaitwaje, madharau mingi ya watu wameonyeshwa. The Orengo, the other day in Siaya, ODM has placed somebody in the governorship against him. Ni kama kusema umemtoa. It's like you're telling me you want to get rid of me. You want to get rid of me, alafu nataka nikuje niombe kazi yangu tena kutoka kwenu. It's just telling me that ODM has gotten rid of Orengo completely because they are building a new candidate. And it's also the same with Mr. Sifuna. Mr. Sifuna, for you, I'll just tell you, you're out. They are already placing Jalango as a candidate for Nairobi Senate. If indeed you're popular, why did they remove you? And it's the same with Babu Owino. Babu Owino, you want to be governor of Nairobi, waja kupatia kiti yako, they're still, other than the hearsays I had from Alai, I think there's about 55 votes to impeach Sifuna. Raila, before his passing, had already gone with the UDA to not impeach Sifuna. So it means that they did not respect you. You are not put in to run for governorship. So it means that this crew of ODM people, in my opinion, are never going to go back. They can't go back because I keep saying this on the show day after day. Hata vile Innocent alisema, kuna watu walitoka ODM na walienda na vifungu na kila kitu. And they might as well just leave. They go. They just go. Otherwise, I'll just tell you as a fact, ODM is never going to be the same. They are losing ground. I'm sorry. Akina Innocent side have gone. They've left ODM. Kisses. Mombasa is being targeted right now. Hiyo pia mtaona wakitoka. Western is completely out. I'm sorry if you think ODM is still going to be alive there. And again, this is my opinion. Yeah. Because najua kuna mtu atakuja hapa na kizungu kuti. Kuja kutuchanganya hapa. Msimamo, go ahead.
No, kabla ya msimamo akuja, wacha niwasomee message imetoka kwa Sharini Ruto. Just to keep the dialogue. Msimamo utaongea. I hate politics. Uni Sharini Ruto. I hate politics. I loved the moments Didi Nyoro could come to our home to visit my dad and give me some advice. Now that they politically differed, he has never come. I miss this moment so much. Why is politics so cruel that it has to take away the only man who could comfort me? Sharini Ruto. Alafu sasa naona watu wakisema hapo, Sudi can now comfort you. Faruk Kibet can Faruk Kibet can now comfort you. Go ahead, Musimamo. That was a comic relief. And Sharini Ruto anamiss some of the people who have different. Very soon she might say she is missing Gachagua.
Gachagua no. She had a crush on Ndindi Nyoro hata sako. Alikuwa na hope. Msimamo twende ndugu bwana.
Yuko ama niendelee ndio
Msimamo.
akuje baadaye?
Sawa.
Wacha niendelee basi, atakuja akitusikia. Ama ulisema ulikuwa unamtumia bundles, ni kama hujamtumia maybe.
Nilimtumia.
Okay. Now, keep from the clips we may play. One of the things
I played them on purpose. I played them on purpose.
Thank you for telling us to hold our horses. Kumbe mimi nilikuwa napanda punda before sija na ulikuwa unaongojea, ulikuwa unaniambia ni hold horse ndio ni ride nayo. And now from what you've played, those are some of the things that are making ODM ianze kuisha. One of the things that you've seen is that Mbadi, ukiona majenzi vile wametoa hiyo clip yao, wanasema ni kama anabweka, and the way he is talking, mpaka wametoa umbo huko, utacheka mpaka ushangae. Now imagine Mbadi anakashi Sifuna ati kama anataka aende, wakina Jalango wanasema kama anataka aende, and after ameenda ndio baadaye wanaanza kumwambia ati akuja atuambie kama wako wanataka tutam, akuja watuelezee ni nini wanataka tutam. Unajua Sifuna has already said why he doesn't want this one term, ama he doesn't want to vote for Ruto, and amepatia na all the reasons. I don't know, maybe some of these politicians don't listen. Sifuna kiongeanga asha give many reasons why he doesn't want to vote for Ruto, na amepatia na those reasons every time anywhere either is in a political rally ama ako studio anaongeanga na anasemanga those reasons. And then tunakuja tunaona Mbadi, imagine our government office ndiye anaenda kufanyia boardroom ya Wajaluo, analeta Wajaluo kufanyia boardroom huko, which is not good, because sasa ni kama whatever they were saying about Gachagua, hata amekuwa worse than Gachagua sasa, because you can imagine ati amelete Wajaluo kwa boardroom, wamekuja kuongelea. Why could they go hata kama ni hotel waenda wafanyie those things, and then most of these people wakitonga pressa wanaitoanga kama na certain hotel, but let them not use the government offices kufanya politics. And that's why tulikuwa tunasema hivi, once you become a CS, you become a public servant, please stop politics. It's high time sasa sisi kama citizens tuanze kuambia these not politicians, the public servants, wawache mchezo. And that's why Ayaga, you were saying you come from Siaya. Siaya walikuwa na mkutano ya ODM. Wakati Wandai na wakina Mbadi walikuwa wanaongea, wanaanza kukashifu Orengo ati sijui amefanya nini, walimwambia, you know those clips you cannot show us, but tumeziona, ziko those clips, ziko paka vile watu walitoka kwa meeting wakaenda, kumbe kuna those clips zenye ODM inatuonyesha, Azimio inatuonyesha, but kuna zingine tunaonyeshwa zenye watu wamechukua wakitoka wakitoroka kutoka meeting hiyo ya kina Oburu na nini. So there are those videos zenye atuonyeshangu, zenye ziko kwa mainstream, zenye but ziko, we can see them. If you want Ayaga, I can send you ushangae. Watu wanatoka na wanasema Paka kuna mahali wameambia Wandani wanatuambia wewe ni CS, wachana na maneno ya Siaya. Wapi stima yenye unatuletea hapa kwetu? Sisi tunataka wewe tuambie maneno ya stima yako yenye unataka kutuletea hapa. Wachana na Orengo, tutamuuliza those questions. Wewe wapi stima? They stopped paka aliwacha kuongea. Most of those clips were, but those clips we cannot be shown them. Hatuwezi onyeshwa. So there are things zenye hiyo ODM tunaambiwa watu vile wanafanya, but kuna clips sasa tunaonyeshwa kwa ground mali wametoka, how they are being cashied. Tunaonyeshwa vile wanafanya wanakuwa brought down. That is one of the things nimeona kutoka kwa hiyo clip. Number 2 about Babu, hiyo question yenye wanauliza ama Murkomen, the question anasema juu ya ati hiyo canister yenye walikuwa wametupa hiyo ama handcuffs, hizo mavitu wanasema if indeed wa Kenya tulikuwa na hiyo gas, tear gas, tuliipata wapi? That is one of the things. Sasa mtu tunatakana kuuliza kwanza ni huyo Murkomen. Yes, tunatakana tumuulize, because those are the guys who are asking us those questions. Tumuulize kama nyinyi ndio custodian wa hii tear gas, imetokaje kwenu kwa store room, kwa lock room ya tear gas na imefika kwa wananchi, ilitoka aje? So the way anaitwaje, Matiang'i alikuwa anauliza kama alikuwa nchini. Ask this, wewe ulikuwa huko Kisumu ama ulikuwa Kakamega, tear gas imerushwa, hii tear gas imetoka wapi? Ilitoka wapi? They can account for it. Wanaweza tafuta tear gas kama zilikuwa 30 in Kakamega, moja it's missing, ilitokaje kwa huko? But whatever they are telling us ni kama then this tear gas zinauzwa kwa supermarket keep ama Njiru. Mimi nataka hiyo tear gas niende kununua basi, kama kuna mahali zinanunuliwa tuanze kutupa. Those are some of the things tunatakana kufanya. Number 3 keep what you played. Kuna mahali huyu jamaa wetu ODM leader anasema wapi DJ ameenda wapi? DJ alienda na Sifuna. DJ alikuwa Kakamega and he was there asking DJ wapi atoa. Nasikia siku hizi wanatumia flash kucheza music. DJ alienda na Sifuna. Ule DJ alikuwa wa baba, siku hizi ndiye anatembea na Sifuna. So if Ayaga says that ODM is still intact, wacha tuambie DJ yako wapi na mbona Oburu analia DJ. Thank you.
Aya, nataka kusoma some comments here from
lakini ngoja hebu press that image kidogo tu, press that image because of Innocent
image.
Yeah, now just very quickly, Innocent, do you see the first image of
that is the
ODM,
area.
the aerial. I'll explain something about cinematography. Why you see they've arranged people like that on wengine wamepanda, they've been raised a bit, so you see two lines of people. Kuna wenye wamewekwa nyuma, wamesukumwa nyuma kidogo, and then they've been raised a bit. Then there's a second line of people, they've been raised, elevated kidogo. Then you've got the people who've been concentrated mbele. This is filming 101, so that when the camera is being positioned at the back when these leaders are talking, there's that what you call forced perspective. Forced perspective, because there are so many people on the back, it is trying to show you that there is more people than there are. And then what would happen in the filming is also it is superimposed with AI people. So this is the actual view from aerial. I know, I wish I could play the other video you are talking about where people were leaving. It's similar to what had happened to Gachagua in 2020.
Unataka kusema this is the same event presented differently?
No,
Yes.
no. The second event is true. Hiyo ni linda wananchi. The first event, if you watch the videos that I presented before for Oburu Power, you would feel like the crowd is really
Ngoja
large.
kwanza nikuoneshe Oburu kidogo please.
Ngoja explain because there are things we need to learn. Hata hiyo AI watu wanaface wanaangalia wapi?
Yeah.
Ukiangalia picha vizuri.
You're facing the other side.
Wanaface wapi? If you want to know, hiyo ni AI.
Yeah. So
some of us tumefanya hizi vitu. This is what we teach you, communication.
So actually there's a software called Truth Scan, which I'll talk to Njeru about when we start presenting this over the next few months to Ekekwa TikTok. We have to start exposing this trickery here of government ODM. Hata sisi wenyewe, even if the so-called opposition does it, we have to expose it. We have to expose lies, and we have to educate the people about this stuff. Because the CIA was not the way people think. It's a very small crowd. Very small. Na walipewa ma 50 bob zao tu. Wakapewa na
Okay,
wakatoka.
play alikuwa anasema play past one.
Yeah.
Wacha niwaeke huyu Oburu, whoever gave Oburu power ameharibu huyu mzee.
Mbaya.
Niweke nini?
Kidogo. Sorry.
Mbaya.
Niweke nini?
Mawe.
Niweke nini?
Mawe.
Niweke nini?
Mawe.
Ni mbaya. Mwekse. Msisahau kuchukua kura.
Yeah. Mbaya.
Niweke nini?
Mawe.
Niweke nini?
Mawe.
Chokozi bana.
Ni mbaya. Mwekse.
We want power. Power. This guy should go into comedy, man. It makes me laugh every day.
Huyu mzae, you know, even Raila Odinga did not descend this way. Huyu mzae, yani, all these punches, they are for what? So, Bwana Yaga, that's your leader. Are you proud of your leader?
Acha kuchokoza Nyuki, atakuja atakushoot bana. Atakuja na
Okay, let me you can hear me? Okay.
Acha msimamo ongea.
Angetuwekee hiyo ya watu wanatoroka kwanza ndio atuwekee. Tuwekee hiyo watu walikuwa wanatoroka wakienda.
Wacha tusikie. Let's hear preaching from
Ataleta.
Daleta hiyo. I'll play it after this. Let's go.
Msimamo anakuja ama niongee?
Ongea, let's just take this pill, guys. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. I've watched those videos, so I will be a little bit economical with answering, so that I get some of two statements that I have. So I think the way I've been patient, you people, you need also to be patient sometimes with me. So because I work to enhance Kip and my brother Innocent. This is what I will say, Kip. I think before you start telling us who is a Luo and who is not a Luo, you need to, I need to give you the book. I have it here of how to become a Luo. By coming out here to expose your ignorance and your littleness, that Mbadi is not a Luo and you cannot approve by just saying a chumba. No. Ngoja. I was quiet when you were speaking.
Nicely.
I was quiet when you were speaking.
No, it's not that. I have not abused you. Umesema my littleness. If you say it nicely, it's fine. Like ukianza your littleness, ukianza kutubi little.
Okay, but I think you are okay. You are more than 40 years old, and I think you have read the story of Sobas.
No. What sort of statement is
that, bro? I'm saying you are more than. So you will be interrupting me. So I'm saying I have a book. I need to help you, actually give you a book to read of how somebody becomes a Luo. So those Subas, they are loose. You can argue with facts, but at the end of the day, if the Suba Council of Elders have never said they are not loose, who are you and who told you? That's body is not a law. Who told you? So let us respect other people's community. You know, if I start arguing that the base where Sakaja is coming from are not Sabautis and they are not Kalenjins, and I don't know how a person becomes a Kalenjin, I can be the stupid people in that, but because, you know, for us, we let people talk on our behalf and they are still wise and they are with us. So for us, we just move on. And I want to talk about the political predictability. I heard you speak about it. You know, the moment somebody mentioned the name of my party Secretary General Party, Sifuna has not left ODM. So you can't say you are mentioning the name of my party leader without indulging into my party internal affairs. I will answer that as an ODM member. Sawa. That one I will answer. So Innocent, I'm telling you again, you either restart your brain after leaving ODM or leave the ODM alone. I think Uburu had that clip. You can play it after I've spoken. Leave ODM alone. And I told you, in ODM, we know how we are doing our politics. We know how we play our politics. We have very better brains. In fact, the people, everybody who left ODM, those brains, I think we didn't even need them. But the people who stay put are there to serve purpose because they have a mission in life and in this country we want to achieve. Yeah, if William Ruto left ODM, we have seen his brain, we have seen what he can achieve, we have seen what he can do. So nobody can brag for us that, you know, I left ODM with the keys. Even if you left with the house, you left with the houses and with the people. You still leave human beings inside that party. And we are not apologetic and we are not begging. Instead, they left. They still make parties. They rig themselves to power. Those parties cannot still work without ODM. So I wish you well, my brother, where you are heading to. You can form your own party. You can be in power. You will call us, the people with the brain later. Ukikwama huko mbele. Venye Uhuru Kenyatta alituacha alikwama. William Ruto alituacha akakwama zaidi. So in ODM, we are not unapologetic. So let us respect boundaries. I'm not speaking about your party. Place for me, your party. You left ODM to where? You know, somebody like Kim is a very good debater. He will throw you around. And for him, he has a blue party, a purple, hii kala ya watoto hii.
You're being abusive. You're being abusive. I've never been abusive to you.
I'm not abusing. I'm not abusing. I'm saying at least, you know, you have a party. Yes, you have a party. You have a party that you can sit me down here and say, Ayaga, let us speak ideology of my party. You have values of your party. You have what your party stood for. You have the party structure. You can tell me who is your party leader. You can tell me your party secretary general. You can give me your party national secretary. And I will not interfere with the internal affairs of this party. That's how smart is Kim. But you see people like Innocent, they just left ODM, they went nowhere, they don't want to mention where they are. Because where they are is more shameful than even where they come from. That's where you know you are confused in politics. Yeah. So we need not to be confused. Yes. We need not to be shameful. We need not to be shameful with where we are. Even if there is a trouble in your home, just say, I'm in that home. There is a trouble. We admit there is some internal wrangles in our party. And then we will solve them. And I told you, leave ODM alone. We will solve our own problem. And we will always take the way our problems will bring us together. In the issue of Mbadi, how Mbadi spoke, Mbadi, I think the video you play, Mbadi spoke to elders in Nairobi. and I know some of those elders, and I think it is a good thing for a leader of his caliber somehow to seek advice from elders. And sometimes, I disagree with Rigathi Gachagua, but he's a little bit wise man. The latest interview he had with the Kalenjin nation, he was even saying, if William Ruto could have at least some elders, and he mentioned some elders that even I know by their names, not personally, yeah. If meeting elders is also another problem, okay, continue. So I think that is at best for Mbadi. For the clips, I'm sorry, I don't want to discuss clips for in the era of nanotechnology and AI and everything, because even the pictures you see you placed there, I was not at Siaya, so and I was not also in Kakamega. I was in Nairobi, but I think, even if we are doing that truth check, we will fool ourselves here. Those pictures, I'm very sure they were taken at a different time. Maybe one was taken at a very early when people were queuing to be given something to enter the podium, and the other one was taken at the peak of the stadium when the politicians were there and things walikuwa wamechangamuka. I don't know much about, I'm not a teacher. I don't know much about AI and ICT. But if teachers can celebrate fabricated things, then I'm very scared for my son and my daughter's future. Another thing I want to talk about is about the issues of the trivialities of how Buru speak, and Buru is attracting people with those things called power. Sijui mawe, sijui wapi DJ, sijui how he pronounced the word Joe, yeah, those things. Yes, that's how things are in politics, my friend. Politics is perception. Politics is funniness. Politics is creativity. Politics is unique. Why do we love Sifuna? He came up with something called Mimi Ndio Sifuna. That word alone is what even everybody, even people like Orengo anauliza sisi nyinyi ni nani, and then the crowd is saying Mimi Ndio Sifuna. So in politics, everything works. It is a comedy mixed with strategy, combined with ideology and values. These things works in politics. Politics is not a church where as a SDA member, you have a dress code. You can even do a shot and people will call you Jakinyas. I have an MP, an aspirant in Bondo constituency who always do shots, and people call him Jakinyasa. It's called Dandiwo. Yeah. In Central here, if you start giving out tank, people call you a Matangi. And those nonsense can head you up to can head you until you become a governor of a serious county like Kiambu. And you are here still trying to trivialize what Oburu is doing. So what I'm saying is very simple. I think if we need to discuss ODM and the Luo nation, for us, we are always ready and we know how to defend ourselves. But if we want to discuss ODM, which is bigger than my community, also we are also ready. And what I can assure you here, and I am never wrong, very, 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 like 5%. And you can tell me where I'm wrong. Because I read politics kwa ground. Chini ya maji, I listen to people and I know how things go. This game ODM is playing, either itazamisha Ruto ama itazamisha this united opposition. If the deal is too good, don't rush for it. If Sifuna side have not called you to join them, don't rush in calling them to join you. It may be a very political trick done by NIS. I know we have the best intelligence. You can argue over that in the world. We are about number 5, number 4, or number 5. We are even ahead of those good countries outside there. And our intelligence is a pro max. And this one I can assure you, this Sifuna, this Babu Owino faction, they did the neuro of this world. It may be a creation of the state. And very soon, the people who will cry are the clueless people who are following Matiang'i. They are clueless because even Matiang'i doesn't know where he's going. Because if I was Matiang'i, I could have not picked a vehicle that has already finished its race to go to a race with. could have branded a vehicle. That's how politics in this country work. Even Sifuna, if he want to leave ODM today, I'm advising him and Babu Owino, leave ODM. Create a new party that will bring a new chauvinism, a new charisma in people, so that people can go ahead with that party. That is what Rigathi did. He have his party, selling the party very well. If Kalonzo dies today and you stick to Wiper, it's like Denny Muturi, who is still following what Kibaki used and left long time ago, thinking he can win Berry. He cannot even win his own constituency, where he was a member of parliament for more than 10 years and serve as a MP from that region from that 10 years. You cannot. We know how Kenyans behave. So I think that is my word for now. I'm seeing my brother want to stop me. Even William Ruto, this UDA is not the same UDA that was there in 2013. He has been mixed with something called the ANC, and now they have something like a party at the end. It used to be called United Democratic Alliance. Today it is United Democratic Party. I think so many people who don't read politics with the two lenses have not observed that. The UDA we are heading to, even Kanu was rebranded by Gideon Moi to a new thing, not the Njogu we used to know in the village. So I'm telling you, obvious, if Matiang'i was that wise, could have get a new party, brand that party, made that party, kwanza from home, make home well and go. My friend, Mount Kenya people watadanganya huyo mtu akitoka hapo atakufa na heart attack. I'm telling you. I know these people. We have been with them since 1963. I'm telling you, you will die. Most of you. Thank you very much. Unless somebody have a question, I will answer. Naona hapa comment section. Comment section kumeumana.
Hakuna swali.
Wewe,
Innocent, hakuna swali sahi. Ngoja kidogo.
Sio swali. Nasema I just want to
utafungua rant ingine bana. Innocent, you'll open a rant hapa tupige lecture. Lecture ya ODM, did you leave ODM alone?
Ayaga is disillusioned. Ayaga does not believe that the old good days of ODM are gone, and he thinks like ODM can be rescued and can be saved. Ayaga, the old good days of ODM are gone.
Keep. Unajua ametutacha hapa na anatuambia ati fears the watoto wake mali wanapelekwa. But what I want to tell him is that he doesn't know what he's speaking about.
Utafungua this will come and lecture us for now.
Ngoja mimi nakwambia kama mimi naongeanga tu statement moja na namaliza. I just want to tell you
one statement is going to get him to rant for us again here.
No, it's not going to.
Hakuna rant nyingine, atarelax sasa.
Hakuna apatiwi chance ya kuongea, but I want unajua ni vizuri mtu ajuange ukweli. The truth shall set you free. Usijifanye ati unajua ati how to become a Luo. Subas are not Luos. Subas hata ukienda hata ukigoogle saizi. Subas are Bantus. Subas wanakuwa circumcised. Please learn your history well. Thank you.
Aya, wacha mimi history hapa tunataka power. Lazima
bila power. Ni lazima tupate power. Huwezi kuwa bila power. Ni lazima tupate power.
My video is betraying me.
Huwezi kuwa bila power. Ni lazima tupate power.
I can go to the next one.
Hatuwezi kuwa bila power.
Nataka power.
Power! Siaya power. Siaya power. Wakwe huru. Wakwe huru. Jodalo wawinja. Ombaka nosewekoma women rep. Wawinjore. Koro ng'at moro ne mabiro chung women rep. Sasa. Koro ng'wane uru mondo los. Haya Dr. Ochanda haya.
Luo, onjere uru. Dr. Oburu, karibu sana uongee na wananchi wa Siaya. Asanteni sana. Aya, very good. Asante sana.
Wapi DJ?
DJ ako Kakamega. DJ Spider ako Kakamega bana. Cheza hizo za mwisho.
Nimekutumia ingine hapo pia tuwekea hiyo.
After all is said and done, after we have become Sifuna tukapata power, let us secure the singular sovereign instrument that determines who gets us a better Kenya where we can all live with dignity. Because there is no dignity in poverty. You cannot make sound and soul decisions when you are angry and unable to afford basic needs. I don't care which side you are on, but what is metaphysical significance of your enthusiasm if you are not a registered voter? Are we professional noise makers who demonstrate vigorously by day and retire obediently to our domestic suffering by night? The same kinetic energy you deploy in rallies, let it escort you gallantly to the ballot in 2027. For transformation does not begin with slogans. It begins with registration. Therefore, all citizens of 18 years and above, arise in your numerical glory and inscribe your names where powerless saints. Uwinya maber.
Fire is fire. What kind of concept? Instead of fixing fix costs, mambo ya pombe, you know how to fix it. I had dealt with drunkenness, especially among the electoral population. Those killer bulls they are back. There's a unit now. There's a unit now. But what is it for? It was working. Mzungu anasema if it's working, don't fix it. You don't need a unit. You just need to do the right thing. Yeah. I also want to start touring the device. I want to go everyone. When are you doing the tour? They are waiting for you. Mbona mnataka maneno tumalize kama
here to call a spade and to tell Oburu Odinga, shame on you.
Yes.
Young men and women of Kenya. There is an old saying about the axe that convinced the trees that it was one of them because its handle was wooden. That is exactly what we are seeing today. A man who is neither Gen Z, nor a youth, nor anywhere near the youthful age group suddenly wants to wrap himself in the language of youth leadership. Let us be clear. Oburu is not a Gen Z. He is not a youth.
Yes.
And he is certainly not a youth leader. The youth of this country must be warned. These rhetorics and little jokes of calling oneself Gen Z may sound harmless. They may even look funny. But it is all fun and games until the reality hits. Until the same person begins to consume what rightfully belongs to the youth. Yes. A few young people are given peanuts to clap and cheer, and before you know it, the so-called youth leader is dining on the very opportunities meant for young people. We remember when he claimed the title of youth leader before, taking up the position of IALA youth representative, a role meant for someone young, energetic, and in touch with the real struggles of the youth. Today, he jokes about being our fellow Gen Z, and suddenly we wake up and find him occupying positions that should nurture and elevate young leaders within his party, pushing aside youthful voices like Babu Owino, Edwin Sifuna, and even Winnie Odinga, and leaving them in the cold. A little slumber, a little sleep, and we shall wake up to the news that Oburu Odinga is the new Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports. Such characters do not stop misbehaving unless a penis dies young.
Yes wa Kenya, sasa hii one term mtu wangu, hii ni unstoppable mtu wangu. Ukisimama mtu wangu, inapita na wewe kama tsunami mtu wangu.
Ngine moja, nikipata ndaweka kofi sawa. Huyu Cheruiyot, Senator, Plalefake. Magonyo chito ko wanga tare tumatete, ako seretos bigyo. Senator Cheruiyot, sikia mali huku. Wewe vile umenyanyaza watu na umeibia shamba ya Jelilis. Na hiyo shamba sio ya mama yako. Na sio ya mjomba yako. Na hiyo shamba ya Kericho. Hiyo shamba ya Kericho ni ya Kipsigis yote. Sio ya Kalenjin, ni ya Kipsigis. Na hii shamba nasikia umenyang'anya watu hapa Kurezoi. Rudisha kwa haraka. Kuna shamba nasikia umeipa hapa Kurezoi. Cheruiyot majority leader. Sarenda hiyo shamba kwa lazima. Lazima tutakutana kwa jukwaa na wewe. Ila mma ibiki ugizere ta konyo lila biki. Nyone jitatanya wale mbare ni Keroyu. Angata hatuna shida. Tuko na tabu jana. Jana kuna shamba ilibimwa. Na tunasikia ni ya Cheruiyot. Kwa Itaweri. Ana minga tuiri mwase jomo Inyanya ilibiki tarangada.
And may the name of the Lord be praised for the hard work that you have done to put up such a wonderful and beautiful sanctuary. I'll only make 2 points. As you know always, I do not like addressing our national leaders directly. Kwa sababu unajua, we live in this country and we are peaceful because we respect the constitution. Na wale ambao wako kwa uongozi tunataka kuwaheshimu kwa sababu wako huko kikatiba. Lakini a time comes when, as a nation, even if we are not in government, we have a responsibility to say certain things. Number one, I want to say this today, and I'm saying this out of experience. I was Cabinet Minister for Interior and Coordination of National Government for 5 years, and I understand the security sector of this country very well. For the first time, let me say this openly. Your Excellency, Mr. President, you have once again misread the mood of the country. I don't know whether you have been misadvised or misread, but you have misread the mood of the country. Because you see, wale wengine tumefanya kazi nao kwa security wanajua. Ukiwa katika hiyo ofisi, kuna kitu ya muhimu inaitwa sentiment analysis, data from the ground and everything else. Mimi sijui kwamba whether they don't know or they don't care. Because that is there are two things. It's either they don't know or they don't care. Because you are having a security meeting, ukae uangalie nchi vile. I would tell them, you would summarize that advice in one word. Resounding disapproval. Watu wamekataa. You can see the people have refused the way in which we are running the country. Hii mambo hii kiburi ya kupika watu, goons na polisi na hii, watu wamekataa. Yale mambo tuliona jana, if I may speak about it, I never imagined that in a country we have been independent for over 6 decades. At an international airport, Kisumu, you would actually position thugs to wait for members of parliament. The question I would like to ask them is this: what do they think is left of this country? You position thugs. The police wanajua, because if I was in interior now, the regional police commander in Kisumu cannot tell me that hakujua wale wakora ni akina nani walikuwa huko. Wale watu wamepiga magari ya wajumbe mawe kwa roundabout hapo Kisumu wakavunja vioo. I mean, the regional security team cannot say kwamba hawajui ni akina nani walikuwa huko. Tangu kanisa Mwiki ipigwe, ukuje pande hii nyingine kanisa imepigwa, tumeenda Uitima kanisa imepigwa. Honestly speaking, you cannot say with the resources we have and the capacity we have as a country that you don't know what is going on. I repeat this again. Mr. President, you have once again we woke up one morning in a country that has been peaceful, citizens of the country who are armed with nothing overran parliament. And these citizens raised specific issues. Since that time, nobody, even this government, has been coherent enough in saying this is what Gen Z were raising and these are the solutions we have provided. Tukaendelea na sarakasi ya kawaida. The abracadabra ya cabinet, badilisha huyu, then you end up here, so on and so forth. Story, you know, and so on. You have once again misread the mood of the country. Mimi nafikiri, I am not a prophet and I have no credentials to prophesy. Tukiendelea hivi, we are headed the wrong direction. Na hiyo wrong direction, wakubwa wa serikali mutaiona nyinyi wenyewe karibuni. When you see the anger and the resistance and the pain was in the security sector today, I would be very worried. Wananchi wamefika mahali, they are determined to face the tear gas, face the bullet, and make a point. So, do the right thing. It is very easy to do the right thing. Go, work, sit down, listen to people. And we are blessed in this country. We have wonderful church organizations. Hawa viongozi wa kanisa ni watu wa ajabu. Sisi tumebarikiwa, hawa watu wote wako wa kuadvise mtu, hii tuende namna hii, tuende namna hii, and so on. Finally, nilienda mtihani na haikuibiwa. Utaiba kura zetu.
Asante, thank you. Kwani mlikuwa na uoga itaibiwa? Ninaona mlikuwa mnaigiza baridi atakula naibiwa. Ni vile tu hamjui. Hii mjamaa tumeweka kwa kona.
Sawa, Julia, go ahead. Nimekuchezea hiyo kata nilikuwa nataka sijui ni estrogen ama ni prostrogen ama ni dopamine. Ni gani nainua kidogo yako? Which hormone? Ni hormone gani nataka tuinue?
Jiri, wacha maneno ya hormone. Leo nimekuja kwa amani, nimetoka kanisa. So
ulitupia tear gas. Sorry, that's a bad joke.
Jana tulikosana na Kip, lakini leo juu ni kijana wetu na tumempatia msichana kule, kuna ile tu kusameheana. Ama Jiri haujuangi Kip aliponyoka na msichana wa huko kwa mlima.
Of course, tunajua zile vitu zote Kip anatafutanga ziko huko. Lazima angeenda huko tu.
Lazima. Hangevumilia hiyo urembo.
Wacheni zenu. Wewe endelea Madam Julia. Acha kunichokoza.
So I have watched those. First the last one, Matiang is always very articulate and to the point. Na amesema I don't like the addressing our national leaders directly, lakini hii nitafanya. Na amesema ukweli kwamba Kasongo asomi label. No, Kasongo, I would like to tell Matiang, Kasongo will do this to the end until he's in jail or dead, whichever comes first. He's very adamant. He doesn't listen to. I don't even think sometimes people blame Rachel, but I don't think Kasongo is the type to listen to Rachel. So tutoange Rachel kwa hiyo blame. Hawezi msikiza. So he'll do this drama to the end, attack people at the airport, attack people kwa stadium, attack people kwa church, whatever. He'll do that to the end because he thinks that he's trying to take us back the Moi era. He's trying so hard. That is why he walks around akisema kwamba ati hii barabara nisema ijengwe kwani anakwanga na pesa kwa handbag barabara ijengwe, ama for a road to be constructed the cabinet has to sit, the money has to be allocated. Yani there's a process of doing that, but that is what Kasongo believes in because he wants us to go back to Moi era, that he can bribe and lie people barabara sijui nini. At least if you say you do something, then go ahead and do it if you're trying to bribe the people. So Ruto will not change until he's removed. That is the only solution. Na nimesikia Matinga akisema utaiba kura yetu. I hope they are taking measures, including extreme measures. When I say extreme measures, I may not want to discuss them here. Yeah, extreme measures to prevent stealing of votes. Jiru, you know what? When I say extreme, what would you do to prevent a thief from coming to your house? Unaweza weka cameras, unaweza weka dogi hapo nje,
milango ya chuma na
milango
kama
ya
unajua ile chuma tunawekanga nyuma ya mlango, kuna uko na koji na lazima kuna chuma ingine inapita hivi hata akikuja kugonga na mguu hakuna.
Na pia kuna ile padlock siku hizi huwezi funga bila pad. Umeona hiyo padlock wa Kenya wanatumia? Nakwambia I struggle unlocking that padlock. I'm still learning how to do it. So, and then on top of that, you'll wait for that thief in your house with what? Tutamngojea?
Hatutasema hiyo.
Sasa ndio nasema I hope Matiang'i
Sifuna najua. Sifuna najua.
Mpaka the Sifuna style, extreme measures. You know, extreme when I say extreme measures, they should also make Edokon feel that you, Edokon, we are not sitting here to allow you to steal our votes or manipulate our election. They should make him feel that we shall take extreme measures against you. If you try to steal our elections, because Kasongo deserves the worst treatment because he gives people the worst. You know, what you sow is what you reap. Kuna mtu is it Sierra Leone or which country? This guy in by the gun and out by the gun. Jiru ni msomaji. Jamaa mgani huyo aliingia kwa bunduki na akatoa kwa bunduki, and he was paraded in public from one of the West African countries. Don't know the Sierra Leone or which country is that. Even the statement goes around. It is not Charles Taylor. The one before Charles Taylor. Who is that? Samuel Doe. Something like
Samuel Doe.
Yes.
Samuel Doe, Liberia.
Oh yes, Liberia. In by the gun and out by the gun. He was even paraded. You know, you do those nasty things, they follow you. You can't get away. Kutafika tu siku tu inakufuata yani. Na Africa is becoming more woke and more woke. So we are going to see these experiences of presidents being jailed and even being sent to the hangman and all that. We're gonna see that, and we pray that it happens in our lifetime so that we can tell our grandchildren history ya Kenya na tuambie Kenya huwezi fanya 1, 2, 3. Now that takes me back when I'm discussing tabia ya Kasongo, takes me now to Oburu. Raila Odinga used to hide under the word of democracy na mashauriano na amani, and he was looking for positions. But Oburu is saying it openly. They want positions, isn't it? And power. And people are cheering that. And the ODM supporters are, sijui kama Innocent you are cheering that. ODM, Innocent you are in ODM. That when Oburu says that we want, kwanza Oburu anakasema kwanza hii ya finance, hiyo haiwezi toka kwetu.
Mimi nimeficha kifunguo. Sina kifunguo tu.
So Innocent, let me ask, because you are a member of ODM. If Badi has finance, what is Innocent's family benefiting from? Aren't you struggling to pay school fees as much as we are struggling? Those of us wamekata kasongo. You've been in ODM na mko na finance. Yani jamaa mzee amezeeka mpaka yani tu you mzee tu si akona great grandchildren. Ni watu you contact his great grandchildren to keep him busy because he's messing it up. He's saying that they want positions and power. And that now tells us what ODM is made of. So kama uko hapa na wewe ni wa ODM, I'm very sorry you are, uko lost tu sana ama uko yesterday, wewe ni mtu wa yesterday, mtu wa tene, kwa sababu huwezi kaona kwamba if people get positions, Kenyans don't get anything. At the size if we change the government, even if we Ruto goes down and decides to give Gachagua a position or giving back his deputy president, Mount Kenya people won't benefit. They will still suffer. They are suffering. So I hope Kenyans are becoming woke to that reality, that your leaders' positions do not benefit you. It is structures that are working in the country that are going to help Kenya. So I love the way Matiang'i articulates things. He's very articulate. He knows what Kenya is looking for. Thank you, Njiri. Wacha nifikishe hapo.
Thank you, Julia. I want us to go to the next topic because it is very important, because I think it has started in Mulima, and I hope in other places it will start. Maybe Bwana Innocent, I don't know if you people, you are aware that people have started suffering political consequences if they start, if they associate with Ruto. And there is something which actually happened, it is either yesterday night or the day before yesterday. JCM, the church of Kiengei, that guy who calls that fake pastor. Maybe somebody might say, why are you judging him? That fake pastor who hosted Ruto today, he cannot be my pastor for the reasons which are known by me. I have caliber of pastors who personally I claim they can pastor me. I don't think Mzee Kiengei is one of the people who can be pastors to me. Away from that, there is a guy who heads his church in the US, Seattle. I didn't know, like, actually this guy migrated to the US, anaitwa Washira. Ni muibanje, anaibanga sana. I knew him as a Kikuyu singer. I even recall at one time in 2016, actually, he came to perform in our church. But actually, when he handed the news that I'm just giving a preface, but in the video yake, so that Bwana Kip, you can understand the whole ordeal. And we will. I even want us to go to the details of what that JCM pastor has been pretending that kusaidia watu sana. And there were some rumors which were like being said ni kama hiyo pesa amekuwa akijifanya, sisemi philanthropy ni mbaya. He was pretending he is doing philanthropy, and as he was doing philanthropy, he was actually receiving goodies from the government. So alikuwa in a way of wanting to still show Kikuyu people ama watu wa Mulima that Ruto cares for them. But there is something interesting which actually happened, that huyu Washira actually announced today that he has quit that altar. So I hope he is serious, and they will not try to convince him again. But these are some of the people who I think they are okay, because frankly speaking, Mr. Ruto has done a lot of defilement of the altar. I don't want to go into the details of that. This is a man who has been sponsoring goons by proxy kwenda kupigana kanisani, and then there are those churches which he has now marked as if they are churches now which he can funnel narrative with them. So let's hear what Washira has to say in respect to actually quitting from Kiengei Church. Niyo kanisa very famous hapo nini. They are some of the fake churches we have in Kenya.
Washira na niye ndugataga thĩinĩ wa kanitha wa JCM Church hapa USA. Nĩ nĩngwenda kũmĩrĩria mũndũ, nĩndeka video ĩno nĩgetha tu onyũmĩrĩrie mũndũ ũngĩkorwo wĩ hau na nĩ ũrarigwo kana no gũkagĩra. Ĩno video ĩtuĩke example yaku ya gwĩtĩkia Ngai. Nĩndarĩ na ngari yetagwo G2 na ngari onda megũrĩte maroni different banks na mbeca ciakwa thĩinĩ wa ngari ĩyo ciarĩ o ngiri 30 na ndamĩgũrĩte ngiri 450. Rĩu nĩ ũkĩmenya ndakombete mbeca cigana agĩkwa ciakwa hau ciarĩ 30 na ngari ĩyo nĩ yacokire ĩkĩhĩa injini igĩtahwo na igĩthiĩ ũguo. Ndiakua ngoro ngĩgũra ngari ĩngĩ yetagwo KBT Probox ndendagia CD nayo yandĩkĩtwo na haha thutha yandĩkĩtwo mũigithio wakwa. Ndendagia CD nayo na ngorũria CD Nairobi kũndũ guothe kaunti ciothe na ngari ĩyo ĩgĩtuĩka ya gwĩka atĩrĩrĩ ya gũtahwo ĩgĩtahwo na yatahĩirwo kũndũ kũngĩtwo Mwea o ndĩronayo ĩgĩthiĩ ũguo. Na nĩ ngwenda kwaria ũhoro wa ngari ĩngĩ ndacokire kũgũra na thĩinĩ wa sacco ĩngĩ na ngari ĩyo yarĩ fielder fielder ũguo yarĩ rangi wa maruni na ndirikanaga mũno hĩndĩ ĩyo ngari ĩyo yatahirwo ĩ barabara o ithiĩte igĩthiĩ ũguo. Ndageria kũmathaitha ndageria nginya gũthiĩ o kũu matahĩire nginya ngamonagia wĩ nĩ ndĩhĩte na ndarĩ ndĩhĩte ngari ĩyo kwĩhinyanĩrĩria ũkora mũndũ ehinyanagĩrĩria tu. Ndarĩ ndĩhĩte ngari ĩyo ngamĩrĩha ngatigia ngiri 400 na ndagũthaitha ndarĩ na rũni rwa ngiri 900 koguo ndarĩhĩte ta 500 tamaka mbeca ciakwa igĩthiĩ ũguo ikĩnyuo maĩ na ĩgĩtahwo na ĩgĩthira ĩgĩthiĩ ũguo. No nĩ ndarĩrire mũno ngĩrigwo atĩrĩrĩ kakũthiaga atĩa gwitũ gũtirĩ kwaga mũndũ wĩna ngari. No nĩ ndĩhinyanagĩrĩria mũno ngiuma gwitũ ngĩtiga mbura ciakwa ciothe arata othe na ngĩthiĩ ngiumagara gwetha. No kĩrĩa ndagũra gĩgatahwo o kĩrĩa ndagũraga gĩgatahwo. Nĩ ndacokire ngĩgũra van card ĩngĩ ndendagia nayo mũcere ndendagia hĩndĩ ya COVID na ngari ĩyo ngĩremererwo nĩ kũrĩha na ngĩcoka o ngĩmĩendia ĩyo tũrutagwo ndatahirwo nĩ kũmĩendia na ndamĩendirie nĩgetha ndĩhe rũni rwayo tondũ itiarĩhĩkaga na mbeca nyingĩ mũno. Koguo ngĩthiĩ America ndatigire ndamĩendia na ĩgĩthira ũguo. No hau tiho mũico ndĩrenda kũmĩrĩria mũndũ ndĩmwĩre atĩrĩrĩ atĩ mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ ũngĩrora service yakwa ina remote igĩrĩ. Ũguo nĩ kuuga atĩrĩrĩ ku access ngari ĩho ya Toyota Prius no hote ku access ngari yakwa personal no nĩ gũthiaga nayo kanitha na maũndũ marĩa mangĩ mothe. Ĩno ngari ĩno ĩtagwo Toyota Highlander no hote kũmĩ access na ngamĩcingũra ũguo tondũ Ngai nĩ muoyo. Koguo rĩ nĩ ngwenda kũmĩrĩria atĩrĩrĩ mũndũ ũrĩa wanyonire ngĩtahwo nĩ tondũ wa ngari ciakwa icio eciragia nĩ ndathira eciragia nĩ ndakua eciragia ndigacoka gũtonga rĩngĩ eciragia ndigacoka gũthiĩ na mbere rĩngĩ. Niĩ ndĩrenda gwĩka video ĩno o nyũmĩrĩrie mũndũ ti ũndũ wa gwĩtua kana kĩ no ndĩrenda kũmĩrĩria mũndũ atĩ ngwĩre thĩna nĩ umagwo. This is my personal car ĩyo na ĩno nayo nĩyo hũraga nayo kĩrĩhiũ gũkũ kũguthũka tũmawĩra na gwĩka tũmawĩra twakwa twa shopping na nĩ hotete kũgũrĩra mũtumia wakwa ngari onake nayo na kila kitu. Rĩu rĩ reke ndĩmwĩre thĩna nĩ umagwo. Ngĩũmĩrĩria mũndũ ndĩmwĩre thĩna nĩ umagwo. Ĩrute nani gwĩtĩkia Ngai na kũmũtungata tondũ niĩ ndatiganĩria Ngai ndirĩ ndatiganĩria Ngai ndahingagĩrwo nyũmba rĩu ndĩngĩhingĩrwo ndekaga maũndũ marĩa mangĩ mothe ngathĩnĩka ngakomba rĩu ndĩngĩkomba. Video ĩno reke ĩkũrute gwĩtĩkĩra Ngai na kũmwĩtigĩra na kũmwĩtĩkia ndamĩka tu o nĩgetha ngathĩrĩrie Ngai. Koguo andũ arĩa maugaga atĩ gũtungatĩra Ngai nĩ fake kana gũtungatĩra Ngai nĩ scam kana makanitha nĩ scam kana maũndũ marĩa mongĩ andũ arĩa magathimĩtwo nĩ Ngai nĩ scam ti scam. Niĩ nĩ ndĩoneire na metho
That one he did not explain the reason, but he is a pastor of JCM ya Marekani. He is trying to give his journey of how he has gone. But from the news which we are getting is that he has resigned from that church. We were predicting that ni sababu Ruto ameamua kuinvest kwa hiyo kanisa.
Hiyo lazima waliingia. Timu kubwa ni Sifuna.
Murage tu gatariki ni kina nitukirete.
Pata nafasi ya kwenda.
Tuko mbali na kanisa ni sisi.
Kanisa hata Ruto hapo huko ndani. Haina huko barabara na ndio tigo kete barabara. Ndio tu wake kanisa. Ande gora alikuwa tirele, mmoja tu mtu wanako.
Ndio mchunge wa 1,000.
Hao wanajua I'm a life member of ODM party. Na ile shida ninakula ni kwa sababu Raila alituacha kwa mikono yako. Na hiyo ndio vita ambao tumekuwa nayo na Mheshimiwa Ishongwa na Mheshimiwa Kawanjiku, lakini tulisameheana. Sababu mimi nimemwambia baba ametuacha broad base, sasa mimi nisisumbulie. Na nikaambia washirika wangu, niliwaambia si kuambia. Mimi niliwaambia kila mtu ako kwenye yako, lakini mimi baba aliniacha wapi? Hata juzi nilikuwa nimeenda nyumbani kutembea kule Kango. Kwa sababu tuliachwa hapa. Na kuna watu dunia hii Mheshimiwa Rais, hata sisi tulijaribu tukiwa na huyu Sabina. Tulipandisha baba mlima. Lakini he did not answer to the call. I don't know if he did not answer or it is the call that never accepted him. Tukafika Batian. Tulipopanda Mount Kenya ikafika Batian, Sabina akanyoroka. Akakuja kama tumepitwa na sisi, tarehe ya kutangazwa uchaguzi. Sisi tu tukatulia na nikaandika kwa Facebook yangu, nikaweka picha yako, nikakutia moyo uendelee. Alafu hapo chini nikaambiwa nyamaza. Si kameme ulikuwa unampiga sana huko na nikasema rais, ni kwa sababu ya hapo tulikuwa, lakini tulisameheana. Mheshimiwa Kawanjiko tulisameheana, Mheshimiwa Ishongwa hata nilikuwa kwake juzi na nikapewa mama chakula, tulisameheana na sasa mimi nimeokoka katika jina la Yesu Kristo.
Yeah, I think hapo Mzee Kiengei was confirming that now he is part of Ruto. So now I want you listen to this one. Ayaga discussion inarudi. Ni vile tunataka kwanza kutoa videos to be nine. Hata naona Kiptuma amekuja. Our next topic is I want us to discuss how people are getting affected, especially wale watu wanaanzia kuassociate na Ruto. Because like as I'm hearing now, nasikia hii kanisa ya JCM it's like people are quitting. People are trying to quit it. But yeah, there are things which are happening and I don't know why this pastor tried this explosive experiment. Unajua saa zingine kuna watu, I think there are people who are idiots by nature.
Kila mwaka nikianza leo nitakutumia 300,000 ulipie hawa vijana. Ulipie nikushikilie basari ya hawa vijana. Kila mwaka nitakutumia 300,000 hawa vijana wasome. Sawa. Hiyo ni ya kwanza. Ya pili, Ya pili, Bishop, nimeona kazi ambayo unaofanya kupitia kuinua watu ambao wanatafuta njia ya kufanya biashara. Ile nyota ambayo nilianzisha imefikia vijana wa Kenya 120,000 na niko na awamu ya pili na niko na awamu ya tatu, na kwa sababu hata na wewe naona unafanya nyota yako hapa kanisani, naona unafanya nyota yako hapa kanisani, basi mimi nitakuongeza 500,000 ya kuendesha hii nyota yako ya kanisani. Ndio. Hii ya kanisani iendelee. Si ndio? Na mimi nimesikia hii kanisa ni kanisa ya watu wote. Ati kanisa ya watu wote. Ati kanisa ya watu wote. Kutoka jamii zote. Asanteni sana. Hiyo ni yangu ya pili. Si ndio? Ya mwisho. Pia askofu ameniambia ya kwamba mko na mtaratara ya kununua hii sehemu yenu ya kujenga kanisa. Ndio? Ndio? Sasa ama mko na hiyo mtaratara? Inaendelea. So basi Bishop, utanitafutia account yako ya kanisa, alafu nitafanya ile kitu, si ndio? So Bishop, you will give me the account of the church. I will see how to help this church. Unajua mimi si ndio? Ama mnataka nifanye namna gani? Endelee namna hiyo? Endelee namna hiyo? Bas, so mimi nataka nikueleze Bishop, nitakuita this week. Hii wiki hii. Kabla ya Ijumaa utanitembelea. Nitakuja nikuandikie check mzuri ya kuendelea na hii kazi ya hapa.
Yeah, so let me begin with
wait. Kuna moja, one more important one.
Ya Ruto hii amejishika kichwa.
Nyingine. The last one.
But kwani tutadiscuss videos which some of them are fake.
Yeah, that one I'll have to be told what is there. Anyway, but I can see Kiptume is here and Mwanyakairo is here. So our next topic, which we are talking about, is I'm very proud of what is happening in Mlima Kenya now, because I'm now hearing there is I don't know to what level of mass boycott from Mlima Kenya, wale watu wanasusia hii kanisa ya JCM. I don't know how many members they are going to lose, but suddenly they are going to lose members. I'm hearing, and it's tough. Some people are even having some press conferences wakikashifu sana hiyo kitendo imetendeka leo, because this is plundering of resources, and there's no way in which Ruto can pretend to people at he is just dishing. This is bribery, so he thinks he can hoodwink these church goers so that they can vote for him again. Lakini nitamwambia ngo. Anyway, Kiptume endelea.
Hey, Jiro. Nilikuwa nataka niombe tu msamaha. I need to leave. I will be driving in a few minutes, so I will join again in about an hour. But Yeah, I was just enjoying the show. I will join you in about an hour. Thank you.
Haya ni sawa. Mama Nyakairo, go ahead.
Thank you Njiro. Nasalimia ndugu zangu wote, nawaona mko shupavu. Naendelea kuona maajabu ya ulimwengu ikifanyika kwa nchi yetu, na hata kukosa nidhamu, hakuna heshima hata kidogo. Na nikisema heshima, nasema watu hawana heshima na neno la Mungu. Nikimaanisha makanisa imekuwa ni pahali ya biashara, ni pahali ya kuonyeshana nguvu, ni pahali ya kuonyeshana, yani unashindwa na kuongea maneno kwa platform ambayo inafaa. Unakuwa sasa wewe unatarajia pahali watu huwa wanakusanyika kwa maana ya kitu fulani, wewe unaona ni vizuri ulete ile mambo umefikiria kwa wiki mzima, nitafanya aje ndio niweze kutambulika. Why am I saying this? We have lived in this country knowing that the church we go on Sunday is to pray, kuomba Mungu, alafu tuko na watoto wetu, tuko na wazazi wetu, tuko na ndugu zetu. Kwa hiyo kanisa tunamaliza, watu wanaenda makwao. But come to think, in our country tunaongoja ati kusikia hotuba kwa kanisa. Hotuba, mipangilio ya vile watu wanataka kuonyeshana nguvu zao, ndizo zinapelekwa kanisani. And I just ask myself, there are so many platforms that these people can deal with such things. Mnashindwa kwa nini? Why don't you use those platforms to tell people what you think and what you plan? Why do you take chance in a church kuambia watu vile mnatarajia? But I'm saying this with due respect to everybody. Mambo ilianza kuambiliwa kweli kabisa ati siasa ziwe separated na mambo ya Mungu. Sisi wananchi tumefanya mambo mingi sana ambayo ni ya kutudhuru na kwa upande wa neno la Mungu. While we are pretending that we are seeking help or refuge to our God, bado tunateremuka chini tukiharibu. I'm not siegemei pandi yoyote. Mimi nasema mambo straight ya kusema siku ya Mungu iheshimiwe. Tumpe Mungu heshima yake. Siku ya politics, wacha tufanye politics during the day, the time of politics or outside church. Mimi kama binadamu vile niko, natarajia kwenda kanisa, nisikie nimesomewa kitabu fulani, mtu ame-explain vizuri, nimeelewa hicho kitabu kina mean nini, ama hiyo verse ina mean nini, na ninatoka huko nimebeba hiyo. Niache kubeba mizigo mingine ambayo nilikuwa natarajia nikienda kanisa itanitoka, ile imenipea stress the whole week, itanitoka ndio niweze kuendelesha hizo siku zingine zinakuja. But our country is very noisy right now, very noisy. And this noise is created for what? Do you know everybody now is confused? We don't know what we are doing. We don't know what we are saying. simply because we have not separated this to this, from this to this, so that we can know where lineup we are heading to. Nchi yetu imekuwa ni makelele, makelele, makelele. In fact, imagine there are people who are suffering right now. They cannot know ni wapi watakimbia, ni nani wataongelesha, ni wapi usaidizi utatoka. Because people have become so busy with these chaotic things ambazo si za manufaa. Kila kitu kinatakiwa kuwa na mpangilio. Wacha ikiwa ni wakati wa kanisa, watu wahudhurie kanisa, wasikize mambo ya Mungu, ndio wawe wameridhika na wamebarikiwa. Sasa tuanze wiki ingine mpya. Wacha sasa tusikie hizo makelele kwa sababu it's too much. What I'm saying, this country of ours have become so rough, so noisy. Sasa hakuna mtu anaelewa mwingine. Hatuelewi ni nani anatuongoza, ni nani hatatuongoza. Kila kitu sasa imekuwa mchanganyiko maalum. Mambo ambayo ni very dangerous for the country because we don't know where we are heading to. We might come here to the forum, start discussing, talking about what we will do or what will happen. But we are not getting the answer. Kwa sababu msukasuko umekuwa too much. And the more we are going, the more we are getting it. Ni kwa sababu gani? Shida ya Kenya yetu sahi ni muongozo mbaya. Na hiyo ndio imeleta kelele hii yote kwa nchi yetu. And what am I saying? Remember the time when Uhuru and Ruto were elected. The last term. Huyu kiongozi ambaye tuko naye sasa hakusimama. Alianza campaign immediately. Akafanya campaign for 5 years. Alichaguliwa. Bado hakuamini amechaguliwa. Alianza campaign immediately alipochukua ile kisu. Campaign ikaanza. When are we going to rest? When are we going to have peace? When are people going to concentrate on their daily activities to support themselves? When are we going to have a calm country? There are so many countries which have done election and you cannot hear any noise after one day. Imeisha. Watu wamerudi makondeni mwao, wanaendelea na maisha yao kama kawaida. Na mtu amechaguliwa. We don't care nani amechaguliwa because we are busy, we are peaceful, and we have all what it takes for us to live. But our country imekuwa ni kama chungu ambayo inachemka, maji ambayo inachemka pale kwa moto. We have nothing that we have acquired except the noise that has been going on in our country. I'm talking this as a lay woman, as a very serious, patriotic, mtu ambaye anapenda nchi yake kabisa, mtu ambaye anapenda wa Kenya kila upande. Every tribe, I love them. Those are my people. But my problem is, we have no peace. Hakuna mtu anaenjoy maisha. Hata mtoto akizaliwa anasikia tu makelele. Anashindwa huku ni wapi nimekuja. Imagine watu ni wagonjwa wako hospitali. They hear people are being chased na bastola, bunduki, risasi ndizo hizo. Watu wanapiga nduru. When are we going to be calm? When are we going to rest? When are we going to have peace in our own homes, in our own country? So my people, this is my question. When are these noise going to go down? Tujue tulichaguana, kazi inaendelea. Sasa ikifika wakati wa kuchaguana, ifike hiyo wakati. Tupige kelele kwa huo mwezi moja, miezi mbili. Iishe, turudi makondeni. Tuendelee na kazi zetu. But this kind of noise every day. Mchunguano, matusi, mambo ambayo hata si ya mwelekeo. In fact, we are hata hakuna respect in our country. Hakuna mkubwa ama mdogo. Kwa sababu hata hao wakubwa ndio wameonyeshana very bad model of how to live in our country. They are insultive. They have no manners. They don't respect themselves. The only thing they feel, they have money to bribe people who are poor, who are looking for something to eat. You take that advantage and you still call yourself a leader. Of which kind? Mtu ambaye hana nidhamu, mtu ambaye anatumia watu kwa sababu hawajiwezi. Are you really a leader? Are you really strong if you are using the weak people? We cannot live in a country like that. This is horrible and these people should stop. In fact, let them be behind us. Waone vile sisi tutafanya. We are calm, but we are being made to shout and make this noise. Why? Because we are not getting peace. We don't have anywhere that we can call our country. Na hiyo ndio shida yangu. Niko na watoto, nataka waishi maisha mazuri. Nataka watoto wawe na nidhamu. Watakuwa na nidhamu na aina gani? Wakiwa wazee wale wanatuongoza ndio wako na tabia mbaya. This noise should stop. Let's have calmness in our country. Let's have respect. Campaign itaisha na nchi itabaki. Mtaangaliana aje? Mkikoseana adabu vile watu wanafanyana sahi. Mtaangaliana aje? Tutawaona ninyi kama nini? Watu ambao hawana heshima hata kidogo. Matusi ndio hiyo. Watu ambao hawaongei mambo inaridhisha roho za watu ndio watu waweze kuishi nchi yao. The only thing they have ni kutumia pesa ndio muumize watu, kutumia pesa watu wauane kwa niaba yenu. Nyinyi ni nani? Wewe umeumbwa ufanye wengine wauane, si wewe ndio muuaji? So for me, I'm very saddened, very devastated of how this country of ours will stand, because I want to be in my country. I want to live in my country. I want to have peace in my country. I want my people to have peace. Kwa sababu my neighbor akiwa na peace, atanipea kitu. Na mimi nikiwa na peace, nitampea kitu. Tutasaidiana na tutaishi maisha mzuri. So for me, I'm just frustrated, feeling so worn out na hii mambo ambayo inaendelea kwa nchi yetu. Naomba Mungu awasaidie. Thank you very much kwa kunisikiza. Thank you.
Sawa, okay, that one is a bit emotional. Yeah, serious one. Yeah, Kipril and Innocent, can you react?
On the same hiyo ya church ama
You can respond to Mama Mary and you can also respond, react kwa hiyo story ya church pia.
okay, nilikuwa nimetoka nje kidogo, so sikusikia yote ya hiyo but ya church. What I can say is that I think people don't learn because Ruto is using the same script he used, using the church and making sure that he got us some wafuasi kidogo, especially kutoka kwa church. Unajua watu wa church wakiamini mtu anaamini, and that time we realize that sio kutumia pesa kuvuta watu, especially watu wa church. And watu wa church wanasemanga ati wanafuatanga mlio wa Holy Spirit. They follow the Holy Spirit, what God says. So I don't know whether the pastor is lying to his congregation, because I wonder why you come to church and you start preaching kufurahisha president instead of telling him the truth. I believe being a Christian, I'm a pastor, means that you take care of your sheep. Lazima uchunge kondoo zako sisiende. And from what you said, I saw one of the clip yenye ulikuwa unasema, whereby one of the lady alikuwa anasema mamaka anaenda kwa hiyo church na as mama yake kama anaenda kupatia hiyo pesa ama because huyo anakuja na anaenda kutoa hizo vitu whatever is going to do, and na alikuwa mama yake anafanya by the way hapo nitwaje Githurai roundabout, na alifukuzwa hizo mavitu, na akasema kama anaenda hiyo church na atatoa msaada atikusaidia hiyo church, na yeye ndiye amewafukuza, amewatoa kutoka Githurai, akasema ati mama yake asimpigie simu. So those are the effects zenye unasema zinaendelea ku deal with the families, especially the families which have been affected. Na by Kasongo going to that church, you can see how people have alienated their family. So that lady was saying that asiwahi mpigia hata kumwomba hata ndururu, akitaka pesa kuanzia leo aende State House apatiwe na Ruto. And imagine that is your mom. So hiyo ndio hasira yenye watu wamefika saa hizi. How far people have been affected by Kasongo. On the same note, Kasongo still naona ni kama hajalani, but today at least he tried. Usikue ukienda kwa kanisa unasema I'm giving you this amount of money. Zingine niliona alijaribu maybe anataka kupatiana 20 million ama nini, na akaona ataharibia church, but alisema 2 million, 5 million. But ukiendanga church, you're not supposed to mention the amount you are giving. You're not supposed to pronounce, to advertise what you give in church. Wanasemanga what the right hand gives, the left should not know. So yeye akiendanga kanisa lazima announce, aseme na kupatia hii na kupatia hii. That is not a right way of doing things, especially in church. And you could see wakina Sabina, wakina Ichungwa wenye walikuwa nasaidia baba na Ichungwa walikuwa wamekosana na huyo mchungaji, na sasa wameshikana. So hapa tunaona nini? Njiro, what I've learned is that wengine tukiendelea kutoroka kutoka kwa Ruto, kuna wengine wanaendelea kwenda huko, kuna wengine wanaendelea kwenda huko. I don't know kama that's why Kairo alikuwa ana feel emotional about it, that there are still people who cannot learn and they'll continue being pulled to the side of Kasongo, na anaendelea kudisturb watu. So watu to learn bana, let's learn. And hapo nje pia niliona watu wakisema Sifuna. So hata kama walikuwa wanaendelea, kuna wengine huko nje walikuwa nasema Sifuna means yani sisi ndio wananchi and will not be pulled. So those guys from Githurai walienda huko kwa hiyo church na wakasema walikuwa wanaenda kuuliza why did Kasongo do that. I don't know Njiru, kama huyu pasta kuna biashara anafanya, but nilisikia watu wengine wakisema ati sijui hata kula ugali sijui ni wa Kavagara ama ni nini, sijui kama ni yake ama ni ya nani Kavagara. Kuna clip niliona, sijui ni biashara gani anafanya ama ni ya unga gani. Does he own a manufacturing flour industry ama factory? I don't know. Thank you.
I think he has a deal with them. It might be his, but he has a deal with them. I think kuna kitu anaitanga ikombele ya ngai ama granary ya Mungu, to cut the long story short. Yani he pretends, I borrow Stone PK's word, he pretends that anapenda watu, anawasaidia, sijui watu wako like those touches of trying to show that he is helping.
Benevolence.
Yeah, but it has been a pretext ya kutaka kujaza kanisa. Sijui kama Innocent unanielewa?
Okay, yeah.
He didn't
kufumba macho.
Hiyo benevolence yake alikuwa anaileta. His target was so that people say, hey, kuna pasta ako I'm just hey, kuna pasta ako pahali manze. Hey, huyo pasta anasaidia wase. I think twende hiyo church. Sijui kama unanielewa?
Okay.
So the benevolence acts They were not genuine acts to help. They were genuine acts to upsurge the poor population, which cannot use their emotional intelligence properly. People who can easily be lied to, gullible, some of the people who believe in fake lies, because what would be like when innocent, everybody could read the swali. Until now, Kanyari anajaza kanisa aje? Up to now, like if I ask you a question, like and it goes to the story of how we absorb information, how we react to issues, how we believe issues. Like for example, nimetaja tu moja, there are so many, Kanyari or Wall, you know, all those fake pastors, Kanyari or Wall, you know, I can mention them. This JCM one, Manyulu, you know, those the fake pastors who are in Kenya. And I know, like at times we try to pretend and saying that at how watu ni kuhubiri wanahubiri. You know, without going to their belief system, a belief system should be natural. You should not be like there is some funny doctrine you are introducing to make people not to think. So ile kitu najaribu kukuuliza by now, Kanyari, who is a forerunner of a woman, the mother who in the 90s and the 2000s was lying about curing people from HIV, Duta. So Kanyari is a forerunner of Duta, yet hiyo kanisa bado imejaa. What would you call that?
Sijui kama tutasema ni ujinga ama tutasema ni kurogwa. I believe kuna vitu zingine mtu unashindwa ni nini inaendelea, ama ni ile wanasema majini inaendelea kuvuta watu huko. So at least we should know. And the same thing you are asking, unajua, na sisi ndio tunajiuliza hapa, nini ndio inapulu watu kwenda kwa Ruto? The same question umeuliza ni nini? Yani wengine tunaona tunataka kutoroka, tunasema kama there was a way tungefanya election tomorrow, but kuna wengine wanasema tuendelee. I believe kuna watu wengine wanapenda kama ni pesa ndio inafanya maybe wafanye what they are doing, and that's why you find some of these churches unapata mtu anakuambia ati nataka kukuombea ubarikiwe na nyumba, nataka kukuombea ubarikiwe na gari, lakini huyo pasa yeye ikifika gari yake ama nyumba yake anaambia wanaitwaje, the flock, he tells the flock wachange pesa wanunuliwe gari mzuri, lakini yeye anataka kukuombea wewe upate gari. That's how I can answer it.
Yeah, ile kitu inapeleka watu kwa Ruto. You know, unajua nani hawezi kuja aseme nimekula pesa? Oburu Odinga. So Oburu Odinga lazima akuwe amelipwa, lakini akuwe anasema tunataka power. So he is behaving like ni power wanaendea huko, lakini ni do amekula. There is something I wanted us to discuss here because it is coming out as a serious propaganda, and I want us to elevate this discussion a little bit because it is coming as a propaganda, and ni kitu inatumika kwa Wakikuyu.
Boss, give me time I speak. Maybe my time is also short here. I'm not here up to morning.
Wacha tu niulize swali alafu tu I actually wanted to bring you. Niruhusu tu I also add this one because it is important. There is one thing ile ambayo umesema Ruto will lose the next election. You said it. Hold that one a little bit. Then there is also another school of thought. Na hii kitu inasemwa Mlimani, by the way. I have heard it na nimeona mtu mwingine ameandika comment hapa. Kikuyus are being told this way at their shortest path to power again is allowing Ruto to have 5 years. It's a thought which is being brought. And there are some people who are trying to, and I don't know why, like they are letting the people from Murima to just have that belief is a must. They need to have power. So, and that's a discussion I wanted us to have. So, and they are saying, and there are some guys, I think it's a Ruto propaganda. They're saying, if you people you start now interacting with the people from Western, with the people from Kisii, with the people from those people will annex you out of power for the next 20 years. So the discussion which is being said outside there, which is a discussion which a serious person is not supposed to listen to, because ni discussion Ruto anajaribu kuleta because he now want to rewin watu wa Mlima back. Now watu wa Mlima wanaambiwa it is easier to get back to power if you allow Ruto to finish the 5 years. So do you want to start that process wholesome, or do you want to already continue with this platform which you have already started? So can we discuss about that, and to what extent can that lie actually be used by Ruto to try and convince some power-hungry people who might be saying that tunataka watu wa Mlima warudi kwa power tena? Because it is like the same thing which has been told to the Luo people through Ojinga. Ojinga ashaambiwa power. Sasa watu wa Mlima wanaambiwa na Ruto power after 5 years. Can you react to that? Ayaga, you can begin.
Okay. Thank you very much. You know, you have kept me for a very long time. I wanted to answer Julia. You know, is my sister. I've also missed her so much. For after very many days, we have not engaged one-on-one. And I want to tell her this. I hope she's watching, that political parties are made to form governments, even in the US, even Democrats and Republicans. I think it is only Kip and her party leader who have formed a party to fight for human rights alone. So ODM was to create and form government. And when you are forming a government, you are talking about positions. So Raila was right on his mind when he was forming that party. Again, I want to say this thing. You know, there is this discussion that people are bashing Ruto, people who are not Ruto. When you near any election, it is only a person with a mind that reasons like a mind of an ant, who doesn't know that we must have political realignment. What we used to call in English Premier League buying and selling, transfers or transfer window period, where you love soccer as Arsenal game, tomorrow is playing for Man U. Somebody also leave Man United, goes to Arsenal, goes to Chelsea. So the things that are happening right now, we are heading to election. So we will have those political realignments or the transfer window. So it is expected. It is not you are being deserted or you are being left alone. Again, a question I want to briefly discuss is, why are people going to Ruto? My friend, vacuum, nature has no vacuum. The same way people trooped Ruto when we knew Ruto is a bad man in 2022, as early as 2022. It's the same way those people are now seeing his goodness. You know, for us, we are not taught the politics of emotional manipulation or demonization. We are taught that in politics, you only need not to have permanent friendship and permanent enemy. So if you want to talk about Oburu Odinga with his choice of style of politics, leave him alone. When you are with Ruto, he never cares about you. He tried to advise you, you stick with Ruto, you created Ruto, so let them weed Ruto, because you know if you plant a tree, it must be weed and withered and watered very well. This country belongs to all of us. And to my mom, Nyakairo, I think you are not in Kenya. I think the last time we spoke, I engaged with you one-on-one. You are in Uganda or somewhere, if I can recall. I want to tell you that I'm speaking from the capital city of this republic called Kenya, Kenya is very peaceful. You don't talk to us as if you are crying, as if we are in a state of war. We are not in a state of war. Kenya is very peaceful. Very peaceful. Very, very peaceful nation. We are not in state of war. We are just doing our normal political gimmicks, which is normal in this country. When we are nearing every political, in fact, sometimes at least this time we took some time to get relaxed. You know, in Kenya we elect you even MCAs. Don't even talk about president. Even MCA, we elect you today. You go to county assembly tomorrow. You take oath the following day. We are campaigning you. We want promises. If you don't deliver, your opponents start campaign from the word go. So it is our style of politics. It is not a war. We don't have bombs that are killing our people here. So that, you know, if somebody was hearing you for the very first time and is not from Kenya, is even from Madagascar, he may have an impression that Kenya people are dying. There is a war in that country. Until another lady is almost crying on an international platform.
Ayaga, let me answer you, my dear friend.
I listen to you, ma'am.
Let me tell you something. It doesn't matter which distance I am. It doesn't matter whether I'm in the moon or I'm in the sun. If I get to hear somebody has been killed, not two, one, that is unpeaceful country. I'm telling you. If I see people are going for peaceful maandamano, peaceful meeting, peaceful rally, wanatupiwa tear gas, bunduki ndizo hizo, risasi zinaokotwa, that is not a peaceful country. If I see people in church, wanatupiwa tear gas, mabunduki ndio hao, sharpshooters are hiding somewhere to shoot people, and even people end up being in the hospital because of that incident. That is not a peaceful country. Kwa hivyo usiniambie ati mimi, my emotions can be higher than the way it is, simply because one soul lost carelessly kwa sababu ya mkutano ambao sio vita ilikuwa. Na kukiwa na vita, what will happen? Ayaga, don't try to put me down. My emotions are enough to show that that country is not peaceful. It is not peaceful. We have got so many people are suffering in the hospitals. There is no medication. There is nothing. Don't expect that people should be shot. There are other people suffering in different angles. Very painful suffering. Kwa hivyo usiniambie ati mimi nisiongee vile nimeongea. Nimeongea kwa hidhani ya watu ninajua. Siongei kwa sababu yangu. Naongea kwa sababu ya watu ninajua. Kwa hivyo Ayaga, please just don't put my emotions down. My emotions are very high. Mtu mmoja tu kukufa kwa sababu ya mkutano, mtu ambaye hata hakuwa anajua ni nini inaendelea. It is enough for that country to be declared not peaceful. Kwa nini mtu akufe? Na hakupigwa na neighbors, amepigwa na risasi ya serikali. Don't tell me that.
Mama Mary, Ayaga does not understand that peace is not absence of war. There are so many things which are happening in Kenya which are in the wrong. I didn't understand. I didn't know that Ayaga has the heart of steel in very emotional things. Unajua Ayaga, wewe unacheka kwa mazishi. That's what I can tell you. Unajua Ayaga, you are laughing in a burial. That's the only way in which I can treat what you are doing here. You are just laughing in a burial. Yani mwili umefunguliwa pale kwa jeneza, watu wanaambiwa wapite na wewe unapita hapo uko unacheka. That's what you are doing. Sijui kama Mama Nyakairo unanielewa?
I do.
Yes,
hakuna mtu anatakiwa kucelebrate mambo kama hiyo, kusema Ayaga hujapoteza mtu wenu labda. That is why you can talk like that. But the person who has not buried the body, huyo mtoto aliyeuawa Kitengela hajazikwa na bado unaongea hivyo unaongea. It's just because of your imagination that I'm not in Kenya. But I'm in Kenya. If not me, my spirit is in Kenya and I can understand all what is going on there. So don't tell me that I cannot be emotional. Hakuna mtu anatakiwa kupoteza maisha yake kiholela. Mambo ambayo si ati alikuwa amepanga naenda kuuawa. Hata kama amefanya makosa, there is prison. Arrest the person, take him to court, take him to prison, ambapo atakuwa anavizitiwa na watu wao. Lakini si kuua tumweke ndani ya kaburi. That is not justice. Na kwa hivyo usiniambie hata kidogo, usijaribu tafadhali.
And by the way, Mama Mary, it's a psychological problem. I don't want to nataka kupea Yaga time, but it's a psychological problem which actually doctors can diagnose. Kuna it was a psychological problem even with Hitler. Even as Hitler is hearing millions and millions of people are dying, imagine he was smiling. Anyway, it's a psychological problem. Kuna watu ambao roho zao zinakuanga hivyo, like in my Kiambu funks, ni wale watu unasikianga ati wale watu wanasikianga, mimi sishtukangi, ni wale watu unasikianga ati that's what they say, mimi sishtukangi, sijui hata nini kitendeke, mimi I don't care. Ayaga, psychologically that's a very bad. Mimi najaribu kukusaidia beyond politics. Let's not even talk about I know maybe you feel like there are some people from Murima or from some other angles who might have hurt you, and simply because Raila Odinga did not become the president in his lifetime, na sio sisi tulisababisha, ni wauni wengine wako hapo who prevented a very good man from becoming a leader. Now you have now converted that one into a very hurtful face. Now unasema sasa hawa watu ambao walitufanyia hivi sasa nitawaonesha sasa. So you are in a way, you are now in a way hurting people. Ayaga, you cannot do this. You cannot do this. You know, people in Kenya are suffering. People have no food. People have no food. Kids, just the other day, personally, I have been involved. We have been doing a lot of work here trying to take watoto shule. Wale watoto Ruto aliambia waende shule bila chochote watapokewa. We have been doing those things here. Maybe we need to engage you in it, and that's why Ayaga, you need to get involved in these things. Uende uingie kwa kamiti ya watu wanatafuta pesa ya mgonjwa sababu SHA haijalipa. Uende uingie kwa hiyo kamiti and you are somewhere you are looking for 500k na hiyo pesa haujui inatoka wapi, so that you can understand these issues. Uende uingie kwa komiti watu wanatafuta pesa ya kuelimisha watoto. By the way, we are looking for money. Tutumie 5,000. Msimamo is looking for money. Tunatafuta pesa ya kupeleka watoto shule. We are having kids. Msimamo, where are you? Ayaga is here. Ayaga tuchangie 5,000. Simply because Ruto is working so well, according to you, there are no problem. We have kids who are not in school. Tuchangie basi hata tupeleke watoto shule sasa. No, because you have said Kenya is so good and things are working so well for you. In fact, wacha niweke namba ya msimamo hapa. Tumia msimamo pesa because things are working so well for you. Hebu niandike hiyo namba hapa ya msimamo. You cannot be coming here. In fact, any person who is saying things are working so good, wacha niweke namba. Msimamo by the way has been doing so good. Watoto wengi sana hawako shule. I know Mama Nyakairo has been following those issues here. Tunataabika kupeleka watoto shule. So namba ya msimamo, hebu chukua kalamu uandike. I have to give you anaitwa Chaka Mudune. Msimamo anaitwa Chaka Mudune. Namba yake ni 0724. I have to give you this number. We have to get serious now. We have to get serious. So Chaka Mudune, I'm looking for that number. 1 minute. Yeah, and 0724 739 940. So Bwana Ayaga, hiyo ni namba ya actually tuko na watoto tunapeleka shule. Tuwekee pesa hapo because your life is so good. Tuwekee pesa hapo. Tuwekee. Tuweke now tuweke, and then you mock us now. In fact that one is much good. Tuweke pesa hapo, alafu sasa ukuje sasa utuambie sasa hizo vitu unatuambia. Weka hapo sasa. Weka. Wewe msimamo bwana. Hebu tuangalie hiyo M-Pesa kama pesa imeingia. Where is msimamo, tuangalie pesa. So Ayaga, go ahead na kwanza tuambie hapo sasa. Their kids who are not going to school. Tell us about them.
Okay. Okay, thank you. You know, my brother, in politics, you cannot have politics and emotions. Emotion peleka bedroom nani. You know, in politics, usipige na emotions. In politics, wacha emotions. Ndugu yangu.
Siasa leo imeisha. Leo tunaongea story yao watoto hawaendi shule.
So lazima utaniacha. Yes, I'm a man of principle. Ukiniambia that's how people donate. If you want me to donate, you just come and tell me, Ayaga, we have been running another program, children. If you wish to do so, please do so and help us. You don't come here crying like somebody amekalia moto ulialia hapa. Kenya iko this, Kenya iko this, we do this, do us this. Kwenda huko. You don't do things that way. Yes. Yes, I will send that money I will send a little I have to my brother Msimamo. But that does not make you now bring emotion at you. Ayaga is not somebody who went through emotion. My friend, I'm coming from Siaya. You can't win me through emotion. Those emotions peleka mbali. Let me speak.
Ayaga, why are you contributing? Why are you contributing? First of all, why are you contributing towards Shakamdume? Why are you contributing? Are you contributing because they have it? Why are you contributing? You should keep your money because Shakamdume has enough. Why are you contributing? Wacha kutuambia habari ya emotions. Emotions can be there always. Mimi kama nimepoteza mtu lazima niwe na emotions. Kama wewe huna emotions, you are not a human being. If you have no emotions, you have no humanity in you.
Now you cannot start that way. You cannot start that way. We have to have you know, regardless of whoever hurt you, you cannot come and outpour you are hurting here, Bwana Ayaga. Yeah. History ya kukuja kutuambia hapa vitu zina work, we will not allow you. Hiyo hatutakuruhusu. Very good knowledge tu, hata sio mimi nimekutoa. We will not allow people to come and mocking us here as if things are working and we know things are not working. Yeah, enda uweke pesa alafu ukuje. Sio kukuja kutuambia ati Kenya vitu zina work. Amekasirika juu anaambiwa atoe pesa sasa. That's why he is going. Hatutaruhusu watu wanakuja hapa kutumo. Kwanza kabisa.
Njiru, this guy is from Siaya. Si amesema ko from Siaya. He should tell us what Siaya means. Ama watu wanatoka Siaya wana nini watu wengine hatuna. Ni kwani Siaya kuna nini hii Siaya yenye Oburu anatoka ama ndiye anamaanisha nini ya watu wa power? Hey, one thing mi najua tu mmemfikisha mwisho, that we should not engage him through emotions. Emotions works. Kwani watu tunatoanga pesa juu ya nini? Kuna empathy, you feel empathy, you feel kama ingekuwa mtoto wako ni nini ingefanyika. Yani whatever Nyakairo is feeling ni kama yeye I feel. By the way, I have friends. I'm sorry to say this. Please, Ayaga, if this is the way you are going to behave, to me, I am happy Raila kupata kura. Let me say that. I am happy Raila kupata kura. Kama hivi ndio mngetufanya, hivi ndio mngetuchukulia, hivi ndio kumbe those things tulikuwa tunaambiwa ni ukweli sasa. ati Raila akichukua presidency tutakuwa tunakojoa sijui wapi walikuwa nasema. Ayaga, please calm down, things are real. Raila hakupata kura, Raila alianguka, hata sisi tulikuwa na yeye, tulianguka na yeye, but if things could not work ama things didn't work, alafu tunafika mahali Raila anaanza kuruka na ingia mahali pengine, that is where the rain started beating us. Njiru, the rain started beating us wakati Raila alituacha. If he wants to know mbona tulitoka ODM, ni kwa sababu aliingia blood based. Sisi hatutaki hiyo damu. Some of us, we will not associate with things. Tuna msimamo yetu. Thank you, Kip, you can come.
I warned you.
Ayaga amejifukuza ameenda.
I warned you.
Why should you warn us?
Tutaflow vile anataka tuflow. Ametuambia hapa Kenya things are working. He has told us things are working. Tuache hii ujinga tuko naye hapa. He is telling us things are working in Kenya. At Kenya things are working. He thinks we are pretending here.
No, it's not that. What I was trying to explain earlier on is I don't mind that. There's space for such discussions, right? Debates, you know. You could do debate nights. Mimi nilikuja hapa tu kwa na inaitwaje hiyo circle. Inaitwangaje hiyo didi? Echo circle. I was energized. I will not lie to you. I came here because I saw what Matiang had done. I saw progress of Matiang. I saw what Sifuna, you know, I was riding on a high, you know, just having hope for my country. That is why I came. Now, what I want to steer the conversation is to back to what we have started with, is the Sifuna thing and the Matiang. So, Njeri, if you play that video kwanza, at least Madam Nyakairo and I can go back on track, please. Turudi tu vile tulikuwa.
They say politics in Kenya is a dirty game, but what happened in Kakamega this weekend was a full-blown abdominal crisis for the Kenya Kwanza regime. The political diarrhea that Ruto's team was afraid of finally hit Kakamega on Saturday. And no matter how his doctors tried to contain it, whether by stitching the anus, overdosing the county with legal antibiotics, or even trying to hold the outpour with a single finger, the Linda Mwananchi Brigade has ensured that the entire county is now smelling the pungent scent of rebellion.
Zima hiyo kitu kama bangi, zima hiyo kitu kama nyongi ya jana. Vijana murudi, leo hakuna mkutano inaisha.
On February 21st, Edwin Sifuna and his merry battalion of political insurgents marched into Kakamega for the third edition of a rally that has terrified two masters at once, the State House and the ODM hierarchy. Unfortunately, the latter has already branded this faction the black sheep of the family.
Chama ya ODM sio chama ya kutishwa. Vitisho baridi na makende ndogo tuwache. Sisi sio watu wa kutishwa. Tumeelewana? Chama ya ODM ni chama ambaye inaongoza nchi ya Kenya kwa wabunge. Tuko na wabunge zaidi ya 80. Tuko na wabunge karibu 90.
What truly elevated this rally into the stratosphere of talk of the town wasn't just the turnout, but the sheer volume of energy, money, and melodrama invested in trying to discredit it. First, they tried the illegal tag. The regional police commander suddenly remembered the law, claiming he wasn't informed of the rally.
Allegations that tomorrow we'll have a rally led by Senator Sifuna, Senator from Nairobi, and his function and his team. They want to make a rally at Amalemba. So And that's what we go through the social media. We have never met somebody who was talking about that rally. There's nobody has come to my office requesting for any assistance. But we'll assist them as much as we can tomorrow. In social media, it's not very reliable. What we're getting is that there's accusation and counter-accusation.
Word on the street was that the GSU and tear gas canisters are on standby to block the battalion from reaching Kakamega.
Rada ni gani? Sendi hawa. Wewe hiyo rende imepita hapa jana huko. Hapo naona anaongea Kiswahili na maana sio huko hapa. Huko. Watu kusubwa. Unaona watu wamezika wamepasua barabara wako chini na wako pande.
But Sifuna's massive groundswell of local support simply smiled, rolled up their sleeves and said, "We dare you."
Na mimi nataka niseme hivi. Babu Owino, Edwin Sifuna, Osotsi, Kibagendi, you do not need security. Hamuhitaji security. And we don't want to see police vehicles there. We don't want to see police escorts there. We want the people of Kenya to just come and attend this rally of Linda Mwananchi. Sisi wenyewe ndo security ya kina Edwin Sifuna, ya kina Babu Owino, ya kina Kibagendi.
The police, brilliantly reading the room, quietly undared themselves.
Alafu vijana wanasemaje? Huko wanasema tu one time. Hiyo ndo nini? Hiyo ndo slogan. Ndio tama hiyo. Nasibaki kwa hawajasema chochote.
When the badges failed to intimidate, out came the local heavyweight. Deputy Governor Ayub Savula, now one of President Ruto's most vocal defenders in the region, stepped forward. He declared Kakamega off limits to the Linda Mwananchi team and issued dramatic threats should Sifuna dare set foot there.
Naeleza ile rally ya Jumamosi pale Kakamega mutaona. Hii watu wamepanga kubeba university students. Ati wabebe wa Masinde Muliro, wabebe wa Kibabi, wabebe wa Meseno, walete hapa Kakamega. Hapa Kakamega tumejipanga na William Ruto. Kama Sifuna unatumiwa na ule retired president Uhuru Kenyatta kuja kuletea mchafuko Kakamega, sisi hatukubali. Mimi kama mtoto wa pasta tutamobilize watu twende kanisa kuombea William Ruto aendelee kujali Waluya, awaletee maendeleo, maneno siasa ya kelele peleka mbali outside the Luya land. Sisi tunatafuta cake from national government, watu wetu wafaulu vile Faruku amekuja hapa anajenga dormitory. Sasa hii tuelekee mahali pengine tufanye maendeleo mengine. Mheshimiwa.
What makes Savula's righteous indignation truly Oscar-worthy is the comedic timing of his memory loss. Just last year, Savula was Sifuna's loudest cheerleader when rumors of the senator's ODM expulsion surfaced.
Nawaambia, mimi kama mtoto wa pasta, baba, sisi jamii ya Mulembe, tunasimama na kijana wetu Bwana Sifuna, Edwin Sifuna, 100%. 100%. Na yule atadhubutu kutoa ODM, secretary general huyu, ataona cha mtema kule. Hatutakombelezana hapo. Hii chama ya ODM lazima kila jamii iwe ndani. Tunaelewana hapo?
Fast forward a few months and Savula has discovered new convictions after dining with Ruto and, as critics would put it, sampling a few coins from the regime's kitchen.
Ukiangalia mtu kama Sifuna ni one term, amekuwa chaguliwa juzi. Mimi nimechaguliwa 3 terms. Ukiangalia huyu anaweza angusha Ruto. Wewe ukiangalia vizuri anaweza angusha Ruto. Sasa hii mtoto ya hivi vituko ya nursery school tunafanya Kakamega hapa, na hapa tunaenda kuwanyorosha, wapeleke hiyo vitu waende wafanyie central kwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Na Uhuru Kenyatta will stop your benefits. Achia Ruto sahi. Even if you don't respect Ruto, respect the office of...
Still, the anti-rally machinery wasn't done. Youths were reportedly mobilized for a parallel rally meant to counter Sifuna's. Some wore reflectors stamped with Ruto's 2-term slogans.
Hapa watu wanakunywa mafuta. Watu wa mafuta ya bure. Lection hapa tuko after. Huko ni sherehe. Ati tutakunywa tu lakini form ni Sifuna.
By all indications, Kakamega was being prepared for a showdown. There were hints that Sifuna Brigade might retreat, postpone, or arrive quietly like visitors tiptoeing past a sleeping landlord. Then Saturday arrived and flipped the script. Kakamega looked like it was preparing to receive a king. Shops shut down, streets filled. Sifuna's convoy rolled in with supporters perched atop vehicles, singing and dancing as if politics had temporarily turned into a festival. The feared police disruption never materialized, while the youths who were given reflectors to protest against Sifuna's got caught up in the Sifuna wave. They started burning those very reflectors in the middle of the street, declaring their loyalty to the Linda Mwananchi movement. The final pathetic stand came from a few stray goons who attempted to introduce a canister of tear gas to the proceedings.
Kakamega oye! Hatutoroki leo, zima hiyo kitu mkutano iendelee. Zima hiyo kitu mkutano iendelee, hatutoroki leo. Hatutoroki leo. Hatutoroki leo.
It was a mistake of biblical proportions because Sifuna's followers launched a manhunt that resulted in what can only be described as a vigorous, multi-jointed massage. The disruptors were treated to a physical therapy session that left them hugging the dusty grounds of Kakamega as they saw premonitions of the afterlife.
Hello.
Because Sifuna's followers launched a manhunt that resulted in what can only be described as a vigorous, multi-jointed massage. The disruptors were treated to a physical therapy session that left them hugging the dusty grounds of Kakamega as they saw premonitions of the afterlife.
One more time.
It was a mistake of biblical proportions because Sifuna's followers launched a manhunt that resulted in what can only be described as a vigorous, multi-jointed massage. The disruptors were treated to a physical therapy session that left them hugging the dusty grounds of Kakamega as they saw premonitions of the afterlife.
Hello. Ati nyinyi ni kina nani? Haya.
Wewe kijana, wacha hiyo. Usimpige, mwachana naye. Usimpige. Wewe kijana. Polisi wacha kupatia raia pingu na tear gas wakuje kuharibu hapa. Wacheni hiyo tabia. Vijana, kazi mzuri ni kushika hawa watu na kupeleka police station, lakini wacha kupiga huyo. Wacha kumpiga. Wewe, wacha kumpiga. Mlete hapa. Mlete hapa juu. Sawa. Haya, imetosha. Vijana ria.
Ngoja kidogo vijana hoye. Tunataka kuonya mtu yeyote ambaye ametumwa kuharibu hii mkutano. Leo tuko rada bro, utakufia hapa.
By sunset, the critics were reduced to the only weapon they had left, public weeping. Cabinet Secretary Badi and the rest of the anti-Sifuna brigade took to the microphones to insist the movement has no influence and no leadership structure.
I have come here because I'm emphasizing and supporting the unity
of the Luo community and the unity of our party ODM. If there is anyone out there who thinks that the party will be split, that the party will be divided, you are dreaming. We are one people. Just check around the other team and this team. Tell me any leader of substance from ODM coming from Coast who is with them. Tell me any leader of substance coming from Northeastern of ODM who is with them. Tell me any leader of substance from Masai, Turkana who is with them. Tell me any leader of substance from Luoland who is with them. ODM is united or not united?
It is a bold claim to make while one of your voting blocks just burnt your uniforms and sent your goons to the emergency room. If this is what no influence looks like, one wonders what influence looks like. For now, Kakamega has spoken and the message is clear. The wind has blown and the anus of the chicken is exposed.
Tumefika ama hatujafika? Na huyu ni nani? Huyu ni nani? Na huyu ni nani? Nyumbani ya kwenda.
Goja, we, toa hiyo kwanza, toa Njiru. Let's talk about this one first. Tutaingia kwa nani later. Innocent Nyakairo, unaona mjamaa alipatiwa vigorous. Unasema a vigorous joint massage by the public. vigorous joint massage. Yeah. A multi-physical therapist session. Yeah. That's a tuweke to a spirit. Mpaka mjamaa alivurutu. You know where they got that man? They actually got that man. Alikuwa anajificha kwa nyumba. He was hiding himself. Watu walienda wakamtafuta bana. He didn't go far. Walimpata tu hivi. The guy was alisalamiwa vizuri sana. That goes to show you the goons initially ilikuwa business as usual. Enda petrol station, kujeni tutawapangia mpate mafuta ya bure. Guys thought it will happen normal. Walikunywa mafuta wakaenda, they went around town with the two-term sheet from the governor of Kakamega. Walienda hivi, pana, attitude changed because the people are tired, yes. Sasa, for my fellow Kikuyu friends, my people from Central, no, you see how it's done. Chukua tu ni sawa, it's your money, take it. But you can change your mind. Look what the Luya people said. Tumekunywa hiyo mafuta ya bure. Wakakunywa hiyo mafuta ya bure. And look what they did. They did a very good thing. They have lifted the spirits of Kenyans. I'm quite happy. Governor of Kakamega is somebody who, that's why I wanted us to watch this. This was somebody that was standing by Sifuna last year. We saw that. Leaders are very slippery. So that is also, I want you guys to be very careful about that. The so-called leaders, wakisha salamio na pesa, that is it. You cannot believe it's the same person as last year. We were praising. We were saying that they're going to fight for the people. But anyway, when it comes to the topic of emotions, right, Kenyans, for me, politics is emotions. Politics is emotions because it affects the lives of people. People die because of politics. And I'm not talking about just die because of protest only. I'm talking about the people who do not get the services or the help they are needed because politicians were greedy and they stole the money that would have been used to save a lot of lives. So it is emotional for some of us. It is emotional for some of us that some of the children do not get preferred education. Watoto wako nyumbani kwa sababu mtu mmoja amedecide kuchukua hiyo pesa kujenga state house. Mjamaa mmoja amechukua hiyo pesa kujijengea nyumba as MP. Mjamaa mmoja amechukua pesa so that he can buy a big vehicle rather than having machines that would help people survive at this immediate need. Forget about the previous politician. This immediate need, feeding the people who are in famine. There are very many counties right now that are in farming in Kenya. Why is it cooler? People are starving. So that is why, for me, sometimes I did state I cannot fight with Ayaga. I feel bad. I feel deflated. So I leave the show. I even told Njero that I'll just leave the show. It's no longer a debate. It's just painful to hear such talk. I'm emotional about it. So what? Niwache tu nikwe hivyo. If I want to hear an echo chamber or want to hear a debate between UDA, ODM, or the rest of us and whatever, I'll go to another place. That is why I left. Niliona Njero alikuwa anataka kufanya hivyo show yake, naachana nayo. If I want to debate these people, the other shows I can go debate. I left SCT News because of that. I was like, I can no longer handle Brother Bernard's show discussing ODM. I felt like there is no purpose. I cannot. I want to move forward. I want to hear positive things. It could be echo chamber or whatever, us listening to each other. But then you've seen even us as we're debating, yeah. Kiptum, have you seen me stay with Kiptum? Because when I'm with Kiptum, I'll just go on an abusive rant here and I'll curse him out. I'll talk shit. I usually leave. I see Kiptum, me not talk. Because I don't have time to waste with people that will not discuss how we're going to solve problems that we see in Kenya. I'm not here to defend what do you call it? To hear, this is leave ODM to think about themselves. Again, that mentality of thinking a political party is like a football club. It is not. The reason why we joined with ODM is the fact that we wanted to better the lives of other Kenyans. And when we see ODM doing this, we get upset because we supported them. We supported them during the Azimio thing. And when we supported them, we expected them to do the right thing. That is why we are upset. So ukiona sisi tunakuja kudiscuss mambo ya ODM, there are reasons we're doing that. We are hoping, again, the word is hoping, that we would have this team that we know is strong and is pro for the people get stronger. They hear some of the advice some of our members are having here about Sifuna, Babu Wino. Get off ODM. Mbadi has made it clear. There are better calibers of leaders, according to them, that they can steer ODM into the oceans or into the abyss. That is their own nini. Yeah? Just because you're Luo does not make you think you know more about Luos than me. Suba is not Luo. Suba people are not Luos, they're Bantus. You cannot correct me on that. So when I tell you that Mbadi comes and tells us that he's Luo, but he's not, just because you speak a language does not mean that you're... The only tribe I see adopting people are the Kikuyu, the Maasai people. And once you're engulfed into that community as a Maasai, you're completely, unasahau kabisa ulikuwa kabila gani ingine. And we've seen that happen. And that one I can accept. But hiyo kitu ya Suba mimi usinidanganya hapo, hiyo ni uongo. Lies. So that is why I played plug, so that we can go back to the discussion we started today. The first initial discussion.
Unapatiwa kitabu usome.
Kitabu ya nini bana? You know the problem with Ayaga, he'll start abusing you. And it raises the temperature, and then it makes me start also going to the ground with him and then wailing insults because his comments are condescending.
Anakuja kututukana kwa channel, sijui ati ujinga, sijui
condescending.
Jamaa kweli hii
It
paa
is not good.
imewaingia.
It is not good because he'll come very condescending. I even told him, bana boss, kama unataka nikaa hapa, I listen to your stuff. Don't be condescending to people. Don't call them stupid. Don't call them idiots. Don't, you know, some things that he brushes through, that obviously the person on the other end, you feel some type of way. You know, this is the reason I sometimes leave. Natokanga tunasema, you know, hapa, leo I'm not coming to shout at people. I'm not coming to hail abuses because I'm a grown man.
Cape,
Siwezi.
Cape,
Yes.
can you please guys give me 1 minute because naingia kazini. Nilikuwa nataka kusema kitu kidogo tu. I know
Go for it. Go for it.
PK
Go for
is
it.
waiting. Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you so much. There is one thing I want to say. Unaona mnyama, animal. Even animals have emotions. Kama binadamu hana emotions, it is unlivable. Unlivable. Kwa hivyo, mtu asifikiri hizi emotions ni za kuleta tu. Mimi hakuna mtu ninataka kuvuta ati asikie uchungu ule ninasikia. Na nataka Ayaga aelewe hivyo. I have supported many families back home. Imefika wakati, those people are telling me, kama uko na kazi yoyote tukufanyie, ndio mtoto wangu aende kazi, aende shule. I have one guy, ako na watoto 3 wako nyumbani right now, begging, ati ni kazi gani anaweza fanya. Mimi sina kazi. But the support that I was giving them and others, I cannot be able to continue. Kwa sababu hata mimi niko na shida zangu. You see? So, why are those people suffering? Ayaga can sit there and tell me things as if I live in the moon. Mimi ni Mkenya, mzalendo. Mtu ambaye anaelewa shida ambazo watu wanaendea right now. Ambapo si ati wanacheza, si mchezo. And you can combine with other people who you are not even close to. Ambao wanalia. Business zao zimeenda. Where are they going? What are they going to do? And those was their livelihood. Vile wange support familia yao ndio ikue. So, uchungu ule niko nao, mimi kama binadamu, kwa kweli niko nao. Na ninausikia. Kwa sababu ningependa tukikutana na neighbor wangu, tutabasamu, tusalimiane vizuri. But now people wamejikunja. Hawana mwelekeo, hawajui wanaelekea wapi. So when I'm explaining this, it's through experience. Ayaga asilete mchezo hapa wa kupuuza zile shida wa Kenya wanaendea. Kama yeye hana shida, akae vizuri na akae tu. Aache wale wanateseka wateseke. Lakini asikaongee kusema emotions. Mimi niko emotional kwa mambo ambayo I am experiencing na mambo ambayo siwezi hata saidia. Ninashindwa, Mungu wangu. What do we do? Those are Kenyans suffering. Ayaga, enjoy your life. But know there are people who are crying for their life right now. Wakijaribu ni nini tutafanya. Wamezaa watoto, hawawezi kuwaua ati waondoke. Some even committing suicide. He should know that, Ayaga. They're committing suicide. Mtu anakuja anakuwa vitu zake zinachotwa, zinachukuliwa kwa sababu ameshindwa na kulipa, na hiyo ndio ilikuwa kiini, source of their income. Unarudi kuniambia hapo, I cannot be emotional. I'm a human being. Mtu ambaye anajali maslahi ya wale wengine. Kwa sababu hao wengine wakiwa na furaha, na mimi nitakuwa na furaha, na nitakuwa ninaishi maisha mazuri, because there will be no thief at my neighborhood. Kwa sababu kila mtu anajiweza. So please, respect people. Be a human and have humanity in you. Asante sana. Asanteni ndugu zangu.
Thank you for your time, Nyakairo. And I hope you're still going to be here. Tukumaliza discussion yetu, we are on a high. before tulikuwa tumeenda vizuri na Innocent, tulikuwa na Innocent Njeru hapo, we are discussing Matiang. We're talking about the final statement Matiang said. He said that when he was CS of education, mtihani haikuibiwa, so kura zetu zitalindwa. So I was just trying to state, maybe he might not have the state machinery right now, but he knows the inner workings of how it happened before, how security happens. He says he knows all the DCI people, so he knows the ins and outs of the state, and he knows some of these people. That was the explanation, and that is what I wanted to gear the discussion towards. It is, we are still discussing what had happened in Kakamega. We've seen the compilations of Plug TV. I like it, it's beautiful. And then also discuss what the joint opposition is doing. And then also Njeru came in, because the discussions was coming nicely. Njeru came in with JCM Church, how people are coming off. These are the kind of discussions we want to see. Are things moving due north? Are we moving towards the right direction? Then, you know, discussion. Then you've got somebody with analytical brain, mtu kama Stone Pika anaweza kuja kusema, hey, yes, this might have happened, but you are wrong here, there, we need to improve that. It is a proper discussion of how we're going to make our country great. How are we going to get rid of Ruto? What holes do we have? It's not a competition. It is not a football game here where we're looking at Kansas City's beat the New York whatever, or sijui Chicago Bulls walishindana na LA Lakers. I'm a Chicago Bulls supporter for life. I'm a Manchester supporter for life. Your coach for Manchester is an idiot. Nini, what? It's not like that. These are people's lives. Politics ni maisha ya watu. Sometimes even I'm beginning to see that even with these political parties, I'm seeing so much stupidity. I'm just thinking, why don't all politicians become independent? Because the fools are just gathering amongst themselves to do stupid things to the wananchi. Naona tu. Sasa mnakaa hapo kama ODM. The main premises of talking about ODM is power. Seats for people. Kukaa hivi tu kuongea mambo ya viti za viatu. Unaongea mambo ya vyeo na watu wanajaa huko. Na hata hakuna maji huko Nyanza. You have a whole freshwater lake. Na watu wanakunywa maji ya boho huko Kisumu. Shame. If you go to Chicago, the whole city wanatumia hiyo maji ya nini? The Great Lake. What do I, and even that lake, it goes across the whole state na inasaidia kila mtu. Na hapo mko na Kisumu, fresh water, maji fresh. Hakuna haja kutoa. There is no possibility of even removing any salt from that water. It's just about treating that water, having a water treatment. It's the deepest lake in the world. Yet you cannot provide water to your residents. Do you know how embarrassing that is? 60 years later. Na watu wa Nyanza, Lakeside, hawezi kunywa maji ya lake. How? And you call those people your leaders. Kuja hapa Nairobi, we are a city of boreholes, yet we have Nairobi River. And you call those people your leaders. Na hey, tuko na wacha tu. Do you know the sewage we are using? The sewage system we are using is the sewage system tuliachiwa na wazungu 60 years ago. Meaning 30 years before then, or even before then, those are the same systems we're using now. Almost 80 years later, using the same toilet system. And today improve, we've never planned it. We were talking about roads the other day. Ile barabara zilikuwa zinafaa kuplaniwa hundreds of years later, tujaijenga. Watu wamejenga maduka hapo akina Manjuguna zivo. Ruto hapa in the junction in the middle of town huko Eldoret. Now you call it a city and I don't even think we qualify to be a city. In the middle of a junction, Ruto amejenga hapo a very large shopping center. How? Competing with another shop called Rupa Mall. Umejenga hapo, ukienda huko mbele amejenga hospitali ingine. Hiyo hospitali by the way collapse. Karibu igonge watu kichwa. So when I say politics is important and it's emotional, it's not, I mean it. It breaks my heart to see these things. It's nothing to do with tulishinda ama tukushinda. It's not, by the way, it's nothing to do with who won or who lost. For me, emotionally, I am emotionally connected to it towards things like corruption. Inaniguza kichwa kwa sababu I feel bad when I see a bad leader ascended into power. And it emotionally captures me. It emotionally captures me when I follow somebody for so many years. Nilikuwa mgonjwa by the way. I was sick. I felt bad sana. Unaona Raila to betray someone. You get heartbroken. Like honestly, I'll not lie to you. I was heartbroken. Naona mjamaa nime respect for years. Anakuja anaangusha wananchi tu hivyo ovyo ovyo tu. Umeangushwa tu. Following broad based. I'm like, wow, is that possible? Yes, there's something, there's an emotional feeling for me. I feel sasa know what will happen to my fellow Kenyans sasa. I got emotional. I tell people I don't believe Ruto is my president. I'm emotionally attached to that because I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe this is the man. Like I knew for years that nilijua Ruto. I knew it. I knew the sort of person that he was going to be for the country, and it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. And if you call me emotional, well and good. Let me be emotional about that. When I see people on the street, ukiona watu kwa street, they cannot feed themselves. You see people in Turkana, they can't eat. Northeastern, watu hawezi kula, maji hakuna, maji safi hakuna. Lakini nyinyi tu mnaona tu. I feel emotional when I see them with big vehicles. I feel emotional when I see people are being killed to fight for their rights. Kama hiyo ni makosa yangu, well and good, nilaumu. Back to you on the studio. Sorry about that, my rant.
Okay, sawa. Stone PK, go ahead. You can, a lot has been happening. Sijui kama umekuwa ukiangalia chini ya curtain ama unataka tukupe preface.
Habari yenyu wote. Preface, yeah, you can do preface if you want, but generally I could repeat. I wanted to come earlier, but normally nikiangalia show nikute, I enter shows based on the caliber of people that are in the studio. Unfortunately, that is what I do. There are people, if I find in the show, I will not participate because Kip is putting it, he has put it very, very, very correctly. There are people I would never waste time to listen to or even waste time to talk to in terms of the things we discuss here, especially na hata niko karibu kuacha kuja show juu ukiniona sikuji ujue hivyo, because the moment I find the likes of Kiptum, the like of Ayaga, I mean, that is not a show I want to sit in and listen, because ni kama kuniambia it's like you find murderers in a shop ama in a club, unaambiwa hii club ni ya waizi wa huko Karura, you know. For us mtaani ilikuwa tunaambiwa hii bar ndipo mahali waizi ukunywa, you never go near that bar. Because if you go there, of course, it will mean you think alike, you deal in the same business and that kind of a thing. So I like keeping off from such things. People say, oh, you listen to because everyone is entitled to his or her opinion. So I just choose to keep off. So Njiru niliingia nikakuta some people, then I listened to nini, I gave it a little time to think maybe watu wamekuwa they have come back to senses, because unajua kuna watu wengine wana nini, but I realized some characters never change. They just grow older and the kind of thing. So it's unfortunate that these are some of the things that will reduce. You find your viewers reducing, your participants reducing in your channel, and eventually being abandoned is because of such. That's why, like me, when I open my channel, I take control proper. If I feel you are not adding value to my channel, I block you. Simple as that. If you feel offended, you go and open yours. It's simple. Dunia ni hivyo. Sasa kusema everybody sijui nini, mtu kila mtu aongee, you lose so many other people. I mean, that's just a cautionary message I'm giving you. Because it shows that if you engage some of these people, that's the way you think. That's the capacity. Like if I go into an argument with somebody about Gen Zs having been killed, murdered in our eyes, and people want us to wish was that, surely there's no way. Yani afadhali ni kutoke tu. Because hakuna any discussion beyond that. If you don't recognize that, I don't see anything else. And hata Yesu akishuka saa hii akatae kurecognize Gen Z waliuliwa na Ruto, ninamtoka pia. Yesu mwana wa Mungu ule ambaye atatupeleka mnini, akuja akatae kurecognize hiyo, story PK will be far away off. I'm sorry to have used that example, but I'm showing you how extreme I am. For me, in this country called Kenya, hakuna mtu tutaongea na yeye ambaye ako upande wa Ruto. And that's why, like, I have some problem with those who support Gachagua to death. That's why he has never won my, I mean, and it's my right. Na feel shingo upande because I've never imagined somebody who is old as over 60 years, let's say unajua Ruto, unless you are of the same characters with Ruto. It's like telling me right now ati kuna watu wanakuja wana embrace Ruto, oh Ruto amekuwa mzuri ano, sasa utafuata aje mtukaa huyo jamani. So I don't want to engage with such very bad characters, people coming to tell you Ruto didn't kill anybody. Ruto has not stolen anybody. Unasema ameiba amekuibia wewe. You see? So when you ask me such questions, I might be provoked to another level. Alafu utasema alafu don't PK tulifikiria ni mtu respectable and all that. So Njiru, that's why you see some of us keeping off the show. Kama leo, today, I would have participated as early as when you opened. But nilipokuja nikakuta the kind of discussions zinaendelea. Somebody telling you Suba ni Wajaluo. I mean, I call that, hata si, it is deadly. Some of these things people say in the channel is funny. It's like coming to tell me Meru's are Kikuyus. Surely, really? I mean, it shows you how ignorant you are about your country, and maybe you never went to any class, any school, anywhere. Because I believe if you went through primary school discusses the tribes of Kenya, and they even talk about the smallest tribe and how some of them are getting assimilated by others, but they still remain. Yeah, correct, keep. Hata adopt Mumasai adoptiwe Kalenjin, utakuwa ukisikia huyu alitoka Umasaini, unaona, but now anaadoptiwa, anafanya zile rituals and all that, sasa anakuwa referred to as whatever it is. We go to the smallest tribe. I think now they might be diminishing completely. The ones in lake areas of Lake Baringo, okay, they have been assimilated because of they are called the gems. They have been, I think they are the gems. They have intermarried with the main Nandis and the rest, and that way, yes, you can make, you can find them, kind of diminishing, and maybe eventually you may not be able to pick one or two. Yeah, but you cannot say that ati sasa Meru ni Mkikuyu ama alafu unaanza kuleta science zingine hapa haziingiani. Tunaanza kusema it depends on what you want to call Kikuyu. We know what Kikuyu is. Kikuyu, we know Kikuyu and their 9 clans. Period. That is what we call Kikuyu. Yeah. Sometimes you need to start these lessons. There are people who missed those classes. Utawasaidia sana kuwafunza, because until you understand the geographical and geopolitical nini ya Kenya, you will not be able to, even reason, like politically the demographic.
Hiyo story ya Yaga, it was misinformation, because they are pretending that way you wanataka kupull the Subas to be part of Ruos ili waende na wao broad based. It is calculated. See, ni misinformation to pretend. Hiyo nile unasemanga ku pretend. He knows it is not true, but it is calculated.
He doesn't know. He has no capacity to know that. Aga ni mtu kani hata amesoma masomo yenyewe ni mpaka wapi. The things he says here are lies. Comes to lie you out bila anajua ODM. Ask him what he has ever been in ODM. Ask him. Other than being if the most he may have done is just joining other people to chant. But not even in strategy where, which level. Unajua watu wengine wanadanganyana kwa channel sana. Muulize which level ODM ilikuwa na level kutoka grassroots na watu wanajuana. Unajua hii maneno ya channel pia imeleta watu ati kila mtu ni analyst, kila mtu ni patriot and all that. Anyway, that aside, I was just trying to explain. So I had a few when you talked about JCM. By the way, I wanted to send you a clip on JCM that is ridiculing the so-called bishop. How he has canned commercial and all that. I saw you playing a few.
Letter to Eke.
Yeah, there is one. Now I'm still driving, unless nikifika home kama hatujafunga, we can play it. Yeah, because that one especially I wanted to changia about JCM is one of the most useless church. That is not a church. This I can say with all authority. It's a commercial, it's a political establishment. Okay? And those people are paid. They are supposed to generate population, generate votes, capture votes. And that is now, it is confirmed by what Ruto has done. You see, it was not on this channel. I was on another channel some months ago, and I made some comments that offended some of the Christians. But I have not gone back there for 2 months, because people said I was blasphemous. I'm not religious. I'm not a Christian. And I told them, I quoted that church nikasema hiyo ni chama cha siasa. Okay, it is a sanctuary to generate. The way you generate following, yeah, and then out of that following you influence the wider Christians. When you are told, JCM may support bishop and all that. Bishop Kiengei, when did he ever become a bishop? This guy was a comedian, Kikuyu comedian. Sasa hii ubishop, kwani kipa anadisappear wiki mbili, akirudi anakuja anatuambia ni bishop keep so and so. Is that what kind of bishop is this? Yeah, we know the tenets of bishophood. Tunajua. Sasa ukiongea hivyo unaambiwa don't judge people. Kwanza hii stupidity ya Wakenya ati English. I think we are very limited English wise. You are judging. I'm not judging. I'm judging you. I'm not in a court of law. I'm just saying you are a thug. You are a crook. That's not a judgment. I'm just saying you are a crook. I've not sentence you to jail. You will be judged by your maker. For me, I've just identified you as a thief. Me as a person. I think you are a thief, period. If anybody else thinks you are a saint, that's okay. All right? So JCM is a sanctuary to harvest votes for Ruto. He's a shareholder, very, very strong shareholder, and it is among those several churches which were, you saw them in 2022, okay, and they are the ones that he is reviving now. The impact you have seen, the way he has come back to JCM. Now all the other pastors who are so broke, and because Kenyan pastors, in fact world over, they are just after money. So now they will start sending delegation. You will see the reincarnation of what we saw in 2022. It will start happening from this month moving on. That will be very heavy. There will be now amemalizana na vijana, kuconfuse vijana. Sasa anaingia tena kwa church. Alafu Kenyans as usual, because we are gullible, we will start again saying amen. Amemwagiliwa mafuta. Oh, Kenya, hakuna president ameenda one term. It is against God because it's God who brought him. That's the song you will start hearing now. That the Ruto was brought by God. And what God has brought, you cannot do what? You cannot reject. Unaona? Ukireject Ruto, una reject Mungu. That is the gospel that will start going. And watu watasahau hiyo one term very soon. All right? So, I mean, unless now on this channel and channels we start kusimamia hapo and stop giving those naysayers airtime, because it's you, they are here to just frustrate you. Ukipateki with such people, hata afadhali uende ukakunywe uji yako, wachane na hao watu wanakuambia vile Ruto ako mzuri, vile atawin and all that. Ya mwisho ndio ni nyamaze. I want to comment about Sifuna. Now, this has been my caution, and when I give caution, again, I like to explain to our listeners. When I give a caution as Don PK, that's personal caution, and I'm not giving it for anybody to start disputing. Or you are not supposed to. You don't have to validate. You just give your opinion. You don't have to say no, I disagree with Don PK. No, it's not about disagreeing or agreeing. Just give a contrary opinion in your own, the way you see it, the way you see things, and that's the best way to do. Because here hakuna mahali ati inawekwa hii point ndio zimepatikana, na it's opinion we are giving. So I have an opinion which I expressed at the earliest on this Sisi ni Sifuna wave, which is everybody is quite excited about it and all that. And then today somebody quoted me and saying, I don't know whether, I think I used this term, nikasema if we are not careful inaweza kuwa moto ya makaratasi, because Kenyans, we are very vulnerable. So somebody quoted me in a certain group and I corrected. I did not give that from a negative point of view. Moto ya makaratasi is moto that inakuja ni moto sana alafu inapoa because of one reason or the other. And I think I elaborated a lot that day. I talked about it. And somebody has actually quoted and said that this movement is what actually is supposed to, is spirited to remove Ruto. Because God loves Kenya, and God sees Kenya going into the brink of collapse. Kenya is headed to the level of a failed state. That is obvious. It is there. All indicators are there. Hata wale watu wanasema you have to have hope. No, even those countries that disintegrate into what they are always saying they have hope, they are looking forward to this, they have hope, until they sink having hope. Because hope cannot only be hope, but it has to be apprehended and nursed. And the activities that go around, protecting and raising that hope. You can't see a fire and then you jump in there and hope that God will save you from that fire. No. Okay? You see the fire and you don't jump to the fire. Okay? You start asking for God to help you to have the capacity to put off the flame and all that. Now, the Sifuna euphoria is actually not Sifuna, and this we say. It is the Gen Z, the the population bitterness reincarnated. Just the way we did not see Gen Z coming. I remember we talked and discussed, and people are saying, you know, nobody saw Gen Z happening. Nobody. It is true. And when you have such miraculous things happening, they don't announce. Okay, inakuja boom boom kaboom. Now the Sifuna, maneno ya Sifuna, who would have known it would be what it is? Mbeleni watu walichukua tu, hii ni mambo ya secretary wao. Little did we know this is not about ODM. It's mega. It is beyond ODM. It is Kenya. It is the injured. It is the mwananchi. So that spirit now, we have to be careful that we don't personalize it. And we have to be careful. We should not hesitate to put it, to take it to the whatever level it needs to be taken. Any hesitation, this will be the second time that we will blunder. I think we dwelt on this a lot. So what should we do? And I'm so happy today that the united opposition, na hapa kwa hii channel tuache kusema the so-called united. Let's learn English. Tuache kutumia very self-defeating English. When you say the so-called, who is, it means you don't believe in it. You don't believe that these people are united towards a cause. For me, I believe Kalonzo, Matiang'i, all these guys, Gachagua and all that are united towards removing Ruto. So why would we keep on? And this is the media that has propagated that very nonsensical statement, demeaning indeed. You can't tell senior politicians like Akina Kalonzo, Akina Nani, ati wanacheza kalongolongo. Because when you say the so-called united, I mean, that's a demeanor. You need to tukataze hiyo kitu kabisa. Anyway, so what I'm saying, the united opposition as of now, and as of today, affirmed and embraced what has been going on with Sisi Sifuna. They have done that the way I wanted. I mean, personally, the way I was praying and the way I hoped that they would. They have embraced that very heavily, which is a win-win. Then from there, anybody who is on the opposition side, anybody who wishes Kasongo to go, should be in it. You can call yourself whatever name you want to call yourself. Unaweza jiita PLP, whatever, because those parties, for me, it's useless. It's nonsense. It's just, I don't really care about them. What I care is the mass, because the people have embraced this opposition. And that's why I'm so happy with Akina Sifuna and our maushenzi za ma uniform nani, because that's nonsense. Hizo ma uniform na hizo ma party system ni za nchi zile ziko na raha. In Kenya hakuna raha sasa. I think Kipu may indicate vizuri hapa. ODM has been there, the biggest in terms of Sijui Limpopo, south of whatever. And you go to Nyanza where it is its home. It's poverty. All right. So whether you are in ODM or you are not in ODM, you are as poor as you were yesterday and than you are today. So, so for me, the party, I don't see any benefit of parties to Mwananchi. What I'm happy about, and I wish, and there's another prayer, and I'll tweet to Sifuna. Wanaambiwa wa form party. I wish they could stand and say we are independent. A massive independent. Then they mobilize the people as independent. Call themselves third force, but independent. So that they can discipline and check these other guys. That is my personal advice. Tusianze kuambia, you know, in politics, you need a vehicle. That's bullshit. Vehicle to take you to the ocean. That's nonsense. These guys are already very strong, the way they are, because who are we looking for? We are looking for characters. We are looking for revolutionaries. You don't become ati lazima uwe kwa party ndio uwe ati we ni revolutionary. No. They are a force as they are, and I wish they remain that way. Let me pause there.
Just before Innocent enters, nataka kuwakasirisha kidogo tu.
And mumenyamaza, and we will fund them more than any party. I'm telling you, pesa ya campaign. Kenyans tukitoa kila mtu $100, wale wako diaspora, tell me how much that money is. Come on. Tuachane na ujinga hii kubebwa ufala tu, unaingia sijui kwa basi unaanza kuambiwa uwezi zungumza hivi because you are going against the party policies. They can go to hell. They have screwed us for 6 decades. Back to you guys.
Yeah, like I was saying, Njeru. Hebu weka hiyo image kwanza kidogo tu, hiyo image unaiona hapo.
Wow. Njeru, hiyo imehama sana nini?
Hebu weka hiyo image.
Where's Skip? I'm not hearing anybody, man. What's happening?
Imagine hiyo ni kanisa. Njeru. That is a church.
When was that?
This was before elections.
2022, eh?
2022. Hiyo ni Roysambu.
Walianza mapema, walianza hiyo ujinga. Hii ni kanisa hata usiingie.
Hiyo ni Jesus Winners Chapel.
That's what I'm telling you, Bwana Kip.
Can I just say something? Eh?
Okay.
Comments from the people. They are worshipping William Ruto instead of God's portrait. They have replaced it with Ruto's media. We're calling DP Ruto Deputy Jesus, but he's bigger than that. He is currently being worshipped in Jesus Winners Chapel, Roysambu, like God. I am very disappointed. I thought Jesus Winners Chapel was better than this. This is Bishop Mwai. To where we were wrong. So if Innocent unaweza endelea from there, this is a big disappointment. This is what churches in Kenya have gone to.
Keep.
Yes.
Yani wewe saa hii ndio unajua hii, you know you are Catholic and you know our attitude as Catholics. I'm not indoctrinating you because you are already one.
Yeah.
But you know from when I was born, there were things we were told as Catholics, and as we went through those catechism, that is what has guided me in life. And I mean, okay, number one, I don't want to start saying it because, you know, people came with all theories, but I think that is what has guided me, and I've always been right, that most of these Pentecostal, whatever those churches, zote mambo ingine, I don't want to say, because you see, of course, even Catholic tuna mambo, tuna mashida zetu, I know, but the things you see in some of these mushrooming churches, and when I went to Liberia, I found churches being called INC, Jesus the Savior Inc., Jesus the Savior Corporation, Jesus is my Lord, and then I said, oh my God, Jesus is the Savior Limited, you know. And then when you talk, you are told, no, the church is in the heart. So, so don't be surprised. Ni biashara. And you know, in business, Keep, you know what happened. Mi Liberia nienda nikakuta hata watu wanaenda church na magini.
Explainie hapo kwa podium. Unaona campaign images yani. Big screen. Na watu wana worship. Ni kama huyo mjamani Mungu bana. This direction to hell, bro. Ni kwenda kwa shetani bana. How do you worship a man?
Anyway, that's my opinion, which is okay. And Kenyans, we will go to hell politically because tumedupiwa. We've been duped. You don't bring church first. No. In politics, usiweke siasa because ndio itatumiwa kukukon. We should have learned from the colonialists. They suppressed and conned us using the church, using the Bible. using Bwana asifiwe. You know, you have to believe in God. You know, this, that, the way you are praying is not the right one. You have to abandon that and now adopt this. And, you know, and then kidogo we found ourselves in shit. We have never been able to come out of that mental slavery. Yeah. And that is how they keep on switching the buttons, because we are engraved there. It is, you know, you do this, you are told this against the church. You do this is against the church. And what they are doing in the church, woo, it's unbelievable. That's why I don't, ati mtu anakuambia, oh, you have to go to pastor akusaidie. For me, I don't care. No pastor can pray for me. If God did not give me capacity to pray for myself, then God is a problem. He cannot create me and make me incapacitated that I don't know how to humble, to pray, ati mpaka niende kwa mtu aniombe. Hizo ndio vitu zingine hata kama hizo ndio zitafanya mtu aende heaven.
Umesikia mambo ya nyota ya Ruto? Ruto ameanza story ya nyota sasa, tunatoa nyota. You know that behavior of nyota ati sasa ilitoka kutoka
hizo ni devil worship mentality hizo. Hizo ni mambo ya shetani.
Ati lazima mtoe pesa njo mambo ya nyota ninapatia nyinyi watu nyota. Like Kenani Africans.
Everything has been exposed, both internationally, locally, that the church today is fake. Bigger part of the church is fake. Oh, unaambiwa utaombewa, utafungiwa, utafanywa, sijui utafanya. Nonsense. Oh, please, if you don't believe in God, leave us alone. I'm not carrying you. I'm just saying, don't bring me those kind of nonsense. Ruto ni Mungu ametupatia. How? Mungu anakupatia watu, rais anakuja kuua watu mchana, and ni God ameleta. Anaanza kukuotua mavazi zingine za Bible. You know, Bible pia watu wana quote from their own way, their own version.
From Old Testament wakisema sijui which leader was bad, alituletea na Mungu sijui.
Leader was bad, but how did he end? Every bad leader aliend up aje keep. You know, that is what they don't tell you. Yes, aliend up. That's why they said you came an arrow kama ukiwa na kisu kipu utauliwa na kisu. Ukigonga mtu na gari intentionally uwe, hata wewe utagongwa na gari. That's how it is. And na hiyo maneno wanasemanga ya hapa inalipishwa hapa duniani. It is true. It is true. That's kama. Unaona? Yeah, so you kwanza ukiembrace humanity, kwanza binadamu mwenzako. Hata kama ni Bible unasema God created you in his image, and therefore whoever you see, your neighbor, your friend, is in God's image, which is you and him are in God's image. So you and him are brothers and sisters. And you are told the first rule on earth is umpende jirani yako unavyojipenda mwenyewe. Period. So even as a president, you don't need a constitution to run the country. Run the country with that basic. Hata hizi amri 10 za Mungu, they are enough. You don't bother kuandika mavitabu nyingi hapa nini na nini. Basic. Take those 3, 4 and that is it. You would not want to see kids not going to school. Like now we have a generation, we will lose a generation here in between. Hapa tu tukicheza tukisema siasa, si emotion, si na nini. Hapa sahi. We will lose a huge generation, and you will see that gap in the next 15, 20 years to come. When you will have a country of dunderhead. Sahi we are praising Gen Z. We are praising Gen Z because they went and transited to school. That's why you say, oh, they know what they are doing. Now, these ones who are hanging at home for all these years, 1, 2, 3, 4 years before they get play, will they be able to catch up? My good God. And then those are the issues. When somebody comes and tells you, no, there is Talanta Stadium, we have, come on. We have Rironi, Duo Carriageway. Shit, man. A Duo Carriageway when kids are not going to school, to college, to university, lecturers are not being paid. There is no medicine in the hospital. People are dying. Then you are giving me this BS about the roads. Wacha tukae. I could freeze those roads for another 15 years if I was the president. Niseme tutumie hizo tuone kama tutakufa. And then all hospitals get very well equipped. But barabara zikae hivyo. Jama yuwaki mtu kitu. Hata kama unatoka Nairobi unaenda Eldoret tuende na 2 days. Utafika home na utakunywa chego bila wasiwasi. Yes. Yeah. Tena ikiwa hiyo mriziki na chego ikiwa imekaa vizuri, kama ulikuwa umemwambia utafika Jumanne unafika Alhamisi, ikiwa sasa iko poa kabisa na una enjoy.
Ulijuaje chego?
Onge nchego bwana, kwani mimi nakwambia onge nchego. Ane usigisi bwana.
Yai chego.
Chego mriziki yote.
Hebu sikia hiki kutoka Uncle Mwamba anatuletea shida hapa. Uncle Mwamba anasema ati Kalonzo is going to be Ruto's running mate. Uncle bana ni aje? Mbona mna
huyu anataka kutua na pressure akiangalia. Mwamba wacha.
Mwambie akuje jua tu explainie bana.
Hiyo sasa.
Yaani kuisha bana.
No, Mwamba anatuchokoza. Mwamba anataka tu tukufe na pressure bwana. There are things, okay, maybe some of us sisi tutaishia because like maybe the younger people can swallow that. But let me tell you, you know we are joking. Kenya is going to spark. I'm saying this with all my whatever. It's going to spark, bro. And it will spark as we joke around. Because we are not doing much. I'm telling you, this country cannot stand kusikia Ruto anakuwa ati ameshinda. Hata akishinda genuinely, I'm just telling you. Which he can't. Because it is imefika optimum. It's impossible. Anyway, nimeongea sana. Wacha niwachie moderator aendelee.
Moderator amelala bana. Hebu tusikie Innocent kidogo.
Sinicheza hii video.
Mwalimu yuko sikuwa nimemuona, unajua niko kwa simu so I thought.
Yeah, meanwhile tumekupea break uturushie hiyo video ulikuwa unasema.
Mimi
hii break ni hiyo video unless kama bado uko kwa barabara.
Bado unajua kumesino vibaya sana hapa, tunaenda na speed ya sijui ni ngapi bwana.
Very bad. Oh, okay, ni sawa. Wacha there was one video which was lined up.
Iko hapo chini.
Sinicheze ama unatakaje?
Cheza. Unless Innocent want to talk, lakini cheza, it's very funny.
Ambassador wa Kamanyarin.
Wacha cheza hiyo muone, things are cooking funny. Cheza.
Nyumbani hakwenda. They say power doesn't disappear, it evaporates. 2 years ago, if Farouk Kibet called your phone, you answered. If he walked into a room, you stood up. If he mentioned your name to the president, you either got promoted or you got destroyed.
Unajua watu wanasikiaga Farouk.
Na hata hii watu unaona wajumbe hawa wanasifu Farouk. Ni watu wamejipanga sana.
Today, that same Farouk is campaigning door to door in Trans Nzoia like a first-time MCA aspirant, hoping someone recognizes his face.
Badume malaba mulauranga makuwa kenako. Mwenyere kuchendalala. Nenywe. Jameni, Nyasai naye hanza. Si ikuja hapa Western, mulauranga makuwa kenako. Ize munoita.
So what happened? Who clipped his wings?
Jina langu naitwa Farouk Kibet. Hapa ndipo. This is the place to be.
And why is a president acting like this man never existed? You see, at that time, if you saw the president in public, Farouk was precisely 45 centimeters away, sniffing and scanning anything that crept close to the president. In fact, he moved like a man who considered proximity to power was a full-time occupation. He had no official title, no gazetted office, and no constitutional mandate. Yet his name carried more weight than the entire cabinet combined.
Huyu Farouk ni mtu tofauti. Hata hao watu wa kuandika magazeti hawajui waandike anaitwa nani.
Ule jamaa atakukosesha ni Farouk Kibet. Na hata hii watu unaona wajumbe hawa wanasifu Farouk. Ni watu wamejipanga sana.
wanajua wasipomsifu huyu mtu.
Cabinet secretaries feared him. Governors tiptoed around him like interns around a temperamental boss. He publicly dressed down senior government officials. And through it all, nobody dared ask the obvious question. Who exactly gave this man the remote control to the government?
Wewe Faruk, Mungu akubariki sana. Na bariki watoto yako na familia yako.
Fast forward about 2 years and the country has doubled down with another simple question. Where did he go? Because Kenyans have noticed Faruk is no longer the permanent fixture at State House doors, no longer the shadow at the president's shoulder. Instead, he is shaking hands with maize farmers in Trans Nzoia, begging for votes. And let that marinate for a moment. From scolding governors to campaigning alongside Peter Salasia. So what really happened? Rigathi Gachagua has a theory. According to Gachagua, Faruk belongs to a trinity of advisors alongside Oscar Sudi and Kipchumba Murkomen, who collectively participated in what he describes as the systematic demolition of President Ruto's legitimacy.
Ameshikana na vijana wadogo ambaye leo lazima niambie wa college wale wameharibia William Ruto uongozi wake na heshima yake kama kiongozi wa taifa. Akashikana na huyu Faruk Kibet, akashikana na huyu Oscar Sudi na huyu Kipchumba Murkomen. Hao watu watatu ndio wameweka William Ruto ile shimo wako leo.
Their crimes, per Gachagua's telling, were threefold. Number one, poisoning the president's ears with catastrophically bad advice during the Gen Z protest. Number two, transforming State House into something resembling an open-air marketplace for dubious business deals. Number three, allowing individuals with money laundering allegations to loiter around the presidency like regulars at a neighborhood Chang'aa den.
Siku William Ruto amechaguliwa, alikuwa ni kiongozi yako na umaarufu sana. Alipendwa sana. Watu walimwamini sana. Baada ya mwaka 3, ukizunguka Kenya kila mtu anasema aende nyumbani. Ukienda mlimani hakuna mtu anataka kumuona. Akiita mkutano lazima alipe watu pesa wamsikize. Akienda wapi? So mimi nikamwambia rais, hao vijana si watakuharibia serikali. Anasema bwana, hivi vijana wako sawa. Wacha tukae na hawa. So tumeendelea, tumeanza kupata matatizo. Na mimi nimeanza kupigiwa kelele na watu ya nyumbani. Mambo ya finance bill. Watu ya mlimani na Wakenya wengine wameniuliza, wewe Rigiji,
naomba nikukatize kidogo mheshimiwa, kwa sababu tunataka wasikilizaji wetu waelewe. Umezungumzia Faruk Kibet na waziri Kipchumba Murkomen na mheshimiwa Oscar Sudi ndio walileta matatizo. Ni matatizo yepi ambayo hao viongozi walileta ndio ikasidisha hii tofauti yako na mheshimiwa?
Sio hata tofauti yangu, nasema kuharibu nchi. Hawa ndio wenye kusema pale. Mimi nikauliza rais, mimi naona tunapotea njia. Mbona unakaa na hii watoto? Si ukae na wazee. Wazee walienda wapi kwa hii ikulu? Mimi nikija hapa nakuta wafanyabiashara, nakuta watu ya wash. Nakuta watu ambaye tabia yao si mzuri. Nakuta watu ya kitaifa kama Hemeti huyu ya Sudan, mtu anaua watu, ndio wako hapa ikulu. Nakuta mtu mwingine ya Zimbabwe, mkora, ndio wako hapa ikulu. Wale watu yote wanagonga watu ya kamari, watu ya betting ndio wako pale. Wale wanapika pombe haramu ndio wako pale, wameletwa na Sudi. Amechukua commission, amewaleta kwa rais. Wamejaa pale. Rais amewacha kufikiria mambo ya nchi, ako kwa mambo ya biashara. So mimi nikamwambia rais, na kuomba ndugu yangu, mimi nilikula kiapo kuwa msaidizi wako. Naona kila mtu anakuogopa. Tafadhali usinitishe nikuogope, nikubalie nikuheshimu. Ndio nikuwe nikikushauri tusipotee. Nikauliza rais, wazee walienda wapi ya jamii ya college? Tuko na hii mzee anaitwa Henry Koskei, tuko na Sally Koskei, tuko na Elijah Subeo, tuko na Franklin Bet, tuko na Wilson Boynet, tuko na William Murugo, tuko na Major Retired Say, tuko na watu wazee wa heshima katika jamii ambaye wameona mambo mingi, watu wamekomaa. Siuita hii wazee wakuwe wanakaa na wewe jioni wanakushauri, kwa sababu mimi naona hii watoto umelete wanakupoteza njia. Asema bwana, wajana hiyo wazee hiyo wamepitwa na wakati. Wakwende. Mimi wacha nikae na hii. Nasema kama hutaki hii wazee, si hata uite huyu Bishop Silas Yego wa IC. Mzee mwenye hekima, mzee anajulikana. Rais, mambo si mzuri. Kelele imezidi nje. Na wewe husikii kelele. So tukifika finance bill, nikamwambia rais, hii finance bill watu wamekataa.
In short, Gachagua's thesis is that Farouk and company didn't just fail to protect the president. They actively helped dig the hole he is climbing out of.
Hao watu watatu ndio wameweka William Ruto ile shimo wako leo.
And to understand Farouk's exile, you must understand June 2024, or more specifically, the catastrophic miscalculation that preceded it. By multiple accounts, the National Intelligence Service had flagged the rising political temperatures to the president well before protesters flooded the streets. The warnings were there. The data was there. The briefings were delivered. But here is the thing about warnings. They are only useful if the people receiving them possess the intellectual infrastructure to process them. And when your presidential advisory board resembles a village baraza chaired by Oscar Sudi with Farouk Kibet taking minutes, you can imagine the quality of strategic analysis that emerged from those sessions.
As you all know, there is no greater honor in public life than the privilege to represent one's country and people.
Perhaps if Gachagua's sentiments are true, Farouk and company were telling the president that the Gen Z movement was nothing but a passing cloud. However, the cloud did not pass, and June 25th arrived with a thud. What had been dismissed as a minor digital tantrum erupted into the most significant civic uprising of Ruto's presidency, one that left lives lost, trusts shattered, and an administration scrambling for legitimacy it had carelessly frittered away. And that, sources suggest, is when the axe fell. The NIS reportedly drew a line, the era of freestyle governance, where unelected operatives with no constitutional mandate could wander state house corridors, issuing directives like feudal lords, was declared over. Farouk and what insiders colorfully refer to as the Yamune Squad were quietly escorted out of the inner circle. Farouk wasn't the only casualty. The entire ecosystem of the freelance power brokers who had colonized state house appears to have undergone a quiet purge. In fact, it is during that period that President Ruto created offices for 21 advisors.
Your Excellency, I have the instructions of the Speaker of the National Assembly.
And the context for all of this is brutally simple. President Ruto is fighting for his political survival. 3 years into a tenure that has destroyed his public goodwill, the president finds himself confronting a country that has moved from disappointment to active hostility.
Kwa sababu hii fujo yote inaendelea hapa, inaharibu sifa ya Kenya, sio Kenya peke yake. Inaharibu sifa ya Kenya duniani kote. Wale waegezaji ambaye nimeenda kuwatafuta, hawa watu wa fujo kwa street wanakuja kuwafukuza. Kwa sababu watu hawajui hii vita inaelekea wapi. So we must be careful, na sisi wote tuungane, na kila mzazi ongea na mtoto wako. Ama namna gani?
Winning back that trust, rebuilding legitimacy from the rubble of broken promises and tear gas requires more than policy pivots. It requires a visible, demonstrable house cleansing. It requires the president to show Kenyans that the circus performance who turned his first term into a governance disaster have been shown the exit. And so Farouk Kibet, once the most feared unofficial official in the republic, finds himself campaigning in Trans Nzoia, sharing stages with politicians who wouldn't have secured a meeting with him 2 years ago.
Mnataka kasi, sio wivu. Hiyo ni sawa ama si sawa?
So there is a lesson buried in Farouk's trajectory, and it is one that every political operative in this country would do well to tattoo on the inside of their eyelids. In Kenyan politics, today's untouchable strongman is tomorrow's village elder dispensing unsolicited advice under a mango tree.
Nyinyi mnaambiwa muende upinzani, mtapiga kura ya upinzani nyinyi? Mimi nauliza watu ya Luandet, mtapiga kura ya upinzani? Ati unatoka asubuhi unaenda kupiga kura ya kusema ati mnaambiwa tawe. Tawe ni kitu gani?
The men who once made governors tremble will eventually find themselves trembling before voters in rural constituencies, begging for the same democratic legitimacy they once treated as a minor inconvenience. And that is Farouk for you.
Noma si noma. Yeah. So
yeah, you can react. So do you want to tell me that Farouk Kibet has been defaced by Ruto?
It looks like he has. The only person who's lingering around is, I think, Murkomen. I think somebody is advising Ruto to pivot when it's too late to start. Have you noticed that he has, what do you call it, increased his PR? His PR has gone overboard. Beginning of, towards the end of last year, alikuwa ameanza kutengeneza hiyo dual carriage. There's a like kutoka hapa Nairobi going towards Naivasha, you can see a road that is wameanza kuchimba barabara, and he wants to complete that by December, which is impossible. He as an engineer, you know that is not possible. He stated that by December you will have dual carriage from here all the way to Kisumu Kuju, within 1 year. But I think that's also a donation. Farouk Kibet, I think ameonyeshwa, the way they are saying the NIS, the people are really scared about how these people from my tribe are doing. The squad that Martha Karua was talking about is allegedly from these guys. And Farouk, Sudi, and Murkomen are doing that. So Farouk is trying to at least protect himself by gathering a seat. Turbo, as I have explained, Turbo is an area in Uasin Gishu that is similar to what you have in Busia, where you have Kalenjins and Luyas that have lived together for so long, so you wouldn't know who is a Kalenjin or who is a Luya. So that is where Farouk grew up, Ukoni Nyumbani. So that's why you can hear his Luya is very good. It's got very good Luya, yet is a Kale. So he's trying to get, Uasin Gishu is not too far from Kitale. So unaona anajaribu kupata kakiti hapo, unaona. And I think he's targeting Turbo itself. Turbo, he's been hitting the UDA female MP there. What is concerning me is I hope Kenyans will not believe his lies. You know, Talanta Stadium itatusaidia, barabara itatusaidia. I want children to go to school. Giving, alikuwa amepatia nini GCM Church, alipatia pesa ngapi today?
Alisema every year you will be giving 3 million, then akaambia pastor aende Friday apewe pesa ya kujenga
5 million, eh?
No, he did not say. The only one no, kuna 5 million leo alipeana, so alipromise 3 million per year, 5 million ikapeanwa, 5 million ya nyota yake, akasema kuna nyota yako umeanzisha hapa, hiyo nimekupea 5 million, na akaambiwa aende ingine State House. Na ile kitu najiuliza, because Ruto will not be elected, Ruto will not be the president in 2027. So hiyo pesa amepromise huko atampea akiwa civilian. You alisema every year I will be giving you 3 million.
You're forgetting Ruto is already planning, like mkimwachilia ende 2027 eh? My following politics ends completely. Hiyo tunaachana nayo because that is another Museveni. That is definitely Museveni. Now you'll have full control of the state machinery. Unaona? It's the likes of you who've dragged me back into politics, Njero. Ni nyinyi ndio mmenivuruta. Yeah, after 2022, the things were just too much. And I'll tell you the truth, Malava and Mbere were a big heartbreak by the way. Kuona nikirudi for a while. I was just like, what the hell is this shit, man? What is happening? What are you watching? I'm okay busy.
No, ni wewe unanishtua. I'm just trying to marvel at ukisema sijui Ruto achiliwe. So that's why I'm trying to process that.
Yeah. And then now Uncle Mwamba is talking some very scary stuff bana. Ati SKM anataka kuwa deputy wa Ruto. Kalonzo.
Who is saying that?
Uncle Mwamba. Ujasikia hiyo? Ameandika hapo juu. I know me, I don't take what Mwamba says lightly, yeah? Just go up over there, listen to M. Kalonzo's words today.
Kitambo. I don't think I think angekuwa alienda kitambo.
No, let me look for that speech. You know, Uncle Mwamba is talking some stuff. Koja. Buendelea kuongea. Look for it.
Yeah, so Innocent, are you there? Wacha niweke Gachagua akijibu. There is something important also I also wanted us to listen today. Kidogo tu. Kidogo. This one nimeipata.
Rewarding loyalties who voted for you. So watakuamini aje leo waone. The other time I heard you saying you are 6 million votes now in Central Kenya. Kama 6 million in Central Kenya watakuvotia leo kwa president, na labda milioni 2 wakuvotia kutoka kwa Wakalenjin, Waluo watakuwa upande gani, especially now that you have come out as a leader who rewards loyalties before Kenyans?
Madam, leo tumeita radio za Wakalenjin, tunaongea na Wakalenjin. Hatujaita Waturkana. Siku niliongea na watu ya Somali, sikuongea mambo ya Wakalenjin. Ngoja kwanza. Siku nilitaka kuongea na Wasomali, hawakuniuliza mambo ya Wakalenjin. Sijaita citizen, nimeita Wakale. Naongelesha Wakalenjin leo. Hii ni siku yao. Nilikuwa naongelesha Wasomali. Juzi nimeongelesha Wakikuyu. William Ruto alikuwa pale Sagana. Aliita radio za Wakikuyu akaongelesha Wakikuyu. Hakuulizwa swali ya Wakalenjin. Waturkana nitaongea na hawa. Juzi nimekuwa na radio ya Wama, nimeongea na Wama. Mimi naongea na watu kulingana na shida zao. na ni Wakalenjin wameniuliza, wewe umekuwa ukiongea na Wakikuyu, juzi umeongea na Wamasai, the other day umeongea na Wasomali, sisi na tulikupigia kura, utaongea na sisi nini? So mimi nataka leo madam tuongee mambo ya Wakalenjin.
Nikubalie basi.
Kwa sababu radio tumeita leo ni ya Wakalenjin, wanasikiza.
Nikubalie.
Asirani watukana wanasikiza hizo radio.
Nikubalie nikurudishe nyuma kidogo. Umesema ya kwamba tofauti zako na President William Ruto, kwa sababu hii conversation tangu tuanze lazima itamalizikia kwa makosa ya president. Swali langu ni kwamba the fallout was because haukupewa what you agreed kama jamii. Sasa swali langu na ile jambo tunataka kurudi pale so that next time you form the next government hakutakuwa na fallout na kukuwe na representation ya Wakenya wote kutoka kila kona ya Kenya.
Nafikiri hujanisikiza vizuri. Mimi nimekueleza tu kuhusiana na William Ruto. Kukosa kupewa ile tuliahidi is one reason. Kuua watoto is the biggest reason. Wale wa Gen Z. Kudanganya wa Kenya is another reason. Ahadi za uongo is another reason. Kuharibu masomo is another reason. Kuharibu matibabu, reason ya mimi na William Ruto kukosana ni zaidi ya 20. Wewe unaongea tu moja, ati hata kupewa ile tunataka. Hiyo ni one reason. Lakini reasons ni mingi na nimekueleza vizuri. I took time kukuelezea ni kwa nini ambaye tulipitana. So wacha tu nikuulize sasa pale nimekuambia sasa kama tulipokuwa tunafanya kampeni William Ruto alikuwa anasema mambo ya Arol na Kimorel. Tukichukua serikali, nikiweka Biblia chini, within 6 months, Arol na Kimorel itakuwa imejengwa. Sasa ni mwaka 4. Hakuna kitu naendelea. Hata zile barabara za kwenda huko hakuna. Hii maneno ya ahadi za uongo. Mpaka nyumbani, unajua unaweza hata kuwa excused labda ukidanganya wengine. Lakini watu ya nyumbani pale kwa boma, at least ile maneno umeahidi hawa watu ya nyumbani ufanye.
Do you think there is anything successful that this administration has done?
Kuna mambo tulifanya na ilienda vizuri na nilisikia rais hata hataki kutaja. Mimi ndio nilimsaidia. Mimi ndio nilisimamia registration of farmers katika Jamhuri ya Kenya. Nikaita ma-DC na tukafanya na tukaanza kupeana fertilizer. That's a good thing. Na tunasema heko kwa serikali. Fertilizer ya 2,500. Mtu apate haki yake. Lakini nikamwambia rais na akaniingilia sana. Nikamwambia kupeana fertilizer ni sawa. Mazao imeongezeka ya mahindi, lakini bei iko chini. So what is the use ya kusaidia watu wazalishe mazao alafu bei ya mahindi iko chini? Mimi nilikuwa namsukuma rais baada ya kufanya research. Nikamshauri ile maneno nunuliwa na National Cereals and Produce Board. Because of the cost of production, which is almost 3,800 per bag. Hii wakulima ndio tuwainue, tuweke minimum ya 5,500. Unaona? Akasema hapana, haiwezekani. So, fertilizer ilifanyika. Lakini ukiangalia the end result, it's not helpful. Umepunguziwa bei ya fertilizer. Fertilizer umetumia, mazao imekuwa mingi. Okay? Bei ni mbaya, imeshuka, maburuka wameshukisha bei. Inakuwa ni ile inaitwa zero sum game. Unaona? Lakini mimi nasema ile shida iko mingi sana. Ni ahadi za uongo. Hiyo ni shida kubwa sana. Number 2 ni hii maneno ya masomo. Today ukiuliza kama mtapata masimu, watoto wako nyumbani wa grade 10 na wajaenda shule ni wengi sana. Kwa sababu shule walimu wanasema lazima ulipe. Rais amesema hata kama huna uniform, hata kama huna pesa peleka mtoto. Wakifika shule wanaambiwa haiwezekani because anaongea kitu na kitu ya uongo. Kusema ati mtoto anaweza enda shule bila uniform na bila school fees, hiyo ni kudanganya wa Kenya. Because hakuna mwalimu atakubali kwa sababu lazima hiyo mtoto akule. Lazima hiyo mtoto ajulikane anakaa namna gani. Watoto hawezi enda shule bila uniform wakae huko. Tukiangalia mambo ya university, kabla sisi kuchukua serikali kulikuwa na HELB, Higher Education Loans Board. It was working. Watoto wote wa university walikuwa wanapata pesa wanaenda kusoma. Rais akakuja akabadilisha, akapata some advisors hapo wakamdanganya, watu wako hapo wanajiita wataalamu, juzi wamefukuzwa na koti. Wakamchanganya akakubali. Akalete a model of a financing model. Watoto wengi wako nyumbani. That is a problem. Na hiyo ndio shida iko. Na iko Kenya kila pahali, hata wa wakala ndio shida iko.
So imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Very careful Mheshimiwa CS, tukienda huko Kisii kesho, nikubali or not address William Ruto as Mr. President. People are tired. Watu wamechoka. Watu wanataka, this is revolution time, and this revolution itakamilika on or before or during or before 2027.
Imehanga ama imeisha haraka hivyo?
Imeisha haraka.
But what the mood is, Mheshimiwa CS Matiang'i, the mood is revolutionary. Kenyans can't even wait. A lot of them have just come from the United States. And people are saying even this advantage you are giving William Ruto, a one term, we are being very generous. The country cannot wait. Kuendelea watoto is not enough. Kwamba Gen-Zs waliuawa. Now we are almost in the month of March, and what William Ruto and Raila had even put in writing, and I have it on authority of Senator Sifuna himself, because Secretary General of ODM, kwamba the 10 points ambazo walielewana, some of which were drawn from the NADCO report, nothing has happened. Umetoa marjan. Mumeruka watu wawili qualified deputy CEOs. All right? Mukachukua director Court Nkuli ambaye tunajua katika petition zetu, that is a person who should not be allowed to take over as a CEO of IBC. Hiyo tunaangalia. So when we say you will not steal, Fred and my sister there, this is what we mean. There must be open recruitment of the new CEO wa IBC. Atuta.
Okay, to Goja, before you play that video, this is today. I don't see any, I don't feel like he's moving anywhere. This is actually, yeah, he's not moving anywhere. Does it sound like he's moving anywhere? Hey, boss umechoka bana. Tufunge show. Umechoka.
Umesikia mmemwambia Steven ya kwamba kulia kushoto mbele na nyuma lazima usimame rais. Hiyo si mbaya. Lakini unajua hata mimi niliambiwa hivyo. Na wengine ambao wananisupport. Lakini mwisho nikakuja nikapima, nikaona wenye kusimama ni wengi, lakini wenye kushinda ni tofauti. Kusimama ni sawa, si namna hiyo? Kwa hivyo msipatie Kalonzo masharti ati lazima usimame. Mwambie Kalonzo, wewe enda panga na wenzako, mpangane namna hiyo, alafu tuone. Wewe unajuaje? Pengine bahati inaweza unajuaje? So tuende pole namna hiyo. Hakuna haja ya pole. Unajua Kalonzo, hawa watu saa zingine wanatuenjoy. Kwa sababu mtu anakaa hapo anapima, anaona bora Kalonzo anasimama akuwe rais, mimi nitapata kiti yangu ya bunge, mimi nitapata kiti yangu ya senate. Akikosa apate, hiyo ni juu yake. So lazima hata sisi tunapima hii watu wasituangushe wakitafuta viti yao. Ama namna gani? Lazima tuambiane ukweli. So lazima tujipange mzuri namna hiyo. Kenya hii ni Kenya yetu sisi wote. Steven, wewe umejaribu kusaidia huyo, imeshindikana. Mimi nilijaribu, ikashindikana. Mimi ndio huyu nimekuja nimesaidia Uhuru, amekuwa rais. Sasa Uhuru anaenda retire. Sasa my friend.
Okay.
Tutafutie nini kidogo kipire, tutafutie video nani, tutafutie video ya Murkomen akiambiwa one time. If you have it please. That one.
Utaendelea kusikia uchungu ya Ruto kidogo nikitafuta.
Ni sawa, weka tu.
Ilikuwa when was it?
I'm hearing it was today. It was today at Yakiambua one.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe.
ni watu ambao ni wajijuzi, watu ambao wanaoambia 227 na umeajibu vizuri, lakini kuna jambo ambao bado watu wengi wanauliza kwamba mambo ya Nandi Killer Squad. Unajua ukiprofile community kwamba kuna watu Nandi Killer Squad ama that tribe, you are profiling them kwamba ni wauaji, ni watu ambao ni wajijuzi, watu ambao wanaua watu. Na ukisema hivyo ni kana kwamba unasema kwamba wale watu wakiambia watu ambao walifanya jambo ni jamii ya Kalenjin. Je, mheshimiwa, una regret kutumia hilo neno kwamba ulitumia Nandi Killer Squad?
Mimi nasema tukitaka ukweli ijulikane, hiyo watu wakamatwa wapelekwe kotini. Majina yao ikisomwa itajulikana ni akina nani.
Wasira kutumia Nandi Killer Squad.
Nimesema that is what I said. Mimi nasema nimefanya uchunguzi wangu. Mimi niko na watu wengi wananiambia ile naendelea. Hao maofisa 12 ambao walituvamia.
Wasira kusema nani kwa ungesema maofisa kwa sababu kila mtu anabeba msiba yake.
Kuna yule mwenye kuua hiyo squad ndio mwenye hiyo squad.
Wasira ndio nauliza mheshimiwa, Wasira kutumia Nandi Killer Squad ungetumia
mtu anaona leo msalama. Commission ya Waki inaitwa Waki Commission. Ndio? Sio ati hiyo commission yote watu walikuwa ndani wanaitwa Waki Commission. So mwenye hiyo squad ndio nilisema.
Waki ni jina moja. Lakini nasema Nandi is a community.
Hiyo mwenye hiyo squad ndio nilisema. Na anajulikana na anajijua.
Mheshimiwa, acha nikuulize swali kuhusiana na ujenzi wa barabara ama upanuzi wa barabara ya Riruni Mau Summit. Umenukuliwa mara mingi ukisema kwamba kuna kazi inaendelea kwa hiyo barabara hata haijaanza, kuna kazi inaendelea kwa hiyo barabara. Bado unashikilia hiyo msimamo kwamba hadi hivi sasa hakuna kazi inaendelea kwa hiyo barabara ya Riruni Mau Summit?
Unajua mimi napiga mambo ya ufisadi. Hiyo barabara ilikuwa imekamilika na imepangwa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na serikali ya Jubilee at 150 billion. Hiyo contract imekuwa cancelled, imeongezwa imekuwa 200 billion. 50 billion ya wizi. Hiyo ndio shida yangu. Na imesema by next year itakuwa imekamilika. Hiyo ni uongo. Hii barabara imekuwa hapa Keno Marua. Na inaendelea usiku na mchana, hilo mimi napitia nikienda nyumbani. Imeendelea for 6 years. Kuambia sisi ati hiyo barabara itajengwa by next year, unajua ni maneno ya kuhadaa watu. Na mimi mambo ya uongo sitaki. Hakuna, haijajengwa hata 1 kilometer. Sasa kama 1 kilometer in 4 months haijajengwa, hizo kilomita yote kufika Mau Summit itajengwa. Tena shida yangu ilikuwa why was a contract ya Wafaransa imekuwa cancelled, imeletwa ya Wachina, imeongezwa 50 billion na ilikuwa pale imekuwa sign. Kwanza hao wamelipwa 7 billion breach of contract. Hiyo ni pesa ya umma. 7 billion ingejenga hizi barabara zote ziko Bomet zimekwama. Kwa nini tunapoteza 7 billion to cancel contract ya Wafaransa ndio tuweke ya Wachina ndio watu wapate commission? Hiyo ndio shida yangu.
Tangu tuanze mazungumzo yetu umesema kwamba wewe unatetea ama unataka kutetea jamii ya Kalenjin. Ulipokuwa Narok hivi karibuni ukazungumza kwamba Rais William Ruto anapanga kuwa compensate watu wa jamii yake. Na ukasema kwamba wale watu walitolewa Mau.
It's a very short clip. It's not big.
Kama kuna watu wa jamii ya Kalenjin kule Narok ambao walitolewa.
It's too short. The clip is too short.
Yote mwenye atakaribia police station piga yeye risasi.
It's too short. That's all I could get. Alafu hiyo ingine ni ya kanisa.
Wanda!
Okay bro, wacha niende kulala.
Yeah, sawa. Unaweza enda kulala. I think is okay, we can meet tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wacha nimalizie hii video ya Gachagua and then I call it a day as well because
yeah,
I also want to rest equivalently. So I think it has been a nice time. So
yes.
Although nitakukuta kwa kamera, mbona ulinigonga promise na ukaenda tu hivyo? Ana bado ama unaona channel yetu bado ijafika?
We'll talk later. Bye. Good night. Bye. All right. Bye.
Mau hawafai kupewa compensation. Mimi sikusema, nilisema alitangaza atakompensate hawa. They have not been compensated. Nimekuambia wale walitolewa Mau alitangaza watakuwa compensated, lakini wale wa Ma kutoka Ruto bado tangaza. Mimi nimesema, lakini lazima tuongee ukweli. Hawa ya jamii yake ametangaza watakuwa compensated, although hawajakuwa compensated, lakini wale wamefukuzwa wa Masai kutoka Ruto hajasema watakuwa compensated. So anatakiwa alitangaza wale wake watakuwa compensated, hata hao wa Ma atangaze watakuwa compensated, alafu wafanye juhudi wote wakuwe compensated, both communities kuwe compensated.
Alafu niongeze hapo, mimi mali natoka Bomet County. Kuna hofu sana kwa Wakalenjin ambao wanatoka sehemu hiyo ya kwamba iwapo wewe utachaguliwa kwa rais ama yeyote kwenye United Opposition atachaguliwa kwa rais, labda mtatumia ile nafasi kutenga jamii ya Kalenjin ambayo inatoka sehemu ya Rift Valley kwenye masuala ya maendeleo, masuala ya kuwapea kazi, na pia labda wale wenye wako kwa serikali labda mtawatoa kwenye kazi kwa sababu labda mtachukua hiyo nafasi kufanya nini? Kulipiza kisasi kwa yale ambayo labda kufanyikia wewe.
Sisi ni wangwana. Kama sisi tungekuwa watu wabaya, tungesikiza Uhuru Kenyatta, hatungechagua William Ruto. Lakini sisi ni wangwana. Sisi hatuna shida yote na jamii ya Wakalenjin na hatuna sababu yote ya kuwatenga. Hao ni Wakenya. Ile tu naomba hao wasijitenge kwa Wakenya wengine. Waone vile Kenya naendelea, wajipange. Wasiweke mayai yao yote kwa kikapu moja. Sigine waweke kwa Ruto, sigine waweke kwetu. Ndio vile itaenda, pia wajipange hapo. Lakini hakuna mtu atatenga jamii yeyote. Na mimi nataka niulize watu wangu wa Kalenjin, waishi kwa amani katika bonde la Ufa, na waishi vizuri na Wakikuyu, na kila mtu ako katika bonde la Ufa, kwa sababu hao ni Wakenya. Waendelee kupendana, wafanye biashara pamoja, waoane, wapate watoto pamoja, tuunganishe Kenya yetu yote ikue moja. Na ndio mimi nimewaita kusema, mtu asiniwekelee ati mimi niko na shida na jamii. Mimi niko na shida na mtu mmoja, na amekosea Wakenya wengi, na sio mimi peke yake niko na shida na yeye. Tuwe tembea hii Nairobi usikie vile maneno watu naongea, sio mimi peke yangu. Mimi mwenyewe nimesalitiwa, wafuasi wangu wamesalitiwa, Wakenya wamesalitiwa. Sisi tuko na shida na yeye, na sio mimi peke yetu. But we have nothing against the community. The Kalenjin people are Kenyan people and they are great people. We are working together.
Chama cha DCP.
Yes.
Hivi sasa mko kwenye muungano wa United Opposition. Unasema unatetea jamii ya Wakalenjin. Nafasi yao kwa muungano wenu na chama chako ni nafasi gani? Kuna wenye wanashikilia nafasi hizo, unapoelekea kule utaambia umewapea nini kwa chama yako na pia kwa muungano wa United Opposition?
Director of Elections katika UDA ni wakili anaitwa Muge. Ni mtoto ya marehemu askofu Alexander Muge. He's the director of elections in DCP. Once wakale wamejoin DCP na nitakuja kuuza DCP, na mimi nawaambia hawa, nikisikiza hii UDA wale wabunge wameshika, hawa wanataka kuwatoa, watapata shida kubwa sana, kwa sababu wale wameshika kila kitu, na sioni wakipata tikiti. Mimi nataka kuambia wale wanataka kutoa hawa watu, kwa sababu pia tungetaka wabadilishwe, tupate wajumbe ambao watatetea raia, wasikuwe ni praise and worship team ya William Ruto. Wachaguliwe, wakuje watetee watu. When there is a problem waongee, watafutie hao maendeleo watetee. Mimi nawaambia hapa college, DCP is your home. Wale wangetaka kuja, mkuje. Sisi tutakuwa na free and fair nomination, mtapata nafasi ya kugombea viti. Tayari hapo Narok tumeshinda kiti. Na ndio kuja hapo kutafuta kura. Na DCP kapigiwa na jamii zote. Kuna watu walikuwa wanajaribu kusema ati DCP ni chama cha ukabila. DCP is a national party. Narok is cosmopolitan. Tumeshinda kiti hapo ya MCA. Tumekuja hapa Nairobi, Kariobangi North, again is cosmopolitan, tumeshinda kiti. Tumeenda mpaka Kusero huko Western Kenya, pahali inaitwa Kisa East, tumeshinda kiti kwa Waluhya. DCP is a national party, na mimi nataka kuinvite jamii yetu ya Wakalenjin, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Kenya is a multi-party democracy. Mujaribu, wengine mkae kwa UDA wale mtaweza, wengine mkuje kwa DCP, wengine muende pahali ingine, mujaribu bahati yenu, mujitetee kwa Wakenya. And DCP is your home. Tayari the director of elections is wakili Muge ako bado.
Okay. Kulisa bado tukiwa DCP bado. Ulinukulia ukisema kwamba
mlienda harusi na gari ya mtu fulani. Mwisho akachukua gari yake mkabaki tu. Sasa kuna chama chako cha DCP. Je, na umeongelea vizuri kwa
every month, this Airbnb pays me about $2,700 in semi-passive income. Now, here's the thing.
Good. Kuma Mokoe, ginya Mokoe, Gathaga, ginya Gathoge, na aria
kana ni macenjagia ithuĩ twacenjirie twathira huko.
So leo yule mama alifukuzwa ametoka Kirerembe. Mnakumbuka huyu mama wa Lamu huyu na Gacheri. So wale wanaweza kufuata. Anyway, nitacheza hii alafu nicheze Chris kumekucha alafu story isha. So those who can be able to hear Kikuyu, you can help us. It was a very strong discussion. Yes, good year. I got your email and I will be responding it. Hata nilikuwa naisoma saa hii. A very long one namna hii. Umeniandikia mambo mingi sana. Hata ukajiaccuse kidogo na ni sawa. Yeah, it's okay. Nimeiona a very long one namna hii. Sawa. I will respond. So let's listen this one. Chris kumekucha. We call it a blessed Sunday. Again, wale mnataka kusupport hii show yangu, you can become a member, you can like, you can share, you can do a super chat. Kama Goodia, by the way, Goodia leo ametugongea super chat. Yeah, Goodia, I really appreciate your unending effort. Umetugongea super chat leo. Thank you. So kama kuna mwingine anataka kugonga super chat ya kuencourage kijana hata akiwa ameketi chini ni sawa. Wacha tusikie hawa wakereketwa.
Cost tondu ithue meciria maitu na mitaratara itu ni tofauti muno na maundu maya marahanikana guku uguo kirima-ini.
Jerry, utati uyu witu ni tugibanga mathabu maitu. He handu tureciria agikuyu aria me diaspora.
Wa mbere ngeithie mwiroreri wa Kirerembe handu ya Ruma na makiria muikari wa county ya Kirinyaga. Wairu kwena ndu muthoni auga ngwamba gucokia. Ni auga ati ithue mwena wa one term ni twikuagira tear gas tugathie tukaikiria. Hindi iria ni undu nginya urecorded.
The discussion was tough. Huyu mama Muthoni nitaenda tu nikiinterpret pole pole. Huyu mama Muthoni ambaye tulifukuza the other day ati aliclaim opposition ndio inajirushia tear gas ati tumenunua tear gas yetu. So now Gachagua is responding. So don't go away with interpret. So can you imagine that now they are funneling ati tunajirushia tear gas. Hey, mayo
to video-ini hindi ria andu matakirwo kanitha-ini gwitima ni tuonire andu mari na micinga mari na civilian uniform no mari na micinga matathukagia no nyende kumenya atiriri hihi ni undu micinga yo warora ni AK47 assault rifle no nyende kumenya atiriri ni undu we ni murata wa waziri CS Murkomen ri ni civilian aigana Kenya ni undu watho wa licensing act Firearms Licensing Act etietekeretie a civilian kuheo mucinga wa AK47 ni andu igana Kenya ni rukihi no korwa kiri na disi ni ndu ni tukuaga tia gas tukeikiria koguo na dithathi ngwiciria ri ni ithu twakihuraga icio cia hurago na AK47 mwena wa one time ni andu igana ndagituhericio na ningiri kuma hindi ria giko kiu giekikire over 3 weeks now niki andu acio angikorwo ni amung'ethaniro ri matanyitito ninge Rigathi wa Gachagua ni ugite akoria atiriri tia gas ikorwo gikomba ungithie pharmacy wende kugura ndawa no wenderio ndawa no tia gas baicio nae wa weru ni kundu ingigoro ni ndiui angikorwo marauga ni turahuthira ri toko ni makioi kuria yendagio toko ni mo makiendagia
Muhesh.
Waweru.
Hello. You want to play with me? Sure. You want me to help you with your groceries?
Reke ngwire maundu maria mundu gwitwo Rigathi wa Gachagua aronia agikuyu ni maundu makoretwo magituma kithuothe muthuri ucio ni akoretwo juzi.
Now the woman is accusing Rigathi Gachagua and saying that Gachagua is really mistreating Kikuyus. That is what she is saying. Hebu musikilize hapo. I get shocked like kumbe narratives can be twisted. Hey. And by the way, out of 56 people, come on to subscribe, you can also subscribe us. It's a way of keeping us going. Yeah, ati Rigathi Gachagua is mistreating Kikuyus. Wow, I didn't know.
Ikira compact na ikira ginya tagwa vest yake ya bulletproof okuria ku waragurite bulletproof ri na compact iciri togwo ku maragura illegal firearms makagura illegal tear gases juzi kurare na mundu gwitwo Kalonzo on a clip weka tear gas. That clip is available mitandao ine yani you know it is astounding to say the least what this gentleman is capable of doing. Na uriura makania makeria ni ati ginya atongoria akirathikia mundu gwitwo akiri wa Nigeria.
She is accusing Kalonzo Musyoka that she is saying that Kalonzo Musyoka was hand one time at saying that weka tia gas hapo. I don't know, maybe nezataka kusikia hiyo clip nimeshangaa. You people, do you remember any day when Kalonzo Musyoka has ever said weka tia gas? Narratives can be built. Ndio nilikuwa nataka leo musikilize vizuri because some of the things which are being spoken in this Kikuyu speaking platforms unaweza shtuka. Go ahead.
Blindly following the guy. It is astounding. Ati kuria community jurarorio ni mundu gwitwo Rigathi wa Gachagua. It's astounding.
Njiri ngirite ri angikorwo kuria tia gas ino iragurwo ri ni kundu iriguri thirikari ikirite ni kirare
thirikari thirikari ikoragwo na framework ya kurora illegal firearms kundu gwitwo Rift Valley na guku North Eastern tuturite na andu na nyamu icio gwitwo illegal firearms okuo acio na ku North Eastern na guku Rift Valley tagari tokwo agurukia maruta
tutigathie
ni kurakara na sorry na ni kugeta ni ukuregeria tagwa fire extinguisher tondu yani maundu macio madakaragia tondu wa riri ni ukuona hindi ni njuga na guthii na haha uguo Murang'a. I nearly lost my life.
Hau ni tuguka
in the hands of the same guns and the lead gun.
Pero angikorwo kwina andu aguruki ni undu kigo kiu ni kiagweto no angare mararumirira thirikari iroraga ciana hindi ya Gen Z maandamano ma 2024 na woman rep aramu ni undu ikirie finance bill kura ya yes na listio iho na ya koguo no akane konda na ikia yes hindi iria ciana cito cioragirwo nondu ni ciana cia Kenya. Mundu rarumirira muraganio nake no muragani Wairu. Ona hindi iria twatetagira andu aitu makiuragwo Lamu. Uguo arauga ati micinga yaguragwo. Koguo na urenda kwira andu a Lamu nao ni mameguraga micinga makeyuraga. Angikorwo ni ukwaria mumbunge muthure kaunti ngima ya Lamu. Waria uge ati andu nimo maraikiria tia gasi, nimo maragura rithathi makehura. Urera andu a Lamu atiriri hindi iria murago ni itoi nimo mareyuraga. Na we mumbunge mutumia muthure kaunti ya Lamu. Uhoro wa clip ya Kalonzo. Ndiwe kana muthoni ni ukoragwo na thina wa kuigua no ithako aha. Kalonzo augaga atiriri clip ino kana augire atiriri wamerusha tear gas. Na clip yo no yetho ithako. Angikorwo we no menya ndiwe by the way ndiwe niki maheago kou. Ndiwe tani go maruteiro igongo na ria thakame. Ni undu angikorwo mundu mutumia kwanza ni undu ithuĩ nĩ ithuĩ tũciaraga na tũkarera ciana ndũngĩigua ruo rwa mũciari ũngĩ ciana kana mwana wake oragĩtwo na nĩ ciana ciarĩ nini mbeũ njĩthĩ kĩndũ kĩrĩa mekire tu nĩ gũtetera Kenya ĩkorwo na better governance angĩkorwo ndũngĩigua ruo rũu rĩ ona we ũrĩ mũragani.
Waweru Kenya benjerio cia killings cia Lamu. Hindi iria mundu gwitwo Uhuru wa Kenyatta ari president Lamu koragirwo andu 100 arume mwanyitagwo mukogo makohwo muko na maguru makiuragwo 100 men rucini rumwe. Hindi yo president yo wari kuone mugiko kadari mugikuyu makiuragwo anake itu 100. Mundu uria wokire ku gututeithia Lamu ni mundu witagwo President William Samoei Ruto okire ikara thiko ithatu. Recently hindi majetia kuragwo ringi ni ndaugire na ngiuga ina presidential forum ati andora moragaga andu itu ni andu ene migunda minene andu itu maikarite ku thina ta squatters mendaga mamorage niguo makia mekate mameherie. Kuma riria ndateteire mundu gwitwo President William Samoei Ruto ongereire thigari iria cie Lamu ni 6000 officers thigari 3,000 na Lamu mugikuyu ni takuga ni turi andu ta 100,000 ria twendi ni kumaanisha mugikuyu tondu gutire muthweri uriragwo ni kiria ni thigari kuria gutire musumari uriragwo ni thigari aria mararirwo ni thigari 3,000 ni mugikuyu. Koguo ni kumaanisha out of andu 100,000 ria 20 mena thigari 3,000 andu gibau hena muthigari ni kumaanisha ucio ni president urarira mugikuyu taria Israel iriragwo ni America. Ishimwa jari no gatiriri ati Gen Z aria moragirwo ni thirikari hindi iria mundu gwitwo Uhuru wa Kenyatta ari president ri ni kwa na mundu metagwo ma River Yala killings ni moragirwo andu aingi piu ni makana mahene tuiguaga andu makiuga uhoro wa Matiang'i ni tuiguaga andu makiuga uhoro wa Uhuru kana andu mugo uhoro wa Matiang'i kana ni kuri wanda na wa mugongo thaici murenda gukuithia mundu gwitwo ati muge atiriri waziri wa kindu gwitwo security na data jago handu mukuga ati ni audacia mundu gwitwo na bemwe maundu maya me haha ma governance ni maritu hindi yo ya finance bill twari hakuwe gukua ithuothe abunge 350 tondu kwa kuzetwo stampede kuria bunge. In fact some of us twari tugithie thibitari gwikirwo drip ukua gwa ciana ti kindu ya kuruga mundu akuga ni undu mwega ni undu muru no ona gugithiaga uguo ri ni hagirwo gukorwo na kindu gitwa responsible leadership and responsible citizenship. Ukomenya atiriri ndio urathi taru gugu mathire uguo guka kuraga abunge othe in one instantly ona ithuika tutacirtwo ni aciari. That is the question.
Wairu muthoni ni ugo horo wa killing cia Lamu na ni njui ndangigweta ritwa Rigathi wa Gachagua in any good light na ni wega therie hindi ya 2023 kwiciria kwari 23 August kwari na killings ciahanikire kuria Lamu na andu aria matagetiro muno ni andu aitu na kanitho gicino muthoni uyu ikarite ahanani ni athire agikora Rigathi wa Gachagua akimwira andu aitu ni mahuriro muno na kwari na ngurubu yetagwo Mount Kenya leaders na ngurubu yo yari na abunge othe agitarukia Mount Kenya na rimwe ni twaragiriria ku issues iria irakama na ni njui ndina manonjarie ndia handina wira kwina clip yakwa ya Inoro ni undu Inoro niyo makabire story yo ngiaririria andu aitu na ngiaririria uhoro wa uria moragiro guku Lamu na mundu uria watuirite uria waheanite instruction icio ni His Excellency Rigathi wa Gachagua. Undu wake agicoka akioya ikinya kanitha iria yacinirwo na ndiwe kana wina thimu yaku hau ni undu angikorwo muthoni ni ekwenda kuhenania no urore rekondi-ini ambunge aria mathire gwika harambe kunyitirira kanitha ucio na makiruta mbeca matumitwo nacio ni His Excellency Rigathi wa Gachagua, mubunge wa Naivasha Jane Kihara, mubunge wa guku Nairobi Major Dong, mubunge wa Embakasi Gakuya, Koimburi Duncan uria wa kuria Nyeri Town na mbunge angi. No muthoni ni arenda muno ni undu ni athurite ritwo mugikuyu ndiu kana arakienda gwitwo Otieno kana Atieno kana no korwo ni agicenjirie ritwa ni athurite muno ritwa rigwitwo mundu mugikuyu ni undu ni arenda kwionania we ti mukabira koguo ndangigweta Rigathi wa Gachagua in any good light ono korwo ngithie wabici kwa Rigathi wa Gachagua aya ndamakoragwo raini-ini nimo mari mambere aya na ari othe orona magitarukia Mount Kenya aria mahuraga Rigathi wa Gachagua tukuna muthenya actually maheagwo preference mbere ya ithuĩ aria twarugamire na Rigathi wa Gachagua na ni wega mutongoria akaragia na akaragia uria kuri na uria gwathire no ni araririkana hindi ya president athire no ndararirikana hindi ya Rigathi wa Gachagua tukambe kudinere kunjokie uhoro ugire uhoro wa president ni ahianire directive wa weru ya shoot in the leg order president mugima wa bururi wa Kenya akauga atiriri uhoro rithathi kuguru ungihoro rithathi kuguru thaicire ni ugwika kindu gitago bleeding by the time urathie thibitari wa weru ri uthio kore chandira ruta wira ri ureciria ni ukurara wi moyo muthenya ucio ureciria mwiri wa mundu ungi bleed mathaa maigana kana dakika cigana atanatuika wa gutuikana kana gute moyo wake koguo ndirauga ni president ni undu ni we ahianire and it is on record president ni augire andu mahuro rithathi cia kuguru na nikio njuga ni president responsible ya ciana iria cioragiro na iria cithiete na mbere kuragwo bururi uyu witu wa Kenya.
Mheshimiwa Muthoni.
Struggling with complex government proposals? Our intelligent AI is your co-pilot for crafting compliant and compelling bids. Our platform breaks down overwhelming solicitations into manageable, structured sections. Effortlessly navigate and build every part of your proposal, ensuring you never miss a critical component. This is where the magic happens. With a single click, our GovCon AI agent instantly analyzes your writing for compliance, clarity, and completeness. Go beyond simple spell checking. Receive a detailed breakdown of strengths, weaknesses, and potential compliance issues. Get clear, actionable improvements to transform your draft into a winning proposal.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction.
Horo wa incident yo ya killing cia Lamuri tondu ni ikoragwo very deep I'm very deeply connected na hiyo issue. Hindi wa kwaraganaguo 2023 ri ndathire kuri atongoria othe ndabira ngithi kwi mundu gwitwo president ngithi kwi mundu gwitwo Kindiki na ngithi kwi mundu gwitwo Rigathi wa Gachagua na ngimobilize MPs othe aria maragia Gikuyu tondu hindi yo aria moragagwo in an ethnic cleansing way marike Agikuyu. Mundu gwitwo deputy president then wari Gachagua ni andomire na milioni imwe president akidoma na milioni 2 Kindiki akidoma na milioni 1 na ngimobilize my colleagues akina Gakuya na wale wengine magioko othe Lamu na tugicagira kanitha ucio kando na hau uguo president yacokire akiongerera thigari na ndarikia gukwira thigari 6,000 na kuma hindi iyo maundu macio mahanekire gutire gwakorwo nginya tiga mundu ona nguku kuragwo in the name of ethnic cleansing maundu macio makehorera kabisa so ketio hau president ucio nacokirie agita atongoria ucio othe the entire county na akimacorera raini akimera gutire mukenya utagirwo no gukorwo handu haria hothe ari Kenya yothe no ucagurwo kundu guothe no rute biacara na no ukorwo wi mutongoria area o yothe na andu acio makeigwa maundu macio na magithie kuguo county-ini ya Lamu magi spread peace na kila mundu agikorwo araigwa handu he gwitwo ki mucii koguo njuge ti ati ndiroga ati mundu gwitwo Rigathi wa Gachagua ndatiteithiririe ni atuteithiririe no ndatuteithiririe eika atuteithiririe na atongoria yake na president agitwongerera security na my colleagues makihota gukorwo ni meguka ona kindu kiria mheshimiwa Njeri angirauga atiriri na mutumia ucio wa Lamu ni mutumia uroraga andu ake tondu agikora ndakihotire kumwambiraizia atongoria ndari na MPs 12 na ndokire Lamu by the mutumia uyu na ona ndajaji ona sorry mutongoria ona njitire mutumia mutongoria women rep uyu wa Kiri wetagwo Njeri wa kuma Kirinyaga ndokire Lamu kundeithia no ni ndari na atongoria 12 aratakwo mokire kurira nani na atongoria acio gutire mutongoria ukoragwo na kaundu gake gaguthi na giko kiria mundu gwitwo gakuya kire guka kundeithia Lamu nikio giatumite nyume Lamu ndokire na ngari kuma Lamu nginya kuria Makomboki ngithie mathiko ma mamu wao otho ni ndamenyaga ciaca cia kugure cigukwo ihana no ngiuma o Lamu kuria ndari ngithie niguo kunyitirira mutongoria wanyitiririe henda na mathina na tondu Njeri ni uga mundu gwitwo president niwe responsible wa maundu maya manake handikite ma killings cia Gen Z na ndaragweta IG ndaragweta mundu gwitwo minister wa security amga ni mundu gwitwo president tondu kiuge basi killings iria ciakihanikaga Rivayara ciari responsibility ya mutongoria gwitwo Uhuru wa Muigai wa Kenyatta.
Njeri ni wigwo Mhesh Muthoni akiuga uria ugitiri ugacirithitio kwao kaunti-ini ya Lamu na araheana kiutari gitumi gia kunyita thirikari mwina thina nao makiheana itumi ciao cia kunyita thirikari iria ironekana ta ci substantial niki
kwa mbere gwiciria ni kiuria kiu woria uhoro wa thina ndigwiciria yani ngikirora niyo ta Njeri ndingiuga ndina thina nake ni undu niwe oi gitumi giake kunyita thirikari mbaru no njugi atiriri gutire muthenya na no nyende clip yo ithako gutire muthenya Uhuru Muigai wa Kenyatta uria wari president wa Kenya aheanire instructions no menye order yumite kuri president etago executive order ikoragwo command na nikyo president katiba-ini itu etago commander in chief of the armed forces aheanire ta president hindi iria ari kuo kuma 2013 to 2022 andu ma Kenya kana a Kenya mahuro rithathi cia kuguru president uria wekuo thaici niwe on record akiheana instruction ati andu mahuro rithathi cia kuguru na ndoria Muthoni ndamwira atiriri no ko shahihi ni raruta wira Lamu no korwo ni aragikena muno maundu uria matari Lamu no korwo thibitari cia Lamu cie fully equipped no korwo cia Kirinyaga na kuria kungi nicio itari fully equipped Muthoni ni mumbunge nio eta mumbunge ena private members cover onani ndinayo ya 10 million Kenya shillings milioni 10 ungethie thibitari ya Nairobi hospital ungethie nginya international hospital hindi ria mukenya wa haria thi muikari wa Lamu either ni mugikuyu kana ni mubajuni kana ni muthwairi atari na cover private members cover ya milioni 10 na mumbunge uria mathurire magituma mbunge ya matetere akauga ati ndarona thina uhoro wa shari gwiciria hau niho meciria makwa nake maratigithurukania
tutikenyete handu ha shari tukwereria uhoro wa sha to ndenda kwamba gucokia hau haria president augire mundu acutwo kuguru wekire uguo wabera uko ni ukuririkana mundu gwitwore Gathua Gachagua akiuga atiriri andu acio marathi gucina biacara cia andu na guku uguo Nyeri na guku ngiri ne gunzi cia thirikari president akiuga atiriri aikorwo ne gunzi cia thirikari ri ndrenda acio manyitwo ri mahoro rithathi kuguru niguo tonio igunzi niguo tondu matiakenyitikaga tiguo mahoro rithathi ya kuguru mahoro rithathi ya kuguru ri to identify mundu tuge atiri mundu uyu ni witu ni wa thirikari kana mundu uyu ni wake ni wa gunzi cia Gachagua na true to the word kuma hindi yo ni mathire nginya gucina thiko maticinaga ringi tondu metigirire makimenya atiriri gunzi ni ciao na gunzi ikoragwo cicio taru haria Makomboki na takorwo no ukorwo na ga video kau one yani andu aria makoragwo group-ini ya mundu gwitwo Gathua Gachagua nio moka kwenda kunjuraga yani mutongoria ukoragwo the owner of the gunzi. How can you be the owner of the gunzi honestly? Muthoni ni ukire kuria Murang'a ona ungiuka Kirinyaga ni one time ungiuka Nyandarua ni one time na umuthi tuma Nairobi kundu gwetagwo kwari ona kuno one time kwina kindu gwetagwo ta mutongoria muthura emotional intelligence ni kuga atiriri ndungithie tu urovoko utegwiciria kana kuthira hakiri ciaku ndungiuka Kirinyaga wambiririe kwariria andu na
wakiri tucoke barabara tucoke uguthiete wega no tukarumane no tukarumane
hakiri cia
Serve your town, support your church, plus get your first paying client within 90 days, guaranteed.
He kindu gitagwo emotional intelligence muthoni okoro ndowe ikira gugu uthome wone niki ndungiuka kirinyaga wambiririe kwariria andu taguo renda kumaguthukira ukimera ni tutam na gutiri undu megwika ndungithie Nyandarua ndungiuka Nairobi ino ni undu tuma kwari wire mundu athie thibitari candira aruta wira atwara mwana wake thukuru school capitation thirikari ni yatinirie ciana cie mucii itirathoma wire mundu economy imutindikite ndangiona mbeca cia kugura mutu uramwira tutam ni undu we thirikari ni urite ukahuna wina mucara wanjikwa kwandikite ukamutetere no wathire kuhangira nda yaku kindu kiria mecimu wagire na noko ndangitikira ni emotional intelligence na noko ndakiwiritwa riu no ndamwira no agugu na no ndimutaithie kumutariria ni ndikire muthomu na ndi wakiri
reke acokia niguo tuthie
break nitukiuge ndikire hakiri ogwo mecimu akiuga hatina thina tukorwo tugiatirire ndiere na emotional intelligence but does that give anyone the right kuhura kwenda kunjuraga kwenda kunduta nguo mbere ya andu? Does that give Rigathi Gachagua right ya kwira andu ake atiriri ati thii muhure muiritu ucio kwarugamite gwakorwo na MC
no tiwe waugire
aca niwe akire madainire niwe arumi othe reke ngwire the natural instinct ya mundurume ungiona mutumia kana mwana in danger natural instinct that we can drag haha ugu your natural instinct is kon wako code that is the natural instinct ya mundu gwito mundurume arumio thira taikarite na hau ugu ari mari mucemanio icio ri either one time kana two time ri all the more kirire ginya my colleagues koni protect muthuri ucio ikarite hau ugu the athekaga ugu ta psychopath yani wambere onake ni araruma na yani gutheka mundu akienda gukua
no ni kugoria no riri ni athekaga ciana cia jenzi
mundu mundu akienda gukua ri mutongoria ati wetu mutongoria wa bururi wakiri wena discipline ya gukara mundu uri areki this lead atirire waweru
no mheshirire
sorry I withdraw no reke turekanire atirire waweru mutumio sorry mheshimiwa oyo uri that she has the decorum of allowing someone to make a comment because you see I keep quiet I allow her kurekia statement yake no rire that akwaria ri akabururuka mimi honestly genuinely
reke tuke atiriri
mundu
ora reke tuke atiriri reke tuthika kabreki tukunde tumai
tucoke point niyo
oyo ni tondu ariri ngwendaga riu tuithirania riri point ya riri ya goons na ukuharagania micemanio inyu muri ta atumia ri tondu ni kuingira muraingira urugari ni wote tikwanja kihinda-ini gia campaign ni muraigua kwina ugitiri wa kuigana makiria mugithi kung'eng'ana ituro ira mukorwo muking'ang'ana na arume ni muraigua kwina ugitiri wa kuigana already turona micemanio ihuririrwo ni goonism no wona twacokereria ndugathi haraya tabarira-ini ya Kirerembe.
Paul Waiganjo mwaka wa 2026 ni wakuwe wakuigithia mbeca ciaku handu cingiciara ona ihenya nyahuru twina broti cia thogora wa 250 deposit ni 50 nayo balance urihe na mieri 6 na ni hamwe na marihi ma title fee twina mega open day mweri 7 mweri wa 3 mwaka uyu wa 2026 oho twina ngondo kundu gugwitwo Juja Farm Kamakis Jos Kamala Nyeri Shaka Mai Mahio Murang'a ona matu kwa uhoro makeria hora thimo namba 0721 077 077 kana utoshere Jewel Complex or Isambu second floor kurigania na TRM. Brico Homes Limited, a touch of fulfillment.
Aya, katikati ya uwanja kule anaanza ule ni Halan Kiptanui anakwenda anamtafuta KDB Kevin De Bruyne akipita anakwenda anamtafuta kule huyo ni Foden Kipto anachenga moja anamtafuta kule Rodri Kipet Rodri anachenga anakwenda moja Rodri anatuma pasi ndefu kule Alan Tani
Dial *811 *346# to get Man City as your skiza tune.
Haha no Guinea Garissa Road, 10 minutes drive only Kumatheka Smart City, area to duo carriageway. Namugoda witoe 10 kilometers only Kumahaha Junction ya Kirimambogo na Faravareno ne ajetie wekerwa rami. Wewe wonaga tarihi ya kwegwatira mucio waku Thika Smart City ihidari yaku nirio riri. The Havulads Limited turakurehera Serenity Estate Phase 2 Kirimambogo 50 by 100 turakwenderia $1,000 na ukigura na installment tukakwenderia $1,050 na deposit na $1,000 peke yake. Tusherere ofisini Thika Elika Plaza kana Ruiru Town Greek Towers Zimone 0707 177 177. Nufaika na dhahabu leo.
Can you be a travel advisor without quitting your 9 to 5? Actually, yes. We're Fora, the modern travel agency, and we are empowering anyone with a passion for travel.
Obiridi na todo aizo uria towe we victim. Tukigira githurano-ini. Tukigira urugani-ini wa campaign. Ni muraigua ta kwina ugitiri wa kuigana especially muri atumia mukigira kumatha kura.
Nyambe njuge wawerwo ati gucenjia ciana citũ na gucitua guns ni undu uria umakitie ukira kila kindu kiria ndanona ciaca-ini ati especially maeneo maria makoragwo na andu aitu kwa Mugikuyu ndi tumenyekaga ati Mugikuyu ni mundu ukiraga rucine agathie akahura kura yake agacoka itha biacara-ini yake kana mugunda wake na nikio kila mundu akoragwo ahete kuria Mugikuyu gitio ni tondu kura ndukoragwo githaithana nayo ndukoragwo gitengerania nayo ni kura ikoragwo ibangikite tondu ithuĩ tũrĩ andũ a mũbango na mũtaratara. Hĩndĩ ĩyo ndathire Makomboki niĩ ndathire hau ũguo ngĩrũgama ngiuga atĩ ndakena mũno nĩ ũndũ wa bara iria ndona gũkũ Mount Kenya tondu gwitũ mũkoragwo marginalized for a long period of time na nĩ ndĩrona thaa ici thirikari ĩrĩa twĩnayo nĩ ĩrageria gũtũnyita guoko gũtũthondekera bara icio. Ngĩmera ona maĩ na thitima ciao nĩ njega mũno no ngĩmera tondu nĩ ndakĩigua inyuĩ gũkũ mũrĩ wa Ntamũrĩ niĩ respectfully niĩ ta Muthoni na ndamerire mimi kama Muthoni ni watuta. Within a split of 30 seconds, kware na more than 500 youths Agikuyu baiting for my blood mendaga kunjuraga kagucia nguo kunyita mwiri kugucia njuiri yabidire all my colleagues marugame mathondeke a ring around me mani protect. Kindu kiria kia makiria ni ati aya youthi ni youthi magirwo ni gukorwo makiingira mibango-ini ino ya affordable housing mone mawira kuu uguo ni kurakwo thoko mone mawira kuu uguo ni kurakwo bara mone mawira kuu uguo. Youthi mena hinya instead ya mundu mutongoria kunyita youthi kuma guide in the right direction aranyita youthi akamatua guns woria kana turaigwa twi safe kana twi unsafe. Agikorwo tuge through opposition style yao niyo ya guns na kurehe ciana citu iria ciagirwo ikiruta wira iria ciagirwo ikigitira atumia makorwo makitu attack, then going forward we might have a problem. Tondu wake aikorwo youth maroka marengi uguo ri intervention nginya ya borithi ri it can only turn bloody. Riu akabidi nginya tha ingi borithi ni kurugama atia ni kurugama uguo tondu riu the moment they try to intervene a little igakorwo ni youth na ni aingi versus ke versus thigari.
Wa mbere Muthoni ni auga ati hakuhi orago na ngwiciria wataraga ceri ni niyo ndi mundu umwe Muthoni ni mundu umwe hindi iria Gen Z moragiro ona gucakaya na family icio ona kuheana statement na ni family makiria ma 80 aciari ciana maciarite makaya ni uraririkana muthuri uria mwanake uria wa kuria mwena wa Lake Region Ojon Albert oragiro na ni uraririkana macaya ma muciari wake na ni undu kesi cio ni documented ri ndigwiciria no a dispute ni undu kwina maundu ndirona akigeria ku dispute na kwe andu menda gukorwo na selective amnesia ukenda kuriganirwo maundu mamwe ni undu boria urenda gutua perception ya reality yaku uri urenda ihane we ni aretetera muno ati ni angioragiro na ena andu ona mamwendete no ndari acakaya ona muthenya umwe ona kuga atiriri ni undu ni murata wa president president ri uria maundu maratwarithio ri uria ciana iroragwo ri ndurona ta mahitia tureka bururi-ini uyu ninge ni atariria uga atiriri ni akugite hau kabere ati Rigathi wa Gachagua niwe waheanire instructions acoka uga atiriri ni undu ndi wakiri ni ndiraga na evidence ati hindi iria arikirie kuwa uguo within 30 seconds sekondi 30 ayuthi makiria ma 500 na Rigathi wa Gachagua ni tuwe aikarite haria mbere o haria ikaraga na mbica no iruto tonani haria ikaraga urenda kunjira Rigathi wa Gachagua aragia na kindu twitaga telepathy kana ta muraika ati within 30 seconds ni ekuhota kwira ayuthi 500 ni undu niwe atuhe na mbeo moke mende kuhahama kana nokorwo hihi gutihia mheshimiwa uyo yaha ninge wakeri atiriri andu aya ni moe ni methaga Rigathi wa Gachagua muno muthoni endaga Rigathi wa Gachagua amwike atia endaga munyite guoko endaga amweherie hau kana endaga amwike atia na okorwo na ni amuhutirie ni ungiona mangiambiririe kwandika statement ati ni harassed sexually ni Rigathi wa Gachagua koguo ni kimendaga you know we woka mucemanio-ini ground yo ni one term ni urenda kuforce kana kwaria na githuri two term ukaga emotional intelligence no ni urenda ku blame andu mari ati no kaigirira mutongoria wa kirima twendete na hetu gitio Rigathi wa Gachagua ati within 30 seconds ni waheanite instructions maundu macio na ngirehe mbere ya jaji ri gutire cironge koroho ni undu wariri gutire mundu ungiheana instructions kwi andu 500 within 30 seconds na ikarite mbere na maumire direction tofauti reke ngwire wawiru.
My journey into trading, like that learning curve, has exponentially just gotten a lot shorter. The stuff that I'm learning, that they're teaching me, is I don't think I would.
This is a movie astounding. Signal. Mari mafagite security wako ari ajitiria kijira te mesh na guko ri ndigwate mafagite atiriri andu aria meguka mauge tutamuri ni megwika atia ni mekwata ko ngimwira atiriri ha hena atongoria national na hena security nyingi aikorwo ni msimamo wakwa ni tutamuri ni ndigiona uria agikorwo hena uru mundu kurugama atia akauga msimamo wake ndirakuitha within ndera mundu gwitwo akiri ha 30 seconds mundu ucio ekirega split uguo no ona grona
andu 500 you know
it is an organ and that is what and this is the point. This is actually the point that we need to be worried about, that it is an organized gun. It's an organized gang. It's a gang that is already recruited, trained and given instructions. At the moment one of them are into one direction, they know exactly what to do, how and when, you know. So when this man Honorable Jerry is trying to say is a community leader, is not caring about the entire community. Tara ujugu akiuga atiriri akiuga sisi mulima na ni tuka discussion hiyo ya ado a diaspora. We are over 5 million of us Kikuyus in the diaspora. Tuikara Rift Valley, tuikara Lamu, tuikara Laikipia, tuikara kuria kungi. Mundu akarugama uguo akikira rugari fiu akagore mutongoria wa ruriri ngoria atiriri kwani ruriri ruru ruikara ni ruru rwa Kirinyaga na Murang'a na gukungiri kana ginya ithuothe tuikaraga diaspora na gukuguo ginya gwitwo Rift Valley ona ithuĩ tukoragwo turi agikuyu acio atetagira kana supposedly atetagira
ha guns ri tondu ndina bata naho tondu niho nderetie ri
yes
oiga Rigathi niwe waheanire signal no ndonire amwe a andu aria makugitirire ri ni Senator Meru
exactly My colleagues,
Senator Nyutu,
nĩkĩo ndĩrakwĩra atĩrĩrĩ,
Mheshimiwa Ngogoyo,
nĩkĩo ndĩrakwĩra
atongoria makoragwo marĩ a Rigathi wa Gachagua mangĩkũgitĩra atĩa angĩkorwo
horera Waweru kwĩre mbũri atĩrĩrĩ, natural instinct ya mũndũrũme ni to protect a woman and a child when they're in danger. These are my colleagues. Angĩkorwo nginya angĩkorwo ona tũhĩtanĩtie atĩa rĩ, within the political fraternity, colleagues ona tũrĩraga ithuothe na tũkoragwo tũhana tarĩ family. Arĩa marĩ recruited rĩ, na magakorwo me trained na mobilized rĩ, matiarĩ aya Ngogoyo na ya mũndũ gwĩtwo my colleagues, my senators, matiarĩ na brief ati kwĩna recruitment ĩkĩtwo. Na even if they had a wind of it, they would not allow their sister to be killed or to be harassed by more than 500 goons who have an honor. These are goons with an honor, organized, well-trained, and well-mobilized.
Wero ndirenda kuhinga hau ni undu rimona ni ndirarigo perception ya maundu andu aya matuta wa mbere na nowe aretukania auga Rigathi wa Gachagua niwe aheanire instructions kwi andu 500 ona nginya ni araheana kuonania ati uria ekire kana signal iria aheanire. Urenda kunjira Waweru ndingĩikara haraini ya andu 10 na niyo micemanio ya siasa uria ikoragwo thutha gukorwo na raini ingi na thutha wayo na kou thutha ati ni ukunjira Rigathi wa Gachagua ni ekuheana instruction na guoko haha thi haria turorete ni undu ni he kuonanagia akaheana instruction na andu 500 makeyumiria na makanyita instruction iria aheana. Ningi ri niauga wega uga ambunge aria marumagirira Rigathi wa Gachagua nimo mamugitagira. Angikorwo Waweru wena uru Rigathi wa Gachagua ari naguo ona ithuĩ aria tumurumagirira tungiari naguo. Hindi iria arauga ati ni Senator Medhu, Ngogoyo na aria angi mamugitagira ri, arenda kunjira acio kwanza mari hakuhi na Rigathi wa Gachagua muno na aria no korwo hihi mangiakionio ni undu gunci acio there is no reality ati gunci andu 500 ni mekuona mundu akiheana signal akionaniriria thi gutiri no ndu tocio ungihanika na ni tutige ku dwell on trivial issues maundu maria onawe uramenya Waweru kana muthikiriria matara make sense.
Twakinyire haha ate Mheshimiwa Njeri Maina tondu gitaru gia gatagati ri tutire twakorwo na thina na andu kuneana mirugamo yao ona king'ang'a-ini andu tuikaine na andu aguthie gutua matua. Twakinyire haha ati mundu ndangiuga murugamo wake woteti ni gwitigira gwikwo uria Mheshimiwa Muthoni ekirwo.
Weru gukinya haha twakinyo ni thirikari ino ni undu ni endaga kana the oldest trick iria huthagirwo kuri andu mabururi-ini mothe ni divide and rule. Na president ginya mbere ya impeachment ya Rigathi wa Gachagua ni amenya gitaru kia Mount Kenya ni kimwehereire. Andu aitu ni ahuri a biashara Waweru. Hindi iria wathukia economy wahutia muhuko wa Mugikuyu mbere ni undu andu aitu biashara ungithie River Road na kuria kungi ni mwambere na gikomba kumihura. Wakeri Waweru kwina kindu kiekiriro gitagwo e-teams. Ndio kana Mheshimiwa ni uhoro wa e-teams. Na nyamu iyo irauga nginya trade uria wa haria thi no nginya akorwo registered na KRA. Hindi iria wauga ati mama mboga aria tugire ni muturaingira thirikari nigetha tumateithie, urauga ati no nginya makorwo na invoice ya e-teams ri mundu ucio ni kumuhinyiriria uramuhinyiriria. Hindi iria wa exempt biashara imwe na niyo ni undu mahitukia bunge exemption ya andu aria marathondeka kimanjika kia bilioni cia mbeca no ukahinyiriria Wanjiku wa haria kianda ri ni biashara ya Mukenya na ya Mugikuyu urahutia. Koguo handu hau ri gwiciria ndetikagia kirima ni kia mwehereire na niendaga muno gukorwo na haro kirima-ini ndu hindi iria murarua ta nyumba mutingihota guikara thi kuvanga maundu manyu kana kwariria maundu manyu. Koguo ngucanio ya gunci ri na angikorwo ni arauga ni ithu turetaga gunci ri ici ciothe maita macio mothe Rigathi wa Gachagua akoretwo akiatako ri magaga gucinyita niki ni undu ni magicioi ni undu arauga nginya micinga ni ithu tugikoragwo nayo ni ithu twagurire illegal firearms ni arauga tia gas ni ithu twagurire no ko ni akioi nduka iria tuguraga magaga kumanyita niki.
Tuhige topic yo ya organized goons tu yatiriri mundu gwitwa Waweru.
So let me ask you, why aren't you rich yet? Book 15 minutes free with me and I'll tell you. Hi, I'm Harvey Wizard. Am I a real wizard? I'm 66 years old. You decide. You may have seen me featured in Get Rich Click, Entrepreneur Magazine, or Authority Magazine. Now I'm running for President of the United States in 2028, not just to enter politics, but for the bigger platform it gives me to help more people and spread the word about my free 15-minute strategy sessions. My goal is simple. In 15 minutes, help you figure out what you could start doing right to earn more, grow your business, or unlock hidden opportunities. Normally, I charge $600 an hour, but nothing beats the thrill I get when you leave our session knowing exactly what you need to do next. Book your free 15 minutes now at HarveyWizard.com, and let's find out why you're not rich yet.
Warning, don't believe the AI trading hype until you watch this entire video. Hi, I'm Lane Mendelsohn. I'm the president of Vantage Point AI, the leading market forecasting software that's helped over 35,000 traders find life-changing trading opportunities just like these. I've been featured on news networks such as Fox Business, Yahoo Finance, and even at the NASDAQ. I was even named one of the top 10 tech entrepreneurs to follow. If you've been curious to learn how to utilize AI in your trading, there's plenty of other new startup companies with very little to no actual experience in the markets, trying to capitalize on the new AI trends to make a quick buck. Meanwhile, our AI trading platform was pioneered by my father back in the late 1980s, and our long history of predicting markets with 1 to 3 days in advance with up to 87.4% proven accuracy speaks for itself. You see, so many of these software companies and YouTube influencers want to cherry pick a few big winning trades. It's easy to draw lines on old charts and show where you could have or would have or should have to earn results, right? But it's a whole different ball game when you're able to actually predict market movements 1 to 3 days in advance with proven accuracy. And we have over 30 years of documented success with our AI technology. Remember, our software Vantage Point was the first AI software in the world for individual traders like you. Even better, we're going to prove it to you. We have an upcoming live training. We'll be showing you how to analyze the markets and put this AI software to work for you immediately. Now go ahead, click the button below, register on the next page. And I want to be clear, this is not a pre-recorded webinar. This is not scripted reading off a teleprompter. This is a live training session where you'll be able to see in real time how we're able to predict the markets and how you can benefit from those predictions. But there's limited spots available, so be sure to click the button and register, lock in your seat, and most importantly, show up. Make it a priority. Come to the training session so you can get the information you need to be successful now. I look forward to sharing all of this with you, breaking it down step by step, teaching you the strategies, showing you the concepts, and explaining the game plan for how you can be successful. I'll see you there.
Gutire mutongoria ungi wa opposition ukoragwo ukiuga ati ni aratakwo ona mundu gwitwo Kalonzo athia akarikia micemanio yake mundu gwitwo Matiang'i niwe ndiraigua ati megutua tagwata mundu megutua candidate wa presidency athia eka micemanio yake koni uyu mundu gwitwo Rigathi wa Gachagua ri niwe winake ati koragwo hindi ciothe no aratakwo ni gubanga akoragwo abangite ni ndakwira I am a personal victim yani I'm a direct victim ya these guns no tutire tukidwell na topic ino ya gukorwo ati ni ndatakirwo ni tondu twina topic ingi nyingi tawiro ndukorwo tukiriria muthikiriria wa kiria wa kiririmbi maundu ma economy wa wiru ni kuririkana hindi atokire nyambejerie topic ino tondu thaingi andu ya one time maragia tu niguo tu makorwo magithik niguo ma please uri urenda guthikiriria tondu thaingi kwaria negatively thaingi ni trendaga na ihenya muno ni twanjiriria haria twaingirire thirikari ni kwari tumite kundu gwitwo covid tukoma kindu gwitwo drought tukoma kundu gwitwo kwari na very high interest rate cia borrowing rate cia very high umuthi uyu wa weru ciringi hindi yo tukiingira yari 162 shillings ndathiaga haria uguo hendwa gwitwo Tomboya Street kugura kiratu ta giki uguo kiratu nguraga 3,000 ngero ni 6,000 nguria mundu ucio na kiratu giki utoire unyendeirie 3,000 ri umuthi giatuika 6,000 niki akanjira muthoni kiria gitumite ni ciringi iguru muno yari kinyite 162 umuthi wa weru ciringi yo iki 129 undu wa keri thaici GDP itu ikinyite 1.17 trillion Kenya shillings. Now we are the best economy in the best performing economy in East and Central Africa. Odoge borrowing rates cia CBK cirare hidio tukigira thirikari ndi ciare 13%, omothe ni 9.5%. Ukenda kuona indicators cia economy no kuro dio maundu ma economy muno ri ukenda kuona indicators cia economy ni urore GDP ikinyite ha urore ciringi ra perform ate he dollar urore CBK borrowing rates ikinyite ha niguo ukumenya economy ni rakura kana ndirakura
na Jerry tondu atwira agikuyu ni mathamire ni kuona matarona maundu
macio reke ngure andu awa nta maka mathire reke ngurie tere wa weru kwani guthama gwa ciaca gutiukaga hindi mundu ararora githurano turari na by elections 7 by elections the government swept everything 100%. Niguo ndarorire ngiuria atiriri mundu gwitwa Gachagua Gachagua ari kundu gwitwa mbere not in fact anywa tucai ku street ni uguo nginya ugite ati ari ko maku uguo muthuri ucikarire ku wiki igiri aikarie ku wiki igiri ati akiuga ati kirima ni giathire ati ngakura ngaci hindi ria mathire gwikia kura ri mathire magikia kura na magicagura mundu gwitwa muthende na andu mauga ati it was hotly contested gite kia mbere north has traditionally been hotly contested ona the elections yari ya mundu gwitwa Ruto acidite mundu ucio acidite na kura anga magana mere anga magana matatu koguo ni kuonania uria andu mbere north matoire mahurite kura noguo mekire atia noguo mahurire kumaanisha gutire kundu kire magithiete noga yani hakiri uno perception cia mundu gwitwa Gachagua Gachagua na ndwe a one term ni kuga ati ni mwene kirima kiriku ati ndina kura milioni 8 ataraga yakwa ya baba itu muthema rofo ya my sister gwitwa Jerry na ya my brother gwitwa Njoroge ati icio ni kura ciake milioni 8 itingia kimuteithirie gucagura gweka ati by election number 2 kwena to by election turahanika haho uguo he would have fronted a candidate uko to by election to MCAs ni undu wa giko kiria kihandikire thutha by elections muthuri ucio orite ihenya ru no kuga rauga ati one term na kuga ati kirima kiriku ithuwe kana riku
Wairu wa mbere muthoni ni auga ati Rigathi wa Gachagua nowe watakago ngwiciria hihi ndathomaga news kana ndamenyaga uria kurathi na mbere koguo no ndimwire ndi aha muthenya wa last Sunday kwari na mucemanio Kitengela Rigathi wa Gachagua na ndari kuo mucemanio cio wari wa ODM na watongoretio ni mumbunge etagwo Babu Owino senator etagwo Senator Sifuna kwari na Governor James Orengo na tongoria angi aingi makuma kundu ngurani na mucemanio ucio ni waikirio tear gas koguo niguo ndirakuhe news guguthomera ni undu ndukiui na ndukimenyaga wakeri magicoka magithie Kakamega actually ni muthenya wa ira Kakamega ni muthenya wa ira koguo no ni reason ndira expect ni abatie gukorwo akimenya hindi ria marathire Kakamega muthenya wa ira ri ona kuo ni maraikirio tear gas kura disrupto mucemanio hanini na kwina mundu aroragiro unfortunately hindi iria mari kuria Kitengela ri kwina Mukenya oragiro na hindi iria mheshimiwa aikara aha akiariria andu no amenya media ni news outlet akiariria andu koguo ni consumers aria maratuona ni consumers ma news muthoni koguo ndungiikara aha umere atiriri ati micemanio ya Rigathi wa Gachagua no yo ikagio tear gas thirikari ino ndirenda mundu arauga aca na wauga aca magagutengeria ni turonire uria marekire senator wa Nairobi Sifuna.
Unlock the world's largest, most liquid financial market with Forex.com. Forex, or FX, involves trading one currency for another. It's a big deal with a daily turnover of $7.5 trillion. Forex markets are super liquid, ever-changing, and available 24/5. That means one thing: potential trading opportunities. Discover these potential opportunities with Forex.com. Explore 80-plus FX pairs and act decisively with leading platforms, exceptional execution, and low costs. Build your knowledge with comprehensive educational tools, videos, and webinars. Open a free demo account and learn the ropes in a risk-free environment. Take advantage of expert analysis, live commentary, and elite charting. Experience the pinnacle of Forex trading with the #1 broker in the U.S. today.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
Na nĩtwaiguĩte president hĩndĩ ĩrĩa athire mathiko gĩtarũ kĩu akiuga atĩ we nĩegwĩta mũcemanio wa founder members ma ODM na nĩmekũdiscipline Sifuna. Mũcemanio ũcio nĩtũrawonire a very symbolic meeting. Nĩtũrawonire kũrĩa Mwambatha ugĩko na makiuga atĩ nĩmeheria Senator Sifuna ta SG wa kĩama kĩa ODM. Onokorwo nĩ arakĩheirwo aca ndũkaneng'erie nĩ ũrekire arie rekundekie. Wa kerĩ nĩ ũhoro wa atĩ andũ ma one term agaceri maragia maũndũ nĩ marenda gũtrendi. Waĩrũ angĩkorwo ngũtetera mũikari wa Kenya wa Lamu wa Kĩrĩnyaga wa kũrĩa Bomet akĩhinyĩrĩrio nĩ SHA angĩkorwo nĩ ngwĩrwo ndamatetera nĩ ũndũ ndĩraruta wĩra ndĩrenda gũtrendi ndĩ sawa. Nĩnjĩra ũguo angĩkorwo hĩndĩ ĩrĩa ciana makĩria ma 400 iraga kũripoti gũthiĩ grade 10 transition nĩ ũndũ thirikari no kwĩyeraia na aya no kũrĩa mararĩ andũ ma two term matirenda kũmenya ũhoro wa ciana citũ. Angĩkorwo ndĩrenda gũtrendi nĩ sawa. Waĩrũ angĩkorwo ndĩrenda gũtrendi nĩ thaa ici tũkĩaria ngathĩti ya ira higher education funding ĩgũkorwo na deficit ya 260 billion makĩria ma ciana citũ cia Kenya ngũrani nĩ ũndũ ĩtiendaga kũmenya kana nĩ Mũgĩkũyũ kana nĩ Mũjaruo kana nĩ kabira ĩrĩkũ. Makĩria ma ciana 600,000 itikũhota gũthiĩ na mbere na ithomo ciao cia higher education nĩ ũndũ mbeca thirikari ĩno no kwĩyeraia nĩ wega gũtrendi. Angĩkorwo hĩndĩ ĩrĩa ciana makĩria ma 8 cioragwo nĩ thirikari ĩno atĩ ngĩtetera family icio ngĩthiĩ igoti-inĩ gũtetera ciana iria ciohithĩtio nĩ thirikari magĩchanjwo na trumped up charges cia terrorism. Angĩkorwo nĩ kwenda gũtrendi nĩ sawa. Waĩrũ ngĩrĩkĩrĩria angĩkorwo mĩĩrĩ ya atumia makĩria ma 40 arĩa monekanire kũrĩa Kware angĩkorwo ngĩtetea gwĩka ũthuthuria nĩ honge na family ciao ikorwo ikĩmenyithio na ikĩheo compensation. Angĩkorwo kũu nĩ kwenda gũtrendi ndirĩ na thĩna nĩ ndĩgĩtrendi.
Mheshimiwa nyitĩrĩra rĩciria rĩu
ndigwaria only 30 seconds tondũ ngwenda kwĩra Mheshimiwa atĩrĩrĩ maũndũ maya ma tear gas rĩ nĩo maregũrĩra tear gas no harĩa ngwenda kumũrũngania atĩrĩrĩ Mheshimiwa Jerry nĩ Mheshimiwa mũtongoria na wakiri nĩndĩrona she is having personal attacks na rĩu nĩ restrained mũno kũmũcokeria tondũ directing her sentiments to me she should just address the country na maũndũ maya ti personal na ndakani attack personal tondũ nĩ kuonania tena kaguoya kidogo no
good no twacoka nĩ ũgũkorwo rĩu kĩharo tondũ twambe thomero matemo ma mohoro no akarura wa nyetũ na Mheshimiwa Jerry Maina at least nĩ nyonete Mheshimiwa Muthoni akiuga gĩturwa kĩrĩa arenda 2027 he kĩũria ndĩrorio haha ũrenda gũcoka woman rep kana ũrenda gũthiĩ ndia nĩwona twacokereria good twambe thomero matemo ma mohoro
arafu nĩ ũkũhena
na Oburu na Juneti na Kasongo wasipate kiti hata moja katika jiji la Nairobi.
Mũng'ethanĩro kwĩranĩra gũthiĩ na mbere kũruta wĩra hamwe.
ni wetu na nobody can tunya us. Nobody can. Hii kiti ni yetu na nobody can.
Jameni, munatukera. Munatukera. Mheshimiwa Umburu, unatukera.
Sisi sio watu ya kushindwa, sisi ni watu ya kushinda, my friend. Na tunajua wakati wa kuongea na wakati wa kukimya.
Na athiriti ya kindi kwihita matikureka giturwa giake kioyo ni ungi.
Bururi no guthakara urathakara. Ritwa ni ndagitari George Waciuri na twina gikeno Optiven twina mugundu witagwo Celebrations Gardens hakuhi na Gitegera town kana mukawa wa GMC kuria Gitegera. Na to uguo tu twina property thaka muno iretwo Thika Heights kilomita imwe tu kuma highway kunu aka makorofa maku gorofa 15 twikuria na nyuki kundu kwa watalii kunu kugura eka 5 eka 10 1/4 1/2 na mugundu tagwo Great Oasis na nyuki riu kahinda ga kugura ni gakatengera ura na beno 0790 300 300.
One day, while teaching an oral healthcare class, I saw a little boy who kept covering his mouth. It turns out he had lost some of his teeth and felt embarrassed. But as a hygienist, a child's smile means everything to me. That's why Colgate Maximum Cavity Protection unlocks 24-hour cavity defense, a formula boosted with calcium for lifelong smiles. Every child has the right to smile, and a beautiful smile is a healthy smile.
Colgate, #1 oral care brand in the world.
Hello? Abuhi wakwa.
Ragia kabomo gakwa.
Niki wahora na thimu ya pura.
Niko kagukwira no mbere dayari thogora brotisha fahari homeschool ya Juja family. Ii no athira kuya taito tondu ni kwendekanaga handu.
Eni, na niguo yaumire na ihenya tondu ona twarikia kuri hari ndianinire ona wiki cigana ona.
Thika Road ikurite gukura. Fahari Homes mena broti Juja farm offering ya 499,000 guku farade jaga muthiire kuhutha kwina mai thitima na mashukuru hora thimo 0704 000 111 oka officine Eastern Bypass igoro wa Naivas Yakamakis third floor T7.
Fahari Homes Matereveri Metakanyo.
Citizen Duka inawatakia Ramadhan Mubarak. Tumia muda mchache sokoni na muda mwingi kwa mambo yenye umuhimu zaidi. Bidhaa muhimu na halisi tena za kuaminika kwa bei nafuu zikiletwa hadi mlangoni mwako. Fanya oda sasa kupitia Citizen Duka app ama kwenye tovuti ya citizenduka.com au tuma agizo lako kwa WhatsApp kupitia nambari 0710 487 487. Citizen Duka.
Remember college? And now college is over. And here comes your student loan debt. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You really need to talk to YRefi. YRefi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't touch. They'll provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. YRefi is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each client individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. They can save you thousands of dollars and even reduce your total cost. Is private student loan debt keeping you up at night? So many Americans feel stuck and helpless, and many have even lost hope. Can you imagine not living under this burden anymore? With YRefi, you can get your life back, and they don't care what your credit score is. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call YRefi today.
When your kid is hurting and there's nothing you can do about it, that's the worst feeling in the world.
I don't think anybody ever expects to hear that their child has cancer. It's always one of those things that happens to somebody else, but it's definitely feels like your soul is sucked out of your body when they tell you that it's your baby. And you would do anything to get them to the best place that they can be for their treatment. And I knew with everything in my soul that that was St. Jude and that we had to get here. Everything about cancer is already so hard. I can't imagine how people do this without St. Jude.
My name is Hunter. I'm at St. Jude because I had osteosarcoma. Osteosarcoma is a special cancer that's in the bone, so they had to amputate my leg.
You're looking at a hero. It takes a fighter. Good catch. You're looking at a hero in the fight. My hero.
Here at St. Jude, you don't ever have to worry about how much treatment costs. You never get a bill, ever, for any of it.
1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive. St. Jude gives kids with cancer the chance they deserve. Help St. Jude give every child with cancer a chance.
Without the donors, St. Jude wouldn't be here.
Thank you so much. You have saved so many kids.
Let's cure childhood cancer together.
Good, nitwacokereria na ikereka ria muthia ria tabarira ya kiririmbi Mheshimiwa Muthoni no uma kiharo.
Yes.
Hanyukia tu point tu nigetha tuingire riu haria
ho. Okay. Ngwendaga gucokia kidogo tondu Mheshimiwa wakiri haha ni akoretwo akiuga ati SHA ndiraruta wira na kuringana na uria registration ya SHA ikinyite thaisi SHA 28.5 Kenyans have registered as compared na area yari NHIF ma registered 7 million. Omothe kwina 16,000 health facilities si registered na SHA na irarutithia SHA wira. Number 3 thaisi kwina 107,000 community health workers marateithiriria program ino ya SHA. Ira hwaini ndirahurirwo ni mutumia uraciaraga twana tutatu. No, in fact, ni pastor wa irio arahurira. Arajira Mheshimiwa twathie thibitari na turetio ngiri 40. Tondu mutumia ucio ni ara na complication. Maretio ngiri 40. Ndamwira atiri, na ni muregister mutumia ucio SHA. Arajira sauna mia mutumia ucio umite na kuri ugo mashinani kuraihu. Ndamwira atiri, handu ha gwika kuriha ngiri 40 kana twike mĩcango ri, reke ngutumire ngiri 12 muthie muregister mutumia ucio SHA. Riu umuthi rucine ndagitari ndamuhurira ndamuria mutumia ucio na register wega. Aje mutumia ucio ni registertwo na nginya twana turia araheirwo ni registered na nginya twana turia akoretwo natuo ena twana tungi tuna ni registered na nginya muthuri wake ni registered. Ikumaanisha atiriri family yo yothe ni covered maundu mariko. Every system ungianjiriria system no nginya ikorwo na maundu metagwo teething problem. Na riu ino itu ya SHA tukuga ati it is a perfect system, but what I'm saying is Waweru is a system that is meant to ensure that we have universal healthcare for the whole country. If leaders aria mena kusaidia one term mekukorwo hindi ciothe no poking holes na ku discourage even residents counties ciao kwa register, it is going to be to the disadvantage of the hospitals in their counties and the residents. Taru no bahati njega taru ta resident ya Kirinyaga onokorwo wembendere pwa ndangi mateithia ku register SHA governor o anwa wa iguru ni mundu wa two term na ni kuhakikisha resident yothe ya Kirinyaga ni ma register koguo there's nothing lost.
Anyway, tuhinge debate yo ya SHA ngicokeria mheshimiwa na ni ndauga mbunge wothe kana mundu wa thirikari-ini ena private cover ya milioni 10 koguo ndari na bata wa kumenya kana SHA ni raruta wira kana ndiraruta. SHA ndiraruta wira ni undu wa uria maraiya mbeca na maraiya makaria na ni tuonete nginya riboti ya muthuthuria kana auditor general akiuga mbeca iria cieto cithiete mihuko-ini ya andu itaramenyekana ithiete ku. Ni turonire mwaka muthiru financial year 2024-2025 akiuga ati ciringi 10 hari ciringi 10 iria irihago ni mukenya cia SHA ciringi 6 ithiaga mihuko-ini ya andu matoikaine. Na ngerekereria njuge atiriri namba icio aratuthomera ni nyingi ni waigua arathoma namba ndungu aracithoma uguo na ni ndungu ni undu thirikari kana ministry ya urigitani ni yaheire mukana andũ matikuona ũrigitani in public facilities mataregistrate SHA. Na ngũhe example ya mwanake wa Kirinyaga County haria Mukinduri athakaga mũbira-inĩ ground ya Kutus mũbira etagwo Clement Kioi Kenywa, 24 years. Mwanake ũcio afeintire ake lose consciousness agĩtwarwo health facility nĩ ndaigua nĩ aragathĩrĩria gavana wa Kirinyaga mũno nĩ mũnyanyawe, agĩtwarwo Kutus Health Center na ndanaheo ũrigitani nĩ ũndũ ndarĩ registered na SHA. Koguo namba ya gũthomera nĩ ũndũ nĩ mamekire mandatory, no mbeca no kũiya maraiya nĩkĩo SHA ĩtararuta wĩra.
Mohesh, kau gaca nĩ kanini tu nĩkĩ oiga onacio mateithĩkire rĩ nĩ thimũ makũhũrĩire, so nĩ kuga ngoro matiakũhũrĩire thimũ matia
kĩrĩa ndamateithĩrĩirie nĩ rĩrĩ nĩ kũmahe 12,000 cia gũthiĩ kũ register. Ndahũrĩirwo ndute 40,000 tondũ niĩ mĩcango reke ngwĩre ndĩgĩtie kũmenina nĩ ũndũ atĩ ona mũndũ ahũrĩra handũ ha gũtũma 3,000 kana 10,000 kana tuke mũcango tuga atĩrĩrĩ nĩ twanyitwo nĩ mũrimũ tondũ ndakwĩra SHA nĩ thondeka nginya kĩndũ gĩtwo chronic illnesses. Angĩkorwo nginya wĩna mĩrimũ ĩno chronic ũkaregister SHA will be taking care of you. Koguo macio mahũragĩra rĩ matiahũragĩra atĩ ndĩmateithie SHA ndĩraruta wĩra, mahũragĩra nĩguo ndĩmateithie gwĩka mĩcango, no mĩcango nĩ thiĩte ĩgĩpunguaga mũndũ a register SHA wakorwo wĩna kĩndũ gĩgwĩtwo coverage. No reke njuge atĩrĩrĩ Mheshimiwa Njeri nĩ uga atĩrĩrĩ atĩ niĩ ndĩraria ũguo atĩ tondũ ndiramaindi na cover ya milioni 10. Reke njuge atĩrĩrĩ waweru wabaitĩre mwarimũ Marobo ndarĩ SHA ya milioni 10. My sister Njeri ndarĩ SHA ya milioni 10. My brother Njoroge ndarĩ SHA ya milioni ndarĩ cover ya milioni 10. Na neighbors arĩa othe manyendete na aciari akwa na andũ othe Mpeketoni na andũ ala matirĩ cover ya milioni 10. Arĩa manjagũrĩte matirĩ cover ya milioni 10. Koguo ndĩrenda kuhakikisha atĩ system ĩno ĩkĩrĩtwo nĩ thirikari ya universal health care nĩ ĩraruta wĩra. Tondũ reke ngwĩre atĩrĩrĩ na ũmũthĩ nĩ gũkĩte na kanyamũ kandĩkĩtwo atĩrĩrĩ haha delivering the plan. Nĩ tondũ wa kuga atĩrĩrĩ hĩndĩ ciothe wawerũ rĩ ũngĩgakorwo wĩ in a situation or in a position of leadership either nĩ gwaku kana nĩ ũtongoria-inĩ wa ũteti no nginya ũgakoragwo wĩna mũndũ wĩna mũbango ũkauga atĩrĩrĩ SHA ndĩraruta wĩra kana SHA ĩna mathĩna, these are the teething problems, let us fix them. Tondũ twĩna responsibility as leaders no gũkashifu kana kuga maũndũ matirathiĩ wega kana ane maire ane mekire atĩ tondũ it is easy to destroy. Ngwĩre atĩrĩrĩ mĩaka 10 no wake nyũmba teno ũguo twĩnayo, no it takes just 30 minutes to bring down this house into a grinding halt.
Na nĩ ũiguĩte kĩũria kĩu mũkĩũrio mũno alternative plan yanyu nĩ ĩrĩkũ?
What is the alternative plan?
Gũtirĩ mũthenya wa werũ ndĩrĩ ndera andũ matika register SHA, no hĩndĩ ĩrĩa andũ akwa mathiĩ thibitarĩ na ndĩrakena mũno by the way nĩ njũĩ andũ maramu nĩ marerorera na ndakena kũigua SHA Lamu County yothe nĩ ĩraruta wĩra atĩ mũndũ athiĩ thibitarĩ Lamu arathondekwo ihenya gũtarĩ nginya na downtime issues. Nĩ ndakena kũigua ũguo nĩ ũndũ andũ acio me kũu nĩ Akenya na nĩ andũ aitũ na no twende irute wĩra. No nĩ ndakũhe example ya mwanake wathire thibitarĩ a public health facility ya Kirinyaga County akĩrwo ndangĩheo ũrigitani nĩ ũndũ ndarĩ registered under SHA. Challenge ici rĩ nĩcio tũrarĩrĩria ũhoro wacio na tũgatetia thirikari. Mũbango ũyũ arehe harauga the plan rĩ the plan ĩyo ĩtiarĩ ya kũiya mbeca cia SHA. Ndigwĩtĩkia nĩguo nĩ ũndũ niĩ ndakĩrĩ UD ndĩkĩrĩ mũmbunge wa thurio na kĩama kĩa UD ndigwĩcia the plan yarĩ kũiya mbeca cia SHA. Ndigwĩcia the plan yarĩ kuga atĩ ciana makĩria ma 600,000 citikaheo capitation ciage gĩthomo kĩa higher education. Ndigwĩciria the plan ĩyo yarĩ kuga atĩrĩrĩ ciana makĩria ma 400,000 cikare mĩciĩ-inĩ ciage gũthiĩ grade 10. Ndigwĩciria the plan ĩyo yarĩ ya kuga atĩrĩrĩ tũhinyĩrĩrie mama mboga mũno na
Welcome to Wix Harmony, where even the boldest creation thrives on a rock-solid foundation. Turn your words into a full-fledged website. Managed, secure, and ready for business. Build smart, interactive experiences to bring the world into your site and your business into the world. This is the new way to create. Wix Harmony.
taxes tuhakikishe atĩ ndarahota kũgũra biacara ũrĩa kwagĩrĩire akahota kũinũkia kanyamũ ũcio. Ndigwĩciria plan ĩyo yarĩ kũraga ciana cia Kenya. Na ngĩrĩkĩrĩria Muthoni nĩ auga nĩendete andũ a Lamu mũno no nani nĩ nyendete andũ a Kirinyaga mũno. Ndiũĩ kana Muthoni nĩ ũĩ cap 317 ndiũĩ kana nĩ ũĩ watho ũcio. aya kulingana na uria urarora
asa ti wakiri
no njuge atirä ndigåkorwo conversation ya
tuthomithie onanie
uga nä å ä kuga ndå ä ngå thomithie na nä wega ndä må thomithie
no reke ndumuri atiriri indi utuma breakire akorwo njira atiriri ati tiga tawe wathomeire thukuru aga private reke for the records ni ndathomeire USIU United States University na ngikorwo na first class degree na nikio akauga atiriri ati
Muthoni akoragwo mbunge ni mumbunge muthure wira wa mumbunge ni legislation oversight representation koguo abati kwaria mbunge guthondeka mawatho ni ndironie ngatheti ya Standard muthenya wa ira irutite headline yugite kuya mbunge hindi iria mahingurire kanua mbunge no anga kuria mieo kana kunywa mai ndiwe kana listini ona ndikwaria ciake nyire kuthie na mbere kwaria uhoro wa cap 317 muthoni ni member wa committee ya Agriculture Committee in the National Assembly. Committee ya bata muno na hinya muno mbunge. Kuria mwena wa Lamu ni gukuragio kindu twitaga bigsa ni gukuragio koroso. Na ni gukuragio koroso. Na ndona ni wendete watermelon ni gukuragio koroso.
Ni gukuragio watermelon na njira nene muno.
Ni undu mzalendo ni mararutire list ya mbunge na ndagetetie ni undu ona mbunge ni kuragio atire do you want a point of information? Na speaker ndoragio uguo ni undu ndangimenya maundu mothe kwina monjo ni undu ndi wakiri ni undu andu makirinya ni mathomithire na magethomithia wega. Cap 317 Alpha Act ni undu akoragwo mumbunge muthure kuria Ramure aria arehe watho ni undu ni auga ni endete andu aramu muno ni kia thirikari ni kio akoragwo thutha wa president akihura hi finance bill ya hitukio hinyiriria andu sha ikiaga kuruta wira ni kio akoragwo hau akihura hi ni aria arehe watho kuhakikisha ati andu aramu ni undu ni makuragia bigsa na ni makuragia koroso ni marahota kwendia indo ciao thogora uria wagiriire market-ini ni no ngwire uria njikite Kirinyaga County na makiria ya kwaria bunge na kurehe watho nginya the Health Amendment Act uria urauga atiriri angikorwo mundu ni atwaro thibitari ni arigito ni ahuruka ni tuwe uria kuri ona gukirago universal health coverage ndiraruta wira na shani mandiraruta wira mundu cio ahuruka atige biru ri family yake ngikorwo ndiri no hoti wa kuriha biru iyo ri makarekererio mathie mahurukie mundu wao mbeca ikaragiririo rita makirie kauga atiriri angikorwo mundu ni arwara muno kana emergency case no korwo ni mutino wa barabara wekika ni atwaro thibitari ambe aheo rigitani ategwetio prepayment ni undu nginya rimwe sha downtime yake ni irate kahinda itari irareka atia irambiriria kuruta wira koguo ni atutaririe na ko ari mbunge muthenya ucio ni angia supportirie bill iyo ya health amendment bill ni undu andu aramu ni njoyo namo makoragwo na mathina macio
wawero ni ndikoya nabathi yakwa gucokeria mheshimiwa Njeri gukwira ati thaici hindi twanjiriria thirikari ri kwari na maundu megwitwo food insecurity na ndakwira tukoretwo tuma kindu gwitwo a drought situation hindi yo twaingirire thirikari ni fertilizer yaumaga ciringi 7,000 umuthi uyu fertilizer ni 2,500 hindi yo twaingirire thirikari na finance bill ukuiguaga twahitukagia na ndavotire yes na mahitia maria ndekire ni kwaga guthie kweretha andu akwa Lamu before I vote so for that I apologize na nida apologize my voters aria mandumire mbunge tondu ndagiriirwo no kwamba guikorwa kurio ndimerethere kiria kiratuma njikete vote yes niguo njuke vote yes no nidahitirie na ngeka hoya msamaha no ndavotaga yes ni undu wa riri that finance bill yugaga atiriri the government was going to finance production as opposed to consumption tukia subsidy fertilizer handu ha gwika subsidy mugate.
File your taxes 100% free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax Do-It-Yourself by February 28th. No matter your tax situation, make the switch to TurboTax Do-It-Yourself and file free by February 28th.
No nyita leo ri tha icio muthiri jerira ngiuga ohoro wa iria hende ngire thirikari ni umaga ciringi 35 umuthe iria ro maciringi 50 ndangiuga ohoro wa kahua tondu kahua kaumaga hindi o twaingire thirikari ni kahua kaumaga ciringi 70 umuthe ni 120 to 160 Kenya shillings ndangiuga atiriri auga de committee ya agriculture tondu na data na dina facts hindi o twarimaga hindi o bebe tukigira 2022 bebe iria twagethete ciari ngonia million 44 2025 turagethire ngonia 75 million bags yake nduge gwitwo bebe na mutu ni kuretwo wastable na wakorwo at an affordable rate ndagiugo gwo mweshimwa ate igwa in the same agriculture committee thaisi we are 100% consuming sukari wa goko gwo Kenya tondu thaisi mkulima ararehwo ciringi 5,750 mkulima uria wari Trans Nzoia arehagwo ciringi 4,350 these are facts jerida giuga ate committee yako ya agriculture ni turakikisha ate maundu ma irrigation we are constructing as a government 1,000 small dams ni kwakisha thaisi kwena kiangazi uguo ate andu itu no marathi na mbere na uproduce irio ndagiugo uguo arenda kugatiriri ate thirikari ndararuta wira Lamu na kugwitore thengio ni kudirikania horo wa Lamu ni nditida you do not legislate
Siasa mtazamaji, muungano wa upinzani unamtaka seneta wa Nairobi Edwin Sifuna na viongozi wenzake kuungana nao ili kuhakikisha kwamba Rais William Ruto anahudumu kwa mhula mmoja pekee. Wakizungumza katika eneo la Embakasi, viongozi wao wanasema kwamba mrengo wa ODM walinda mwananchi wa Edwin Sifuna na Babu Owino ndio watakaofanya kazi nao, kwa kilani vikali hatua ya polisi kutumia nguvu na vitoza machozi kuvuruga mikutano yao. Mwanahabari wetu Haman Kamarike alihudhuria mkutano huo na hii hapa taarifa yake kwa kina.
Nilienda mtihani na haikuibiwa. Utaiba kura zetu.
Muungano wa upinzani ukiongozwa na kinara wa DCP Rigathi Geoffrey Gachagua, Fred Okengo Matiang'i, Martha Wangare Karua, Eugene Wamalwa na wengine umemtaka katibu mkuu wa ODM Edwin Watenya Sifuna kuungana nao katika azima yao ya kumng'oa madarakani Rais William Ruto kwenye uchaguzi mkuu ujao.
Tunakubaliana.
Wakizungumza katika eneo la Embakasi baada ya kuhudhuria ibada ya Jumapili katika kanisa la PCA Utawala, viongozi hao wametaja upande wa Sifuna na wenzake akiwemo Babu Owino, Godfrey Osotsi, James Orengo na wengine kama nguzo kuu katika kukomboa taifa.
Leo tuambia kina Babu na kina Sifuna ya kwamba huwa wanatoka kaskazini ama kusini ama mashariki, sisi sote ni one. Kwa hivyo tukienda kina Babu Owino, kina Sifuna, tuambia muje tutembee pamoja, tupeleke Kasongo one. Tunataka Kasongo wakienda nyumbani, Sakaja wafuatane pamoja, waende Sugoi.
Viongozi hao pia wameonya vikali dhidi ya matumizi ya vitoa machozi katika mikutano ya Linda Mwananchi na hata mikutano ya miungano wa upinzani, wakisema polisi wanatumiwa vibaya.
Wanapeana gun moja anapatiwa tear gas, anakuja analipua tear gas katikati yetu. Tukiona hiyo tumejua tunabeba mablangeti.
Uhai wako ulindwe na zile buduki tumenunua za kulinda uhai wako na si za kukuua.
When you see the anger and the resistance and the pain that we saw yesterday, if I was in the security sector today, I would be very worried. Wananchi wamefika mahali, they are determined to face the tear gas, face the bullet, and make a point. So, do the right thing.
Wamesema watakubaliana na kuteua kiongozi mmoja kati yao ambaye atapeperusha bendera ya upinzani atakayemenyana na Rais William Ruto.
Tuko tayari kunyorosha nchi yetu kabisa. Kwa sababu hawa ndugu zetu kazi imewashinda, ama namna gani?
Viongozi hao wameapa kwamba hawatakoma kushinikiza kung'atuliwa kwa Rais William Ruto madarakani, huku wakilaumu serikali yake kwa kukosa kuimarisha elimu na mauaji ya vijana wa Gen Z.
Huyu Ruto na wenzake wamepiga kamanara nchi ya Kenya, wameleta hata hali ya kutoelewana na nchi jirani kama vile nchi ya Sudan, nchi ya South Sudan. Tukipata serikali turejeshe masomo ya bure ya primary school ambayo tulipewa na Rais Mwai Kibaki. Tunataka kulipata serikali masomo ya day secondary school ikuwe bila malipo.
Viongozi hao wanaanza rasmi mikutano yao ya kisiasa katika eneo la Kisii na Nyanza kuanzia Jumatatu hadi Jumatano, lengo lao likiwa ni kuomba kuungwa mkono katika azma yao ya kuunda serikali mwaka ujao. Haman Kamariki, KTN.
Nam, tusonge mbele mtazamaji. Rais William Ruto aliungana na waumini wa kanisa la JC.
If you had to choose between flipping a house or flipping dirt, what would you pick? Here's the truth. Land beats houses every time. And I'm going to show you why inside of my upcoming 5-day challenge, where I'm going to teach you how to flip land the simple way and even partner with me on deals, right? So, hey, my name is Joe McCall. I've been doing real estate for years and years. I've done houses, rentals, lease options, all of it. But once I discovered vacant land, everything changed. No more rehabs, no phone calls at midnight, just simple, clean deals. Now I want to show you how you can do it too, even if you've never done a real estate deal before. And so here's why land is better. No repairs, no renovations. It's just dirt. You don't need to fix anything. No tenants, toilets, or evictions. You're not a landlord. Way less competition. Every investor is out there chasing houses, and almost nobody is going after land. There's way more motivated sellers and way better, easier, faster deals for you to do. Crazy cheap deals. We're buying this land at 25, 30 cents on the dollar, sometimes even less. Highly motivated, invisible sellers. A lot of people who own land don't even know or remember that they own the land. They just want to get rid of it super fast. Super simple due diligence. No inspections, no walkthroughs, no appraisals. I've never visited any of the land that I've ever flipped. You can do this virtually from anywhere in the world. It's easier to automate and scale. When you sell your land on owner financing, you create monthly cash flow without being a landlord. Faster closings, less red tape. Land deals often close in days, not weeks. So if you want to learn how to flip land from home with no cold calling or fixing up ugly houses, click the link down below. Join the free challenge. It starts this Monday. Let's make the rest of 2025 your best year ever.
Sijui kama Innocent bado wako hapo. Oh, wacha tutafute Chris kumekucha kama kuna kitu noma ametuwekea leo. Chris kumekucha. Unajua, those are some of the people who Chris kumekucha. 8 hours ago. This one will be our last video and we call it a day. This one is our last video and we call it a day. Yeah. Chris kumekucha.
To believe that it was all very... The Sisi Nisifuna mega rally in Kakamega, followed by very successful stopovers in Mbale, Vihiga County, was a huge, huge success, no matter how you want to look at it. On the surface of things, one may be tempted to believe that it was all very easy. Everything went like clockwork. But that is not the reality, because the team was faced with huge challenges all the way, which they overcame, so that what we saw was a successful rally that has sent shockwaves right across the political landscape of the nation called Kenya. Now, I want us to go very quickly into those challenges because I believe they're very instructive. They tell us a lot about Team Sifuna. They tell us more than a lot. So I want us to go very quickly through those before we analyze the politics, because there's been a very major shift in our politics. Oh, so major, I believe things will never be the same again. And those who are saying that this is a passing cloud, I think they need to go back to the drawing boards and reanalyze this. Because whatever happens going forward, even if somebody manages to stop this wave, whatever happens, things in our country will never be the same again. So very quickly through what happened, especially what you may not have seen in the media and maybe not even on social media. I am very grateful for the good team I had right on the ground. For starters, they did not even land in Kisumu as had been planned, because reports came through that there had been some goons, some youths organized outside the airport who are going to make life very difficult for the Sisi Nisifuna people. And so the aircraft was diverted at the last minute away from the Kisumu airport to land in Webuye. I did not even know that there was a place in Webuye where aircrafts can land. But apparently I'm learning there is Matulo airstrip, okay, which I believe is smaller than Kakamega Airport, which is a single asphalt runway measuring 4,200 feet in length, 1,300 meters. But I'm guessing the team did not want to land there because it would have been very easy for the goons to be rediverted to Kakamega. Yeah, because it's only about 40-45 minutes drive from Kisumu at very high speed. And so the whole program very suddenly and unexpectedly changed, because the plan had been to land in Kisumu and then stop over in Mbale in Vihiga County and then make a grand entry into Kakamega for the major mega rally. But what happened instead is that they started off with the Kakamega rally and then after that proceeded to Mbale for the stopovers and brief speeches to the people in that area. Now, what does that tell you? It tells me how watu wamejipanga, because that change for whoever was organizing all this must have been a logistical nightmare. Think about it. All the vehicles were waiting in Kisumu, and so they had to communicate and get diverted all the way to Webuye. It is very clear that those supporting the state, and indeed the state, were very determined to disrupt this rally and to make sure it did not happen. And if it did, that things went so wrong that its impact would be reduced dramatically. That is more than clear. Because for starters, all border riders within Kakamega were given free fuel, free petrol, yeah, worth Kenya shillings 300. And then they're also given reflectors, branded 2-term reflectors. And of course, the instructions were very simple. Disrupt that meeting, you will get protection from the police, and make sure there is a heavy 2-term presence to counter this 1-term meeting. I'm sure you get what I'm trying to drive at. But those who did not want this meeting to happen did not stop there. During the actual rally, in fact, Sifuna had just started speaking, somebody lobbed tear gas into the crowd. Zima hiyo kitu tuendelee na mkutano. Weka jacket. Zima hiyo kitu kama bangi ya jana. Huh? Eish. Now. Niseme, nisiseme. Wacha niseme. You know, Kakamega is infamous for...
Yep. It's called a home equity agreement. And I got $143,000 for my home equity without monthly payments.
Y'all ever heard of a home equity agreement? It's quickly becoming one of the go-to ways to tap into your home equity for homeowners who need cash and don't want monthly payments. They've already helped over 14,000 homeowners tap into their home's built-up equity without adding monthly payments, refinancing, or selling their home. Here's how it works. They ask a few simple questions about your home and your goals, then they tell you how much cash you may qualify for. I first found out about this from my neighbor, Raymond. About 2 years ago, he used it when his bills were stacking up and his bank kept denying him for a HELOC. He used the same site and ended up unlocking $125,000 from his home with no added monthly payments. Then it happened to me. I had credit card debt piling up, needed to fix my roof, and didn't want to touch my low mortgage rate. I clicked the same site Raymond used, answered a few simple questions, and boom, I qualified. Fast forward just 32 days and I had this fat check in my hands. It helped me pay off debt, catch up on bills, and finally breathe again. Then I shared this site on social media. My friend Jasmine tried it. She unlocked $147,000. And my buddy Eli, he got over $178,000. What I love most is how easy it was. You don't need to talk to banks. You don't need perfect credit. And there are no monthly payments. You just click the link, answer a few simple questions, and in minutes, it shows you how much you could qualify to unlock. They even walk you through everything. No pressure, no obligation. A few years.
Banky. Many of the youths there have a reputation for partaking of the weed made famous by the late Bob Marley. And so shall we say, what Sifuna was doing was trying to communicate in a language that his audience would quickly understand. My informants on the ground are telling me something that I'm still trying to wrap my mind around. Walizima hiyo kitu na maji. They put it off by soaking it with water. And even more interesting, because I'm sure you're asking the question, where did the water come from? They came to the meeting with drums, jerrycans of water. They were prepared. I believe if you get time to review the videos of the Kakamega Mega Rally, you will notice that those who attended, most of them were already armed, with rungus and sticks. Bottom line, they were prepared for anything. And even after the tear gas was lobbed into the crowd, Sifuna and company urged the people not to retaliate, not to throw stones at the police, but to remain peaceful so that the meeting could continue. And the people obeyed, and the meeting continued. What? Amazing. And that's not all. It seems that they had a system, pre-arranged, pre-organized, of quickly identifying disruptors, who were dealt with mercilessly. And on several occasions, Sifuna and company had to urge the people to stop what they were doing to these disruptors, and take them to hospital. In the end, they were handed over, to the dais, to the leaders. And super fascinating, one of them was found to have handcuffs. They had carried handcuffs with them. Hey, where did they get handcuffs? police handcuffs. I know that you're going to agree with me that that is irrefutable evidence that the disruption of this Sifuna rally was very heavily sponsored, backed, organized, etc., by the state, ordered by the current regime, which seems not to have found an answer yet for stopping the Sifuna wave. And I believe this is where people power comes into play. And I think we all understand that people power is impossible to stop. Okay? Because, for instance, the border riders who were given 300 bob worth of free fuel still went for the meeting, but were on the side of Sisi Nisifuna. But not before banning, the two-term branded reflectors they had been given. In other words, they took the free petrol, thank you very much. They took the reflectors, but they did not do what they were instructed to do. Because had they made a different decision, things would have gone very differently at this mega rally. Bila kizungu mingi, the people power enforced a peaceful mega rally. Now, I don't know about you, but in my opinion, that is major. Why? Because it tells you people power is taking over, and people power is unstoppable. And therefore, the Sisi Nisifuna movement is going to be unstoppable. Whatever response we get from the other side of the political divide, and I mean whatever response we get, and that includes hata kumaliza watu, it will not stop this wave. And that has to be very, very bad news for the current limping regime. Hiya, we have already started analyzing the politics. So let's continue. The Kakamega Mega Rally emphasized, underlined, confirmed the power and the reach of the brand new Sisi Nisifuna movement. And what that means is that our politics has been turned upside down. This is a major game changer. Let me spell it out. For starters, the unified opposition now has to scramble and very quickly find a way to remain relevant in Kenyan politics. Oh yes, that's what it means. All the plans, all the countermeasures, political countermeasures, UDA and the Ruto regime had so carefully and painstakingly put together have now been reduced to useless. Because all of a sudden there is a brand new kid on the block they have to deal with. And to make matters worse, it is clear that this brand new kid on the block is driven by people power. I can see a situation in the very near future where the united opposition go to a place for a rally or for a meet the people tour, and they are met with chants of Sisi Nisifuna. They are met with questions like, where is Sifuna? Where is Babu Wino? That is what I'm foreseeing. Because something else the Kakamega rally confirmed was the fact that the Sisi Nisifuna movement has countrywide backing. Now there's no doubt about that. Something else very significant confirmed in Kakamega is the fact that the Luhya nation, for the first time since the passing on of legend, patriot, the late Masinde Muliro, for the very first time since then, the Luhya nation have united behind one major national movement, ready to back one major candidate in that particular movement. And many believe that that candidate is going to be a man called Edwin Sifuna. What? How did that even happen? Now we're informed that the Sisi Nisifuna team is taking a break until the end of the Muslim Ramadan. And then they're going to reemerge in Mombasa, which will be a super fascinating rally for many political reasons. Which brings me to something else that I have now confirmed about this major political movement in our country. And that is the fact that they have amongst them very, very serious political thinkers and strategists. Some of the following. They started off testing the waters by launching in Busia. That was where the very, very first rally was, not without reason. And then they moved to Kitengela in Kajiado County, but in the outskirts of Nairobi, avoiding the Nairobi CBD. That was not without reason. In my opinion, the momentum was not ready for Nairobi CBD. Very, very smart. And then Kakamega, not without reason, because this was to confirm the unity of the Luhya nation, because charity starts at home, whichever way you want to look at it. Because with the full backing from home, you can now confidently go anywhere. And the most important point, all those places where they've been to so far, wait for this one, were major Raila Odinga ODM strongholds, with die-hard supporters of Raila Odinga and the ODM party. That is a key point to note. Hey, these people are not joking. Hey, now wamejipanga. And that would include Mombasa. Oh, yes. Now let us think even more deeply here. Why start a new political outfit and be forced to build up the structures, the support base from scratch, when you can use the readily available ODM infrastructure, Raila Amolo Odinga infrastructure? I believe that is what it is. Very smart move, because everybody in Kenya believes the ODM party is dead, done and dusted. No wonder at every meeting, Edwin Sifuna has been starting off by emphasizing that he is still the Secretary General of the ODM party. Now that one makes perfect sense with the information I have just given you. Norma si norma. Fire si fire. Yeah. Better brace yourselves, guys. This is going to be a very rough, exciting political ride. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt. Now, I received a very touching letter from one of you. Yeah? And the gist of that letter is that they said they were very, very happy with the latest developments in Kenyan politics. I don't know why I have a feeling that they were speaking for many, many Kenyans, the vast majority of Kenyans, when they said that. And they added that they were very, very happy that now the Luhya nation, the Molembe nation, is united as one. And that unity cannot be broken by anything going forward. He really emphasized in his email that that has made his day. Because since Raila Odinga's victory was stolen in 2022 and a leader imposed in the country, this man has been ignoring Kenyan politics completely. He has had zero interest in the politics in the country. According to him, even the Gen Z uprising of 2024 did not excite him. But now he's very excited. And for that reason, it continued. He was begging me to swallow my words and allow him to sponsor more Kenyans to the sensitive information on this channel. Why? Because according to him, he believes information is power. That going forward, people power cannot work without information. And so the very good news on this Sunday is that in case you're not yet a holder of our golden key, you have an extended opportunity for a very brief period, maximum 48 hours, to do so. To get a heavily sponsored golden key. Because all you need is Kenya shillings 999 or $8 to become a permanent holder of the golden key. And immediately you're going to receive all my previous special reports.
Can you be a travel advisor without quitting your 9 to 5? Actually, yes. We're Fora, the modern travel agency.
Had they not changed their flight, that decision to use commercial airline may have been a fatal explosion at the airport, because according to Nairobi Senator and ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, what awaited them in Kisumu was not a routine arrival. It was an orchestrated disruption. The Linda Mwananchi team had initially booked commercial flights from Jomo Kenyatta International Airport to Kisumu ahead of the high-profile Kakamega rally. Then came the warning. According to the team, intelligence suggested that individuals had positioned themselves near Kisumu International Airport, allegedly ready to block or confront key leaders, including Sifuna and Embakasi East MP Babu Owino. But the most explosive claim was not about goons, it was about data. Sifuna alleged that the commercial flight itinerary had been shared with individuals inside the Ministry of Interior, effectively exposing their movement and endangering their safety. Here is what happened. The Linda Mwananchi team, led by Nairobi Senator and ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, had booked commercial flights to Kisumu ahead of their high-voltage rally in Kakamega. Standard travel, routine, but then, according to the team, intelligence reached them. They were warned that individuals had positioned themselves near Kisumu International Airport, allegedly preparing to block or confront their arrival. Among those expected to land, Sifuna and Embakasi East MP Babu Owino. But the most serious claim was not about physical barricades, it was about data. Sifuna alleged their commercial flight itinerary had been shared with individuals inside the Ministry of Interior, effectively exposing their movement. The team says they received credible intelligence and made a tactical decision: reroute, change plans, avoid confrontation. Then came the statement that turned a travel adjustment into a national political storm. Here is the exact press statement issued by Sifuna. Quote, "By God's grace and your prayers, the Linda Mwananchi team arrived safely in Nairobi. We thank all of you who showed up and stood with us to beat all the traps of the enemy. We need to hear from Kenya airports whether Kisumu is still an international airport and whether they can still guarantee the safety of all passengers transiting through there. How they allowed goons to barricade the airport needs to be explained. Secondly, we were all booked on commercial flights from JKIA. The airlines shared our itinerary with the girls in the Ministry of Interior, knowing full well they were endangering our safety. Shame on you people, Buana. Thankfully, we received intelligence and changed our travel arrangements. This is not the sort of country we want to live in. We must change it. We will change it. Inshallah. Blessed Sunday." That statement did not narrate events. It accused institutions. Now, the institutional question. Airlines operate under data protection laws. Passenger manifests are confidential. Security agencies can access information for lawfully safety purposes. But if that access is used for political maneuvering, it raises constitutional concerns. At this moment, there is no publicly released evidence confirming collusion, no investigative report, no formal findings. But perception is already shaping reality. For supporters, this confirms a pattern of intimidation. For critics, it is a narrative strategy. For institutions, it is a credibility test. And for President William Ruto, it adds another layer of scrutiny as 2027 approaches, because elections are not just about numbers, they are about trust.
Mheshimiwa, hivyo kwa umetosha na usoti je?
If commercial systems, airlines, airports, security structures are seen as partisan tools, democratic confidence erodes. If allegations go unanswered, suspicion grows. If they are clarified transparently, tension cools. One thing is certain, a routine flight booking has now become a political flashpoint, and in Kenya's current climate, even boarding passes can become battlegrounds. The question is no longer just whether there was collusion. The question is whether Kenyans believe the institutions around them are neutral. That answer may shape more than one rally. It may shape 2027 itself.
Kakamega oye! Kakamega oye! Munaniona vizuri? Munaniona vizuri? Mimi ndio Sifuna. Kwa maombi yenu na kwa mapenzi ya Mwenyezi Mungu, nasimama hapa Kakamega nikiwa bado katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM, seneta wa kaunti ya Nairobi na naibu kiranja wa walio wachache kwenye bunge la Senate. Hapa ni nyumbani, hapa ni nyumbani. Nataka viongozi ambao wamefika hapa, vijana, leo hatutupii polisi yoyote mawe, wacha watupe tear gas, tunazima kama bangi ya jana na mkutano unaendelea. Haitawezekana leo. Tafadhali, haitawezekana leo. Msitupie polisi yoyote mawe. Wachaneni na yeye. Tafadhali naomba muachane na yeye. Wacha tuendelee na mkutano wetu, si ndio? Wangapi wanasema tuendelee?
Newsroom, Maisha TV, Reader Kering Chibet.
How much would it cost to publish your book, translate it into your readers' native languages, and
Welcome to the bold analysis. Atwoli was heckled in a funeral trying to attack Edwin Sifuna. And it is a very clear signal that leaders are not reading the mood, as Matiang'i is saying. I want to take you straight to watch that video. But first, let us take a minute and support our project, our plea to support these orphaned children in Syria. And I am asking us to come together to support these children. When this video was sent to me, I was shocked because this is a house where these children are living. What happened is they lost their mother last year. And after the mother died, the father is also understood to be mentally challenged. So he's disappeared, is not in the picture. The children are suffering and abandoned in a very deplorable condition. Believe me, it's currently even raining that side. And if it rains, this house hata inaweza funika hawa watoto. So I dispatched a team, my team, they are in Syria, to start the process of constructing a one-bedroom permanent house for these children so that hata wakienda shule, they will get a place to call home. They were under the care of a stepbrother who was also forced to leave school, to drop out of school, so that he can take care of the siblings.
Nyaka minwane to, school notama, abeto mnanji gweng,
apure ekane akantingwa ginyalo chiemo ot be onge koral akwayo niya ng'ama digernwa ot ndwadage gi ntindwani ogernwa.
It is a very difficult condition, and I think when I saw this need and the condition which these children were living, I felt we can do something, we can come through. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you once again to come together, to support us, to coalesce around this so that it can be a reality. We're looking at a budget of 300,000, but by tomorrow, we are starting the foundation so that we start bringing material kidogo kidogo and start the work from tomorrow. We can pull this kidogo kidogo hujaza kibaba. And I want to say thank you very much for those who've responded to our call, those who responded to the request to support this. And may God bless us as we sacrifice to donate to support this so that these children can find a place they can call home and a decent shelter. Now, without much ado, I want you to listen to Atuoli.
Sasa nyinyi mjue mambo ya kugawanywa na maneno mtoke huko. Ona wajinga wanasema kwa social media, Waduya ni watu wa kugawanyika, Waduya ni watu wa kutafuta chakula hapa na pale. Sisi tunatafutanga chakula kwa nani na tuna mvua? Mukataze hiyo watu sana. We are united and we have leaders. Unasikia? Tuko na viongozi. Kiongozi mmoja akienda kwa chama kingine huko akipata shida, hiyo sio shida ya Waduya wote. We are in the government. Sisi tuko katika hii serikali ya William Ruto. We are in this government. We are there. We are represented. Na kutoka Ngorongoro mpaka kufika kwa mwisho, Busia mwisho. Kutoka Mount Elgon mpaka Siaya kwa mpaka yetu na Siaya. Sisi sote kura yetu tampa William Samoei Ruto. Hiyo kura. We don't have another candidate. Baada ya Raila kuondoka, unasikia? Baada ya Raila kuondoka, we have no any other leader. Lori nende kiongozi uorero mka. Eshiama no kuachira yino wachira alira mwa bana be. Kone no utako mkamba no nyola imani hadi ramu rachira no ilia kodi ramata. Cheji sana. Sifuna. Kitu mimi nataka kuachia. Ubaya. Wamnyoro na mkola makubwa. Nataka kuachia hapo. Wakili ndio waambia mtaondoka. Mimi najua sana. Nataka kuachia hapo. Na mkae mkiwa chonjo. Kama si hivyo mtakuwa na shida watu wangu. Asante sana. Asante sana. Asante sana. Katibu mkuu. Thank you very much. Haya. Hiyo ndio maneno, mazungumzo na mawaidha ya katibu mkuu wa chama chetu cha kwetu Kenya na Afrika. Ningependa tufuate yafuatayo. Tafadhali kwaya, emahoda. Ningependa msimame. Tunataka kukaribisha wasichana wa marehemu. Nakumbuka watu wetu wakwe hawajaonekana. Unakuja hapa unatambulisha, alafu unaendelea kwa muda mfupi. Kwa maoni, endeleeni kujiita watoto wa marehemu wasichana. Karibuni.
And he was attending a funeral in Western. And the people were staring at him, and listen to how he was heckled and had to walk out. He gave some money and walked out. Yes, he was forced to walk out. Now, you will keenly understand that Atuoli is a two-term person. And he did not mention, yes, he wanted to attack Sifuna, but it was just attacking Sifuna, but not saying, let's support President Ruto. So even, and that is what I've realized, even him, he knew that that was a very unpopular move that would not sink even in that place. And true to it, it has not worked. It has not really worked in his favor. Now, what actually you will also understand is he represents a group that believe that that region belongs to them. And they're the people that President Ruto should be talking to if in any case President Ruto wants votes in Western. And I agree with Nani today, what Matiang'i has told Ruto today, that we are misreading the mood.
Mr. President, you have once again misread the mood of the country. Because in 2024, when Gen Z were having demonstrations, again the government misread the mood of the country. We woke up one morning in a country that has been peaceful, citizens of the country who are armed with nothing overran parliament. And these citizens raised specific issues. Since that time, nobody, even this government, has been coherent enough in saying, this is what Gen Z were raising, and these are the solutions we have provided. Tukaendelea na sarakasi ya kawaida. Abracadabra ya cabinet, badilisha huyu, then you end up here, so on and so forth. Story, and so on. You have once again misread the mood of the country. Mimi nafikiri, I am not a prophet and I have no credentials to prophesy. Tukiendelea hivi, we are headed the wrong direction. Na hiyo wrong direction, wakubwa wa serikali mutaiona nyinyi wenyewe karibuni. When you see the anger and the resistance and the pain that we saw yesterday, if I was in the security sector today, I would be very worried. Wananchi wamefika mahali, they are determined to face the tear gas, face the bullet, and make a point. So, do the right thing. It is very easy to do the right thing. Go, work, sit down, listen to people. And we are blessed in this country. We have wonderful church organizations. Hawa viongozi wa kanisa ni watu wa ajabu. Sisi tumebarikiwa, hawa watu wote wako wa kuadvise mtu, hii tuende namna hii, tuende namna hii, and so on. Finally, nililinda mtihani na haikuibiwa. Utaiba kura zetu.
Work today is broken. Every day, people juggle so many different tools just to get.
Baada ya kusema ukweli, we are misreading the mood. And you know, someone talks of what is the end game. When I look at how these young people who attend Sifuna's rallies, the viciousness, the brevity, unawarushia tiagas wanarudisha, it is something that must worry the security team in the country. People are daring, and there is a level of anger. And this anger, actually, it is being brought by those who are in power. It is being brought by those who are in power. Let's just say the truth. That is what it is. Watu wanakasirika, wamekasirika. Na wale watu wanaendelea kukasirisha watu ni wale watu wako kwa serikali. And why am I saying this? In the same today, after that, and you see, this is what I like the level of maturity that Babu Owino and Sifuna team did.
Bas, vijana wewe, ona venye wameumiza huyu kijana wetu, msikimbie. Msikimbie, wacha peleke hospitali. Wacha peleke hospitali. Wacha peleke kwa gari hospitali haraka haraka. Wacha usimpige hata kama kuna shida, ampeleke tu hospitali. Ametuletea shida lakini peleke hospitali. Leta hapa juu, leta hapa juu. Haya, mpeleke hospitali, mpeleke, wacha mwache. Ni sawa, ni sawa, sasa imeisha. Vijana ria, vijana ra, vijana team, vijana tialala, vijana ria. Vijana sasa nataka mnisikize. Tumesema ya kwamba hii mkutano haitaisha. Tiagas haiwezi maliza. Nyuki haiwezi maliza. Maji moto haiwezi maliza. Serikali haiwezi maliza. Lazima iendelee leo. Iendelee isiendelee. Iendelee isiendelee.
They was telling them, arrest those goons and bring them here. That is, they did not go for shoot them, kill them, or beat them up. They're actually vouching for them to be brought to book, and they were not for the bloodshed, if you ask me. That is why Nani is saying we've misread the mood. Who is this person who is attacking Sifuna in Kakamega, surely? It is not. It is something that even if you are being given the responsibility to do, sometimes you got to sit and ask, really, will I get away with this easily? Is this even possible? We are misreading the mood. And I think this is thriving in political propaganda that is staged on some of these incidents. I don't know what is running in the mind of this member of parliament, and if this is what he thinks is the issue, is the state subscribing to this ideology?
Ambaye lazima niseme hapa. Jana kule Kakamega. Waziri, nataka usikie hii and you have to take action. Unajua wakati uchaguzi inakaribia, weak politicians use weak strategies to win elections. Yesterday tunaona Rigiji na timu yake self tear gas in their own meeting. Wanatupa tear gas kwa mkutano yao ati ndio isemekane serikali ni mbaya. Tunakuomba kutoka Kipkelion leo, Waziri Murkomen, fanya investigation ya hiyo tabia kumbafu na potofu ya watu ku self tear gas their own meetings ili wapate popularity. Hawa watu wamekwama. Agenda ya rais iko mbele kilomita mingi zaidi na wao. Sasa hiyo coalition yao ya opposition ya weakness and pettiness haiwezi peleka hii nchi mbele.
I think the country must get it right. And anything to twist this to suit your feelings is simply burying your head under the sand. The reality is this: the young people are a bit awakened. They're not in the thinking that probably those in power. They're not in that space. They're a bit awakened. And that is why the likes of Atwoli, Atwoli must read the mood. Yesterday, despite of President Ruto meeting Kakamega MPs from ODM, and there was even an attempt to mobilize goons to disrupt the meeting so that that meeting does not proceed or it does not happen, the meeting went on. It happened. Why? Because there was that determination of the people. And you cannot ignore the power of a determined population. The determination is there. The goodwill is there. Even if we want to manage politics, what we are doing is just managing the wounds, but we are not treating it. This is why the likes of Atuoli are feeling the threat of Sifuna. Sifuna is penetrating one term in Western Kenya. You know, I've always said that Rigathi Gachagua was the author of one term. He's the man, the power behind the one-term clarion call. But William Ruto, through state machinery and intimidation, has made it difficult for even Rigathi to comfortably hold political rallies in Western Kenya, especially in Nyanza. Do you know that even an attempt to visit Kang'o ka Jaramogi, Rigathi Gachagua, was blocked? Because the thinking of those in power were that so long as we manage Rigathi, that Rigathi can only campaign in Mount Kenya and Nairobi, we will not spread the one term. Now, Sifuna was cut from Raila's cloth and has emerged as a man beyond the tribal cocoon, or rather the tribal setup that had been used to hit Rigathi Gachagua. And Sifuna is penetrating it. He was in Kakamega. Kakamega is chanting one term. Not courtesy of Sifuna, not courtesy of Rigathi, not courtesy of Natembeya, but because of the voice of Sifuna. Now, the traditional political establishment in Western Kenya, the Atuolis and the Mudavadis and Wetangula, someone was telling me that William Ruto will try to prop up when he realizes that Sifuna is not going for presidency, but Sifuna might be taking people to opposition. It might force him to consider even dropping Kindiki to pick a running mate from Western Kenya so that they can gather the votes from Western Kenya. And Sifuna wave will be an alternative, will give the president a bidding, and is disorganized the presidential matrix, the presidential arithmetic at the moment. So the parties that were used as the bargaining chips are actually losing their values. And in a couple of weeks and months to come, probably Western will be speaking a different language because the people are actually listening. Now, there is something called generational awakening, and it might shock the ballot. There is a narrative that has been sold in this country that young people don't vote. It is true. Maybe they've never been convinced why they need to vote, but between 2022 to 2027, the things that have happened in the middle have awakened them. And while we can conveniently say they don't have the votes, they will not come to vote, they will only be playing home and they're not interested, but there is awakening. The level of awakening at this moment can actually change that situation, and quite a number of young people will find themselves seeking those elective seats. Sifuna is thrusting to a presidential stature and can destabilize them, actually can replace them. Whoever wants to be the president, if it is not Sifuna, will not be able to dismiss Sifuna from that table. He will be part of that equation. And if he becomes part of that equation, then you know, people are going to be under threat. I've listened to him saying why he talks the way he talks. He says he's not attracted to any, he's not doing business with anyone in this country. even the county government. And if there will be a file of Sifuna somewhere, he will not be talking the way he's talking. He's saying MPs, some of the MPs can't talk.
Najua watu tuna represent, number one. Number two, if freedom ya kuzungumza na kujanga from the fact that these people don't have anything on you. Lazima uishi life ingine pia safi. Ukora lazima uache. Madeal, kama wewe ni mtu wa madeal, huwezi ongea tena. Kama ningekuwa na tenda ya county ama tenda ya national government, ningeongea vile naongeanga. Kwa sababu wangenyongea tu huko juu, si ndio? And that is the leverage yenye wanatafutanga kwa elected leaders. Wanakuita kwanza, wanakuambia Sifuna, acha tukupee tenda ya kusupply hiyo rice ya hiyo food for education. Unafikiria utaongea juu hiyo mradi? Sio moja kufunga mdogo.
Compromise.
So naona watu wengine wakisema sijui Sifuna ni rafiki ya Sakaja, sijui wanakula pamoja. Mimi hakuna tenda hata moja ya county. Na kama iko wako nayo wa cancel.
I know how someone behaves
Okay.
when you've been sent some money.
Okay.
Like your biggest job is appearance and actually not to cheer or do anything. And according to me, that explains what happened in Siaya.
Yeah.
Because once you appear there, you've paid for the money they gave you. They want audience and you are there. You are not there to necessarily approve what they are saying, but at least to be seen, for them to be seen as being able to pull some crowds.
Yeah.
So what you saw in Kakamega was, you see, it cannot be possible that you wake up one day and all of you have an ODM t-shirt and all of you woke up with an ODM cap. But what you see in Kakamega speaks to the fact that this has, I can call it organic group.
Yeah.
Because you could see there was no clear printed t-shirts, only a few, Sifuna and some other people who had time to prepare for it.
They can't afford the t-shirts, or they are
No,
saying
it's not a matter of affording. It's a matter of being there to be part of something.
Because you are given a tender somewhere, and through that tender, you've been pushed to a corner. You cannot speak your mind. You cannot even move. You cannot have an alternative. You cannot contribute independently, even on bills or parliament, and you have to dance the president's tune. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Kindly, let's support. And I think it is very clear that...
Stone PK huko. Kiora huko.
Sema Njiru.
Sasa you can react to Sifuna saying that kama niko na tenda yoyote wanyonge saa hii.
Sasa si hiyo confidence ni kumaanisha hakuna, because wajua ikiwa ninaitanga ukiwa umelamba lolo huwezi kuwa na sauti. Unakumbuka mkiwa wadogo
Atikuwa umelamba lolo. Na hilo lolo unaitanga nini? What is lolo?
Hiyo utani inbox nikwambie. Unakumbuka vile mama alikuwa anawawacha nyumbani, alafu anawacha ameseti kila kitu, anajua sukari vile iko nini na nini, then nyinyi mnakula, alafu you think you are so clean, anakuja anaanza kusema hapa kuna mtu amekula sukari, kumbe ulisahau au kujipanguza huku kwa kidevu. Ukilamba ilikuja labda ikakuama mahali somewhere none of you saw, and then you would say, you know, you ate sugar. I mean, then you would start saying, mama hata sijaguza, then vita inaanza hapa. But for those any of your siblings ule ambaye hakukaribia hiyo kitu, unamuona na confidence. So kama umelamba unajitambua tu mapema. So I think of course Sifuna was being accused sometimes back that alikuwa ati amepewa hizo tender za billboards and all that, but I'm surprised that I also was almost believing it, because you know when you hear rumors in Nairobi there are no rumors, inakuanga ni almost nini. But I'm surprised amesema hivi openly, because ilikuwa imesemekana Sakaja alikuwa amempatia hizo business, but now he says kama ziko zikansoliwe, that confidence tells you something. And you know, in this period, watu wanaanikana kuanikana, you know. And I think it is true. Kama angekuwa na dirty linen ama skeleton in his closet, angeweza kuongea hivi. And I'm still crossing my fingers, by the way, Njiru and Innocent. I always have a seventh, is it called sixth sense or seventh? I always put a safeguard. Because when I see somebody performing so well, and especially politically, I always cross my finger na sema, oh my God, I hope hayuko na kakitu katatolewa kamdeflate. And that is what I'm doing for Sifuna. That I hope, anaweza kuwa si mweupe kama pamba, but I hope that whatever problem or anything he might be having, you will see anything significant. I hope hata hakutakuwa na kaskando kokote, because that will deflate him and it will deflate us. For Babu, you know, I know he has accepted all his problems, his accusations, not once, not twice, but he accepted and confessed, and he said it is Saul who has now become Paul. He says that is his past. He accepted to so many things, you know, in the forums, uko Nairobi, anaambiwa ni mtu wa bangi, anasema ni kweli, nimevuta bangi. Alikuwa anaambiwa alikuwa anauza madawa huko college, anasema niliacha, you know. Nini ingine alikuwa anaambiwa, okay, hii ya kutaka kuua DJ. Yeah, he said it was bad, but he has grown out of that. That kind of now leaves it to you to really decide whether you will forgive him or not. And then you, who is human, you also just leave it to God. Him and his God, they will watasemezana. But hapa duniani, ikiwa amepiga magoti, amelala, amekuwa remorseful, the least or the maximum we can do is just to say, okay, tumsamehe. I mean, unajua tunasemanga mtu akipiga magoti aseme ninaomba msamaha, the best thing we can always do is give somebody another chance. So basically, yes, I like that. I like the confidence that Sifuna is exhibiting. For me, my little advice to both Sifuna, and as I said earlier in my submission, when I said I wish and pray that they would hold this force as partyless. They should hold this group, which they are mobilizing, by the way, and it will be big and powerful. If wasijipige kifua sana, na wasiseme, na wasijidai ati ni wao, because it is not them as individuals. Njiru and Nani, this is the trick here. This is the trick and the weakness of most Kenyans or human beings, that Sifuna is there not as an individual. When people come to the meeting, it is not you. It is actually the spirit that you are leading that pulls the people. So if ukicheza tu kidogo, that spirit can go and you'll be rendered useless. Now it goes in very simple ways. Number one, ukiona una over exaggerate, you over praise yourself, you think you are so special, and that weakness is number one in Babu. Babu trumps his anajipigia debe and yani too much, and in human nature ukijisifu sana, it becomes a very negative attribute to people. People will not tell you. Stone PK atakwambia, lakini watu watanyamaza, lakini wakienda kwa kono unasikia sasa huyu chalia anaringia nani. One of the things I would tell Babu not to talk about is about his personal things, personal achievements and all that. They don't impress people. People are never happy about that. People just feel very jealousy and they create hate. Fine, you have 7 degrees. That's okay. fantastic and good for you. And people, if you don't talk about it, people will talk about it. Yeah. When you talk about the so good things, then also talk about the bad things that you have done. Same why you are in Nairobi University for more than 15 years or 14 years. You know, so that's the complication. But being humble, people will catapult you to the very high level. So my advice to this force, and this is the force I want iwe salvation for this country, because hii force tu peke yake ndio naona hii force ndio itasaidia kutoa huyu jamaa. Na hii force vile mimi nilikuwa nataka, siku anataka ianze kuongea kama the United Opposition about tarehe 10 August 2027. Nilikuwa nataka hii force iongee about pressure, iongee kama Martha Karua, pressure kwamba tungependa mambo yabadilike jana, because Kenyans cannot survive any other day in this regime. You know, when you talk like that, you are not indicating utatoa mtu kwa unlawful meaning or all this kind of a thing, but you are showing the pressure and the urgency. And with the force, because as I said earlier, this is what people did not expect. Remember, Njiru, the truth is we had lost hope after Gen Z kukanyangwa na kupiganwa na kila. Hata hii tumekuwa tukiongea hapa hivi. We've just been trying to kujiconsole ati tunaona United Opposition is the hope, but wanatupatia hope ya elections in 2027, na hiyo hope wanatupatia elections tukiuliza swali of how we shall protect ama we shall make sure hatutakoniwa ama hatutaibiwa elections. Hakuna mtu anatuambia. Ukiuliza unaambiwa wewe wacha tu, hiyo hawawezi iba. Wewe wacha tu, hiyo hawawezi iba. Sasa na ukiwauliza ala na Malava na Mbere vile tulitandikwa mpaka hata ukubaliwe kufike karibu na mahali ya kuhesabu, tulifanyaje? Unasikia hapana, wacha hiyo. You see, that is what I don't like, that kind of running away from the problem, you know. But luckily Njiru kuna comedian huko Mbere amejaribu kututoa aibu. Maybe ukipata time utachezea watu. People are thinking, you know, people have condemned Mbere people so much bwana, mpaka tuliwekwa mahali pabaya because vile tulikuwa tumeashua kwamba hizi ibiwa tutatokea na mishale na nini, na sasa watu wametumok mpaka watu wanatuambia hata urogi yenyu hatutarudi kununua tena because you are not reliable, mulichagua Kasongo. So it is very sad that that we need to I think we need to really, I don't know how close we can go to trying to share with these guys that it is not business as usual. Personally, I don't want them to think that it's another political season, because if we take it as an ordinary political season, like the way I had people contributing in your program earlier, you know, wakija wanaongea, oh, you know, this is politics. I mean, I don't want people to trivialize the issue. The issue now here would even warrant a coup. Only that people don't want to be violent. The pain and suffering and the mockery that the president keeps, you know, enjoy watu. Now, for me, you know, the word coup, I take it as somebody or people who are so mad and annoyed and they see like you don't care about them. I don't look at it with a lot of weight. Watu wanasemanga ati sijui nini. Yeah, a coup means what? It's people rising and saying, Njiru, what you are doing is not right. And they come and forcibly tell you to go away. And I think it's ordinary. It's okay. Yeah. I see Anne is laughing about urogi. You know, Anne, people believe Mbere ndio ati tuna urogi moja deadly. I don't know who labeled us that. Maybe it's because of this village called Ovarire that has gone. Ovarire is where everybody would go to look for charms. If if you want to win in anything. Anyway, so that's what, for me, that's what I think. Sifuna should know quickly. Sometimes you can land into a position by default. Okay? If you find yourself in a position by default, the biggest challenge is on you to manage self. Manage self. Then the rest will take place. Even in a place of work, unaweza kuta ala umelandi position ya management, yani by default tu ile hata huko unaamini. Once you get into it, usistuke, you start managing. Now that nimefika hapa, what should I do? And part of self management is you consult widely. Usianze kufikiria umefika hapo because you are the best of the best. No. Fika hapo na uanze number one, uanze kujisort na kujibuild na kujifanyia SWOT analysis of what the weaknesses that you have. You start working on them. You can work on them through talking to people, looking for a mentor and all that, and not just the thumping, thinking that you are there because you are the best. So for me personally, I would really, and this is something I love, I don't want it to collapse. This force, I cherish it so much. It is the one that is giving me hope. I had lost hope about, because I was not being assured of how we will not be able to, how we will be able to remove Kasongo. I was not seeing a force because I had seen the youth, the generation is young. It's like they had given up. They were quiet. It's like they had resigned. Yeah, but thank God now this is, and we need to really keep on fueling this fire. Back to you, Ngiro.
Yeah, South Tunifikai. I think that one is quite in order. Umenikumbusha Uvaride. Uvaride, there are so many experts. Na si hata kukukufa kunazaliwa wengine watatu. So Uvaride will continue holding the mendo. Sijui kama ni mendo ama ni mendo.
Ovarire ni noma, Njiro, ukienda home, I challenge you uende uvisit. Just fuel your car na uende pitia hapo Siakago, uulize, utaonyeshwa njia. Uende tu visiting.
Yeah, even the name itself. So what I don't know is Ovaride known outside the Embu ama inajulikana tu within the territories of Embu. What do you
mean? What do you mean territories of Embu? Ovaride hakuna politician in Kenya who doesn't know Kenya.
Yeah, si Ovaride ni karibu na hapo Kanywa.
Hapana, Ovaride is an equivalent of Vanga. Unajua, wao usikia nikijoke na msimamo juu ya Vanga, hujajua ni nini, utani inbox nikwambie. Sasa Ovaride is somewhere si Kanywa, ukipitia Siakago unaenda huko karibu na anyway, I don't know how to explain, but it's in
Siakago, like Siakago hapo Mutuoba. No, Mutuoba ni Mtombani.
No, Siakago
karibu na Siakago shule.
No, unapanda ukienda na huko Momenje, unaenda towards Momenje ward, you know. Na huko juu karibu areas zinaitwa Kevwe huko kwa hills, the higher sides.
Kevwe ya Embu, unajua kuna Kevwe ya Embu?
Acha Kevwe ya Embu, hii Kevwe ya Mbere sasa. Kuna Kevwe Mbere pia.
Oh, okay. So like unaenda huko, and it must be a very remote place. That's where hiyo si place that iko na lami na lifestyle poa.
Kwani Mbere lami ni moja, iko wapi? Hakuna Mbere, ni lami ni moja tu.
No, I think they tarmac the Siakago road, eh?
Si ndio nakwambia hiyo lami ni moja, hiyo ya Siakago tu. Gani nyingine? Wacha hii main ya nini, wacha ya Embu Kiretire. Embu Kiretire, Kiva.
You know that Embu Kiretire was done during Seven Forks, eh?
It's exactly. Yeah, so what you can call as Mbere developmental ama public lami ni hiyo ya Siakago mpaka Kiretire, because inaenda mahali, inakuja hivyo mpaka Nyangwa, 11 12 kilometers, 18 kilometers. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe hata Kasongo atapelekwa Uvaride with the time.
Sasa Kasongo huwezi mpeleka Uvaride, labda umuende Uvaride kama ajui.
Oh, mwende uvalile alafu uende umweke kwa koti. Somebody was telling us that they can also even take your imitation there.
Yeah, ovalile kutigwata kwa mwanera lie bwana.
But I think that culture is going away because nasikia pia vijana ni kama wataki hiyo mambo sana.
It's not a culture. It is daktari kuwa doctor si culture. Kuwa doctor, it's not a culture, it's a skill, it's a trade, it's a talent.
The only problem I have with those guys is that they do more extermination than stabilization. Kumaliza ndio wanamaliza sana kuliko hata so extermination is too much anyway. That's the only place where I differ with them. So I don't know, are they still the same guys who wanakuletea nyuki?
Hapana, wewe una mistake. Soma concept ya ubaridi. Nyuki ni za Wakamba.
Na ile ingine ya Embu munaenda kwa lodge na alafu inabidi tuwatoe na shuka.
Hata hiyo ni Ukambani. Hiyo ni ya Ukambani. Mbele hata hakuna cha hiyo, mbele hakuna. Hii ni tofauti. Hii ya ubaridi ni tofauti.
Haya. You mean hiyo story ya kutoa watu kwa maloji na shuka ni very lame, it's very small.
Hiyo ni Ukambani na Uluyaland.
Haya.
Hiyo skill.
I thought it is an Uvalile concept.
Hapana, it's not there in Uvalile.
Ama hiyo ni vitu ndogo ndogo
Ya Uvalile iko hivi. Unaenda unapewa some instructions. If you suspect that your wife is cheating or your husband, utaambiwa the instruction utaenda kufanya mchana peupe. Na unaenda tu unaambiwa either you call your wife, unaita your brother-in-law and everybody else outside, nyumbani hapo tu ndio unapeana instruction vile watafanya and immediately you get the result.
So naenda Uvalile niseme Ruto amenisumbua sana.
Lakini unaweza sasa juu lazima number one you cannot do it by remote. Lazima uwe na kitu yake, something or somewhere. Labda uende na something of his.
Siwezi beba portrait. Siwezi beba portrait yake.
Portrait yake sasa hiyo unapeleka Vanga ama Tanga. Au ndio specialist.
Atunapeleka wapi?
Tanga au Vanga. Huko ndio wana deal na portrait.
And by the way, there is somebody was I don't know, story PK, maybe you need to advise me about this, hata kama even as I come to your inbox. Ati this idea whereby ati we are posting ati mapicha ati kwa social media ati kuna mtu anaweza zitumia zipeleke Vanga. Is it true?
Kuna watu wana believe hivyo.
Mtu ana print picha yako kwa Facebook ati na anapeleka Vanga.
Kuna watu wana believe ati ikipelekwa itafanywa mambo
So what is your advice? Is it true?
No, me siwezi kupatia advice because personally I don't give a damn. Personally I don't believe in it. So you know, when mimi sasa assistant PK I don't, but watu wengi wanasema hiyo it works.
So there was somebody was saying ati kuna watu wanaenda kwa mitandao ati wanachukua mpaka picha yako ati inaenda inazikwa.
Do you know, yaani watu wana hizo ma beliefs sana na ndio retrogression ile watu wako nayo. Ikiwa kama sasa si hata kwa Christianity watu wana believe ati mtu anaweza sijui wanaita nini, anaweza is it not cursing? There is something people say in these churches za kurukaruka. That they can spell something on you and all that kind of a thing.
Na hiyo concept ya kutapikisha mtu ni gani, inakuanga gani? Toa. Nini wanakuanga wakikutoa? No, Stonipike, you have to react to that because wewe naonanga ni kama ulikuwanga kwa hiyo mambo ukaondoka.
It's a terrible accusation. Watu wanatapikishwa wapi?
No, that's why you are this strict. But let me tell you, ukionanga binadamu ambaye is so rough, kuna pahali alikuwa pabaya sana, alikuwa misused vibaya. Sasa
No. Let me correct you there. Ukiona mtu ako okay, what you are calling strict is number one by this doctrine of realism. Hata where you are not real. You don't believe in realism. Because when you are real, you believe in real things, you are not theoretical and you don't believe in theories. No. Like me, I don't believe in theories. Even scientific theories, I don't believe in them. I believe in reality. Reality. Like death is a reality. That I believe in it, that somebody will die. Okay? But if I don't believe that somebody will die and go somewhere else, we should not debate on that. So the difference is that when you believe in realism, you are very assertive. You see people say, let me say the truth. You see, what you think it's the truth, you as an individual, that's your truth. What makes you, if you want me to believe it's the truth, then it has to be a reality. For example, there is a day light and there is a night. That's a reality, because whether we cannot argue about that. Usiku itafika na mchana itafika. Okay? So when you hear people arguing so much about whatever, kuna wale watu theoretical. Mimi Stonipike nakuaga ile real, and I don't say anything I have not seen, I have not confirmed, because nikikwambia Ruto alisema hivi na hivi, I must have heard through not through a second party. Maybe I looked at what do you call the clips and all that. Okay? So when anybody talking about reality, you find them talking with a lot of authority and affirmative. Si ati mtu amepitia, ama for example, out of experience. Somebody who has gone through a process. Like for example, do you know most people, even here, when we are discussing politics and we are discussing elections here, I would want to know how many of us here that have gone through an electoral process, whether it is through a cattle dip, a village, whatever, or something like that, and more so, especially through an IBC process in Kenya, and more so as a candidate, because until you do it as a candidate, it's not the same as the person who does it as an agent. Okay, so ndio utasikia watu wakiwa na hizo, like unasikia mtu akiongea kitu na let me not call it authority, but out of experience. Okay, like now, for example, when somebody tells you this is what happens at a polling station, because I was a candidate and because I was an agent of so and so, and an agent is that who is certified. Wanaitanga credited. Yani, because ukiwa credited, unapewa barua na candidate, and then of course unapewa hiyo badge. Okay, so you are able to see. Somebody like that will be able to tell you what happens at a polling station. Okay, so most of the things is out of experience, unakuwa with a lot of assertiveness, but out of reading, and hearsay, somebody tells you the story, because you see the story can be distorted, and whoever is telling you the story may make it, the stories are given differently. You can have one story given out in 10 different versions, right? Depending on who is telling the story. So it's good to be real. And when you are real, by the way, it's not a bed of roses. It's not the lollipop that every other Tom, Dick, and Harry would love. People don't like it. Yes. Like today, people don't want to believe that Kenya is so tribal. People want to pretend that tribalism is not there in Kenya. People keep saying, oh, Gen Z, hawana tribe, hawana nini, hawana nini. You know, that's a denial. It's a denial. How Gen Z wametoka wapi? What they are doing is they are refusing to use that to discriminate or to kind of forge their way, because when you use that, ni moto ya makaratasi. Okay, so they want to not use that, which any other generation would have decided not to, because you can't say you are tribeless. There is nobody who is tribeless. Kuna mtu wako tribeless. Hata ukiwa mchotara, kuna mahali you will be traced to a certain tribe. Okay, so what we should appreciate is that now we have a generation that doesn't give damn about it. They don't prioritize it. Okay, they don't prioritize it, but ask them, tell them to give you the ID. Utaona imeandikwa a certain tribe and all that, but luckily they don't hold that so at their heart, in a determined vile wata relate and so on. So that is what we should celebrate about. And by the way, that is what we wanted to achieve. You know, like some of us who got intermarried and all that in the country, we hoped that our children would, because let's say, for example, if you have a Luo intermarrying with a Kipsigis, then those children have a combination of Luo Kipsigis, and then they are brought up in Nairobi or Mombasa in the up country, what do you call it, in the urban, where they interact with the Bukusu, they interact. So the medium, the language or media of communication is, you find them, it's English, Kiswahili, all right? Then of course they are when they want to talk about indigenous or other tribal language, they can't. Do I talk Bukusu, who is my father, or do I use Kikamba, who is my mom? All right. So they choose to use the two easy language, English, Kiswahili, and then their immediate neighbor is a Pokomo. So that Roycom choose mix gives breed to a very conducive atmosphere and generation that would foster development and cohesion of a country so fast. And that is what now would build what we've never had in Kenya, because Kenya, we've never had a nationalhood. We are not a nation. We've never been a nation. We've been struggling with that, but we have never been a nation. We have always been a people living together, but from different you can call them regions and different tribes. Yeah, but we were quickly, bombarded together, tukapewa one flag, then we were given one national anthem and all that. But we really are not a nation. We are not. We are not. And that's why we still have that problem. That's why we are struggling. Yeah. And if we can achieve that, but it requires a lot of integrity. Okay, a lot of integrity. Number one, integrity is what can really is the recipe to begin to build a nation. Okay, but without integrity, when you have others stealing, others saying that they have to go kneeling and bowing to the leaders in order for their areas to win this, that is one thing I detest. And any president that would come, the one who would come and dissolve and dismantle that rubbish of saying that you lazima ukue unaunga rais mkono ndio area ile unatoka ipate development, that's when we shall now begin on the path to building a nation that we could be proudly referring to as Kenya. Back to Injiru.
Okay, Stone PK, you can put your final remark. We close now, please.
Cheza hiyo clip nimekupatia. Wacha kufunga, wacha tucheze clip mbili ndio tufunge.
Aya, ni sawa, nimeweka lakini haichezi, so unless you cheze pande yako.
Si mimi nitaicheza ndio.
Sifuna, Edwin Sifuna, nimekuita mara ngapi? 3 times. What am I saying? Sijui kama unaelewa. Gen Z ni kama wanakuchagua. And you know why wanakuchagua? Let me tell you, life is very spiritual. And life is a full circle. Because ulisimama na wao. One of the most emotional moments, every time I watch that video, ninapatanga kama chozi kanatiririka. When you left the parliament building, stepped outside, now, and you confronted the security agencies, telling them, stop. I also remember ukisema, pia sisi watumwagilie maji kama waheshimiwa. You thought no one was watching, but the world was watching. Now, ulisimama na Gen Zs, and now they're returning, wanarudisha mkono. I will say this, I am not a Gen Z, I am a millennial. I am a parent. And I am a daughter. For the first time in my life, I left my home, said my goodbyes, not knowing if I will come back. Okay? And I stepped out there for you. And I remember, it did not hit me, but I remember driving from the church. I did not see the crowd you pulled. I could not fathom. I remember making a prayer, and I said it loudly. Abizwena Gen Z, you can testify. I said, God, go before us. Amen. God, give us a mammoth crowd. Do not embarrass us. The same way we left our homes is the same way we will go back. Amen. Yes. I'll put a clip here of where we started in Kitengela town. Ilikuwa tu barabara bila watu. And how it ended. The Gen Zs are endorsing you, not very subtly. The thing is, what will you do with this endorsement? I'll tell you my fear before I finish the video. So, kweni wapole, ukatoka hapo, ukaenda Nyayo, same thing. I hear the day before the chants were even louder. You were not there, okay? So, Meru, nimeona, nimesikia Sifuna jana, Tononoka juzi. You are literally the face of ODM at the moment and the face of the Gen Z. For me, it was a pleasure being there. When it's written down in history, I will say I was there. And one thing that I want to tell people, there was no motivation to be there. And especially the financial aspect. Because I see kuna a lot of misconstrued information out here. No, I left my home to be there. I've heard of so many rallies and so many parties, but I just found myself there. Why? We will find out in the future, maybe. Now, the last thing that I would want to tell you, I've always had this analogy at the back of my mind, the Trojan horse. And let me just say it and put it out there. I knew the system will send us a savior, a messiah, a Trojan horse. And from my calculations, I knew it would be Sakaja. There's someone I've had this conversation with, 1 or 2 people. But from the look of things, no. And when I say a Trojan horse, horse, I say a messiah, it is someone who looks like us, who speaks like us, who dresses like us, who we can easily resonate with. Okay? So yes, when I say the Trojan horse, and for a moment, before I left the house, I was like, could Sifuna be that Trojan horse that I've just been thinking and waiting to see who it is? Now, as a millennial, but mimi ninafuata uongozi wa Gen Zs, they have chosen you. They're saying something. We still don't know what they're saying, but you have their support. You are the man for them. Okay? What will you do with it? What will you do with it? What do we expect from Sifuna? You know what is happening? The country is literally being sold for nothing. Okay? We are seeing the Israelis, wamerudi. Project 1900 is being implemented. Now, we don't want to be another South Africa. Hell to the no, we do not want to be Gaza. Why can't people wake up to that reality? I want to see you ukiongea sasa, ukisema vitu. I want you to disrupt the system. But then again, one thing that I know for sure, wewe ni wakili. Umeishi Nairobi. And that is why, if I was to endorse you, as who, I don't know, wewe ni wakili. So it calms my fears kidogo. But then again, we are watching. One last thing that I need to say, Kakamega TikTokers, Kakamega bloggers, Kakamega, get the word out there. Saturday, ni 11 tunakutana Kakamega, nowhere else. Kakamega. When ni Ramadan. But then again, if we don't stand for something, we fall for everything. And it is okay, be patient. Usikufe moyo. Because I want you to understand, ukikufa moyo, unakufa moyo with other thousands, if not millions of Kenyans. Shikilia hapo hapo. When something new is starting, most people do not believe in you. Most people. And for the leaders who stood with you, never forget. For the Kenyans who stood with you, usisahau. Pole pole watakuja. Watakuja, let me tell you. If you think of giving up, we only have 1 year to elections. You always ukachoka. Wewe meza glucose, vile tumekuwa tukimeza glucose, and we forge forward. And may we not find you on tables shaking hands. May we not. Because I will look for you. I will find you. Hii ilikuwa ni movie gani? Liam Neeson. Taken. Yes. And atakumalizia what I intended to say. Okay? And I don't mean you have to be the president, but then again, why not? Salam, guys. Edwin Sifuna. Nimekuita mara ngapi? 3 times. What am I saying? Sijui kama unaelewa. Gen Z ni kama wanakuchagua. And you know why wanakuchagua? Let me tell you, life is very spiritual. And life is a full circle. Because ulisimama na wao.
Njiru, where are you? Njiru. Where are you bana?
Njiru ameanza kulala kama sisi.
Sasa Njiru unajua hiyo ndio inanichokeshanga na show ya Njiru bwana. Mwalimu, what do you think of this lady? Analysis, advice, not analysis. Her fears. You know, I don't want to preempt. What do you think of what she said?
Anyway, PK, asante sana. Hata mi I dozed off nikalala, kumbe nimeamka. You guys are on. Exactly what she's saying is what is supposed to be. You know, I've been wondering what Sifuna can do for the nation, not for Nairobians. And she has just summarized what I've been thinking of. It's high time that Sifuna, you know, I thought Babu could do it, but Sifuna does it better than Babu. And this is the moment. People say that you have only one chance. When an opportunity comes, when you use the SWOT analysis, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, when an opportunity comes on your way, harness it, shikilia, shika, and run with it. I believe the Gen Zs can make Sifuna a national leader, not ODM. It's high time that Sifuna realizes that Nairobi is not his league. Kenya is his league. I moved from Nairobi County, aanze play the National League. You know, PK, I said this earlier, you went there, and I said that when we were discussing, and Ayaga came in, and Ayaga alikuwa anasema ati ODM ati they know the game they are playing. And I came to realize that some people think that Sifuna at yako ODM, they are playing games with ODM. I believe sometimes things happen. Ndo maybe the let me call it Kenyan to change. ODM baba alikufa for us to have somebody rise. Huko nyuma tulikuwa tunafikiria baba is the only person who can redeem us. Yeye ndiye anaweza kutupeleka Canaan, but Sifuna can do it. Let Sifuna start playing National League. Awachane na maneno ya Nairobi. I concur with that lady. I'm telling you, Gen Zs will never forget what he did for them. Huko Parliament, when he was between, we played that clip, when he was between the police, the KDF forces, akasimama. Kuna clip ingine alikuwa anasema tumwagilie hata sisi maji, we are wananchi, tumwagilie hata sisi, hata waheshimiwa tumwagilie maji. It's high time that Sifuna realizes that is playing the National League, anasaidia wa Kenya, not individual. Wache watu like wakina Jalango wenye wanakimbilia kutafuta uongozi wa Senate. Sifuna should realize that. Thank you, PK.
Yeah, thanks, Innocent. Thanks. Yeah. It is true that because Sifuna has to be very vigilant, and that's why I said sometimes you get into a position by default. Alafu, the best advice we have gotten from experts, even in management, in all spheres of corporate, is that never assume a default. Atuseme, manze, it happened to. You can't say it happened to. Yes, it happened too, but you are there. What do you do about it? Ni kama mtu atoke amekimbia amekuja amekupatia kijiti. What do you do with it? You don't stand there unaanza kuzubaa nini na nini. Yeah, you need to quickly decide what to do about it. Nikaa ukuja upewe a hot potato. Umekuja umewekelewa kwa mkono hivi. Sasa utashika hivi unaanza kushika na inakuchoma bado. You are thinking about it, unaangalia ule amekupatia. If it is too hot, akikupatia unaweka chini mara moja. Otherwise it will burn you. So once you get, like now Sifuna is being, hii kitu hata imempiga ile Waswahili wanaita bumbwazi. But for those who believe in the spiritual world, like what the lady has said, in kitu, there is a reason, maybe divine reason beyond you. So for you, it's just to embrace it and then say, what do I do with it? And you start ideating on what to do with it. Now, for Sifuna, it is so easy because it is about where is the river flowing to? And when I talk of the river, I'm talking of what is happening in the country right now. Matiang'i said it in their meeting. Aliposema, what is the mood in the country? Why are these people now printing t-shirts? Wakisema mimi ni Sifuna. Pick it from the other day when the president accused watu Kabila, akasema sijui ilikuwa amesema ni Karanja, wote watu wakaanza kusema mimi ni, what was the name they used? Was it Kamau or Karanja when he was trying to indicate that Gachagua ameleta ukabila? Do you remember what name it was? Was it Karanja?
Kamau.
Kamau, when everybody said, sasa mimi ni Kamau. I mean, you know, because that tells you something. And, you know, I laugh when people start saying, you know, these young people, they are very sharp. Yes, they are sharp. At their age, they are, and with the technology at hand, they cannot, they quickly think. Sahi hata kuna AI na nini, you just command and say what you want, and it's done. It is with the times, and we have to take advantage of the time. Okay? It is, remember sometimes some of us, you know, or those who are older than us, when it was about mahesabu nini, people would calculate, unaandika, but now when calculators came, mtu anakuambia unatumia kichwa ya nini, si upige na calculator mara moja. Okay, so you move with technology. So the Gen Zs, the young people, the advantage they have is that they have gadget. You have a phone at your disposal. Saa hii una interview mtu hivi, unamuuliza swali and they are so fast. Ikimshinda hapo kwa Google mara moja na amepata answer. So you have to know a different way of, if you really want to test the skill and the knowledge, and you are the one now to design how you want to ask that person a question for you to get the outcome that you want, the test result that you want. Otherwise the results are so easy to get. Sifuna doesn't need to go for any research. Number one is in the team, is in what has been happening in the country, but he has to remember, and this is something Sifuna also has forgotten, that by the time Baba was dying, and Innocent, you can correct me if I'm wrong, by the time Baba was dying, he was not in good terms with the people of Kenya since the June 24th. Let's not lie to ourselves. Okay? So that is one, that Baba had lost a significant support. These people are trying to brush it off, but the truth of the matter is that Baba had disappointed quite a big chunk of his supporters. That is something that I don't, I would not want people, not to bring it out. Kwa hivyo, by the time Baba was dying, he was not the darling of everybody. Yeah, there were people who had watu walisikia vibaya sana ever since the 24th. Yeah, so hiyo tuchukue hivyo. So for me, if I were Sifuna, I would reduce a lot of quoting Baba. And this I'm giving advice for free. Not that I would not quote Baba if he is the one who has mentored him and all that. I would now reduce to move to the level that Innocent you have indicated, for me to be national, to depart from being so egocentric in terms of the Senate and the party. For you to be national, because not everybody loves the ODM, even if you was to be the secretary of ODM. So I would try to even capture those people that had run away from Baba by being Sifuna himself, by being myself. And by that lady has indicated very well. What is it now you are telling the people who believe in you? Lazima sasa, and this is where now, Innocent, this is where now you engage thinkers. You engage some thinkers, 2 or 3 guys who analyze things, and they scan things for you, so that by the time unaenda in the next meeting, umebriefiwa, you can go and present it in your own way, but you have the context. That is very key. Politicians ignore that very much, until you find in every meeting you are just saying tialala, 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 warembo, and then unaboa watu wanakutoka. So that, I think, is something that is very, very critical. And also there is another problem of when you find a politician and a party following, you think you are the best, okay? You think you are there by your right, that there was no alternative. And today, Babu was on TV with the JKL, Jeff Koinange. Yes, he was there. He did a lot of talk, but I can assure you the feedback will not be very, very good, because you don't go and present yourself as if you are the best of the best out of the 58 million Kenyans. Even if you think you are topmost, because like he was posting about his degrees and all that, he was saying he has 5 masters, all this and all that. It's good. Congratulations. Those are personal achievements and all that. But try to manage and try to also, so don't show like there is nobody else who can be. He was insisting and saying that the chairmanship of ODM must go to him. I don't know where he has gotten that kasumba which has entered into his head. Innocent utajaribu niambie. I find you very defeating, very deconstructing. What makes him think that he must, yeye ni lazima, ndio lazima apewe chairmanship ya ODM? When we have others, there are almost others, akina Wanga, not Wanga, akina Otsosi, akina those who are sharing, those who are in the idea of the Mwananchi. I think we have more than 5, 6, 7 guys. So I don't understand. But again, people have their own whatever. Me, my worry was Sifuna, who I find a bit moderate. So even if I was to give a lot of free advice, I would share not advice, but share, because I have no authority to advise anybody, but I would share some of those concerns with the Sifuna, because I have a lot of also hope in Sifuna because of the principles he has. Innocent, do you have anything as we wait for Njiru? I wanted to play one clip on Mbere, but I can't play it until Njiru wakes up. But Innocent, if you have something you can say, and then we will have to abandon the studio. Aaron Mongera, tumekuona, naona you are with us. Asante sana.
Okay. PK, it's true. It's true. One of the person, like especially let me say that when we were in ODM, I believe we were with you in ODM, and you told us that you're the person who worked for Baba in Murima kutoka kitambo, and we didn't know that we could move out.
In Mbere particularly, it's good you say Mbere, because Mulima is big. Mbere,
Mbere.
The most isolated area where you would get up to 20,000 votes. Mahali, yani mpaka watu walikuwa wanaulizana how?
Hapa ni wapi?
Yani ati kwanza kwa polling station yangu ya village where we had my polling station at one time we were 540. Baba got 480. Mpaka wanaulizana nani alipigia Mjaluo kura hapa? I would laugh. And then they would say, unajua ni Stone PK, huyo ni mtu wake miaka yote. So people would even ask and mock me, ulipewa nini na Raila? Can you imagine? At that time when people would not, that is when they were using those terms of KA and all that kind of a thing. Then they would tell me, wewe nyinyi watu wa town mnakuwa nini, lakini wewe ni sawa, tutakupatia kura, lakini hiyo KA hapa hatuwezi patia. Imagine those kind of things, Anyway, go ahead.
Exactly. So what I'm trying to put across is that sometimes you believe in a person and you put all your faith there. I believe wakati he lost in 2022, some of us could not, there's no way we could move on. Tulishindwa, hata I remember hata wewe kuna wakati ilifika ukashinda kuingia hata kwa studio ile ya SCT.
I quit. I went kabisa, and then of course a little later I was ingia kwa msiba, so I called it off. Yeah.
So tulishindwa tunaenda wapi sasa, and I was in one of the ODM expatriates. Tulikuwa tunaitwa patriots in that group, and we could discuss things za Raila, and they could use it. Some of the experts could come and pick some things to discuss up, and they were able to use it kutumia kwa Baba. And I decided disagreeing with them. Naanza kuleta kitu naambia no, hapa I don't believe. Ati wanasema unajua Baba is everything. There are those people like where some of them come from. Ati wakati Baba amesoma hii kitu ni kama is the gospel truth. And mimi nikaanza ku have a different opinion. Nikaambia unajua, with my level of education and my profession, sometimes it's good to say the way it is, not a big spoon. Let's now say this is not a big spoon. It's a spade. Na ile ingine ni spoon. So I started, mpaka nilikuja nikatolewa that group because I could disagree with them. Not ile could disagree kwa ubaya, but I wanted to ile kuchanua watu, kuambia watu that now mali tumefika, we should not be ile sycophancy. Let's now help Baba in one way or another, because hayuko kwa government, but there are things he can do. And I remember wakati alisemanga ile maneno ya Adani, hapo ndio tulianguka na yeye kabisa. Sasa hiyo group ndio nikamwambia no, I believe Baba could have not said this. And that is exactly what Sifuna is. Sifuna, hata kama ni baba, he could speak his mind. And that is what some of us want. A person, hata kama ni wenu, akiongea kitu, wacha ongee kitu yenye unajua it will help the Kenyans. The way unasema ulikuwa mbele huko na you believed what Raila was fighting for, not that because he was a Luo, but what he's fighting for. And Sifuna is exactly the same person, the same kind of person who will want to do things not because of the chama, but because of what Kenyans want. Na ikifika mahali like some of us now, jana tulikuwa tunaongea na yani hii channel tulikuwa tunaongea, alafu Ayaga alikuja akatuharibu mood talking that wenye tulitoka ODM first we were not ODMated at sisi sio tuko watu wa chama. Unajua hata nilipatiana example ya PK nikasema, you know, some of us were in ODM, hata wakina PK walikuwa huko na tulitoka, na ukikuja kujua people who are ODM damu na wametoka, na nilimwambia tulitoka na ufunguo. So there are people wenye who need to move out of ODM like Sifuna now. Asiona ati Sifuna imemuunda, yani ODM imemuunda, now he cannot move out and channel his path. It's high time ajue sasa exactly what you've said. Saizi digital era, you don't need watu. You don't need watu ku campaign for you ama watu kufanya kitu. You don't need to pay people ndio waende kwa mkutano. You don't need to look for a buses ipeleke watu mkutano Kakamega ama Kitengela. People will follow you. People will follow you. Hata kama ni media, they'll make clips. Kama ni t-shirt, they'll make their own t-shirt. Just resonate with them. Come up with ideas, and they will use those ideas just to market you. I'm telling you, the Gen Z can market Sifuna. Now, I said this yesterday. Mahali Sifuna amefika. I remember PK tulisemanga, you are one of the person kwa hii channel tukisema ati huyu Gachagua sasa tena ni nini? Unajua when Gen Z walikuwa wamekuja, we used to say Gen Z paka Gachagua akakuja, tukasema hata Alex tukasema hivi, wacha tu wakuwe side yetu mpaka 2027. We don't believe that we can choose Gachagua for president, but what is injecting, instead of watu kushikwa kukuwa abducted, him cannot be abducted. Wacha akuwe in our side, aendelee kutusaidia paka Matiang'i naye akakuja akaitwa naye akakuja akakuwa in our side, tukasema, and we said all this, but I believe PK, we have gotten a person we wanted. Ule mtu tulikuwa tunataka akuwe president, president of the citizen, it's Sifuna now. That is what I can add. Sifuna can take the mantle na atupeleke mahali wanted. We thank God for Gachagua, what he has done. We thank God for anaitwaje Matiang'i. We wanted him akuwe Gen Z, but alikuja ka relax kidogo, na sasa we have a person we can market. I'm telling you, Sifuna can be the first horse, not the third horse, the first horse. Kenyans should start saying, we have our first horse. Who is the second? It's Ruto. Who is the third? Let's know. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Innocent. Yeah. And I think as quickly as possible, I would really urge and pray that the entire team, the Matiang'is, the Kalonzos, and all those, that God works on them, including Sifuna. God works on them, and I'm so happy with what was going on the meeting today when they all recognized that in the meeting. When they were in Utawala, they were all over there, the united opposition. That is something I was so happy about. Now I would want them now informally, now not in public. These public rallies is fine. They recognized and they support and condemned what happened. The interruptions that Sifuna team was encountering, which was fantastic, which shows that they're embracing each other. But then, what will make Kasongo have sleepless nights and nightmares, and what can actually make Kasongo even leave that office before next year, is when he will hear that all these people wamekutana mahali na wamepanga mammoth of a crowd meeting. You know, they announce that our water, irrespective of whether ni Sifuna ama ni Matiang'i ama, lakini can you envisage that kind of a meeting? Saa hii waongee waseme wote watuite wapi? I don't know where we can fit, because if they all call for a meeting, Innocent, that will be something that will be the beginning of the end of Ruto's regime. And I don't know why they are there. I wish God can touch their heart. Wajue, yani wakakubali waseme sasa they want to come and discuss that enough is enough. Kenyans have suffered. They have the agenda, by the way. All things that Ruto has destroyed. People are dying. Children are not going to school. We have live issues, like the way we had the live issue on the financial bill. Right now we have red hot issues. We have kids at home. We have people dying. And we have live issues that can be an agenda for a mammoth meeting of all the united forces. And then you have Sisi Sifuna na nini na nini. I don't know whether I'm imagining too much, but and then when they meet there, wanapeana, wanasema mdosi, wewe sasa toka, vacate, step down. Kwa nini wanaogopa hiyo, Innocent? Hebu niambie. Why can't they, you know, kutane kama ile 1 million tulikutana ile siku ya Kibaki, na waseme hapa sasa tunasema banduka, toka, ishia, or we come for you. What hiyo tunaogopa kwa nini? I'm being radical.
No, it's true. Mali tumefika sometimes. You know, people were saying that 2027 tungoje paka 2027, but if you hear what Matiang'i said yesterday hapo kanisani, alisema unajua watu wamefika tu, na Kasama akasema just in one word, watu wamechoka, watu wamechoka. And if you push people too much, hakuiendelea, akawachia tu. I believe ni kama vitu zimeanza kuiva, and you might not know what God has for us. You might not know what God has for us. If people don't see it well, yani hawatagutuka mapema. Unajua wamefika mpaka mahali wameanza kusema now we might not even wait for 2027.
Sindio? Sasa nani, Innocent, that katriga. Unaona, I'm sure most of us have gone through boil. Umewahi kupata boil in one way or another. Unakumbuka wakati boil inakuja mazee, nilikuwa nasikia the first time I got a boil, we traveled from Nairobi to Oshago. Ile unajua ile tukifunga shule Buda anatupeleka Oshago. Then we went there, mimi nikashikwa na hiyo boil. Sasa my shosho ndiye alikuwa anasema haijaiva. Sasa nashindwa hii kuiva ni nini?
Ndio nini ifanyike?
Ndio nini ifanyike? Unajua sasa nini inaniuma, anasema hapana, ngoja tukifika jioni itakuwa imeiva. Sasa bila shida.
Ama meno, ama kutolewa meno, unasikia ijafika ikole.
Ijafika ya kunini. Anyway, so kumbe ile bahati imeiva inakuwa tu pia usaa inatoka, unasikia ni kama dunia, yani baridi inakuja, una feel ni kama ulikuwa umehangiwa juu. You get a relief that you never. So the boil now in Kenya, we have to manage it because saa hii unajua watu wameanza kuchukiana, mpaka hata nilikuwa naambiwa na my madam, unaona watu, unaguza mtu vibaya hata kwa kioski mkinunua nini, unasikia mtu anaongea mbaya na sio amekasirika na wewe.
Yaani ile uchungu anataka kukutolea.
Anataka kukutolea. Unaona? Umechukua bodaboda, unaambia si usimame kwanza, siwache nipanda. Mama fanya haraka, ama kama utaki kuenda ukae. You know? Yaani watu Kenya sasa wanaongeleshana vibaya na si kupenda kwao. It is the stress. It is the depression. The depression level is so high. People have no jobs, man. Mtu, unaweza imagine mtu ana family and you have no, yani una otherwise. Maji mtu anakuambia hebu nitumie. Can you imagine somebody telling you hebu nitumie so moja? Mtu na unajua, unaona si kijana, unajua so moja unapatia mtoto wa shule akanunue lollipop and all that. Mtu ana family anakuambia bro, hata kama ni 100 nitumie. You shed tears. Yes, you shed tears. Ukijua na hao wengine wanakutuma hivyo, ni mtu ana profession yake. Labda ni yani ni mtu unajua, kama economy ingekuwa mzuri ni mtu angekuwa amejitegemea. Wengine wame lose jobs because of those nini. It is so painful that now hiyo pain ndio wanasiasa wawache kuanza kutumanage kama Raila. That is my advice. You don't manage people who are starving, people who are hungry. People who are hungry, they need solutions, not promises. I tweeted Matiangi akanijibu vizuri sana. You know, nikamwambia daktari, it is not, you can't promise. Mtu ako hungry, unamwambia tuacha niende hivi. Mtu ushakuwa na njaa mpaka unaona mtu anatapika na atapiki kitu. Unaona? Huyo anabakisha kukufa. Alafu naambia usijali, wacha niende town, labda nitaleta kitu. Huyo mtu hata umemuua tayari. So Kenyans now just want solutions. Mtu ana mtoto innocent, anatakiwa awe ameenda shule. Na ndio huyo, wengine wameenda shule, yeye ako home. Ako kwa mzazi. Pressure, mom, dad, kwa nini siende shule? And otherwise, wapi na hiyo solution? Huyo hataki kupromisiwa ati sijui unafanya restructuring, sijui na nini, sijui utafanya nini. That has been ignored, and that's a reality. So Kenyans don't want these normal games, because politicians, unajua hii games zao ni normal sana, wanaona ni mchezo wa kawaida. That's why they are saying, oh, it's only next year. Can you imagine next year when you have people lying with all the problems they are having? And then you have people like Ayaga coming on this TV here kwanza kuongea ati sijui or being ODMized and all this kind of garbage and all that, when ODM has screwed. It's one of the worst parties in that country. It actually is the lord of poverty. I agree now what people are saying. How can you be the biggest party and the poorest people are in your area, in your zone? It means you are useless as a party. And that goes, I mean, unajua, kumbe nilikuwa nafikiria mimi si psychophant. Kumbe I was, and I regret. Sikuwa naona madhambi ya ODM na madhambi. I really feel very bad, Rani, innocent. You know, because people would tell me, I lived in Nyanza for long, lakini nakuta, kuna uncle yangu alikuwa ananiambia, umetoka, umeona mpaka nyumba ni za nyasi. Namwambia uncle, wewe acha story, nyinyi mnachukia tu Raila. Nilikuwa sitaki kusikia hiyo kitu. Kumbe ni ukweli. When a community unakuta nyumba ni za nyasi, what does that tell you? Na watu hawana choo, wana shit nje. What does that tell you? Community unaenda unakuta watoto wanaenda na matambara kwa shule. My economics teacher alikuwa ananiambia, if you want to tell quickly, you land in a community and you want to put a note on the level of poverty. Look at the kids walking to school, because they tell you what homes they are coming from, which is true. Which is true, you know. So we need to do. We need to do.
We need to be sifunated.
Yeah, and then Sifuna needs to really listen to us. Ani anasema ni politics. You have to be hammered by. Oh, okay, that was an old message. Yeah, so maybe I don't know whether you have something to tell those who are listening. I don't know how many we still have, so that we tuachie the studio, nani atakuja kufunga akizinduka. Otherwise we can't be here na mwenyewe ameenda.
Hata kutuachia ufunguo.
I think in future nitakuwa nini, unajua nilikuwa nimepost yangu kidogo, nafikiria tutaanza kutwin, ndio akienda tunabaki na hiyo ile tuna control.
Yeah.
I hope
because now you are saying you cannot play some clips which you want to play.
Yeah, I can't. And then
I need to give you the how do you call it, ya control that you can add I think it's high time that Njiru akuwe serious, especially when you have a channel yenye watu wameanza kushikashika. It's not good every time tukichoka. Kama umechoka unasema I believe we need to close.
Yeah, you just close then people go.
Unasema na hii masaa tumefanya, unaonanga vile Bernard used to say, tumebakisha dakika 5, we need to close. So if you have your closing remarks, just put it and close. Ndio channel isikuje kujua, unajua sasa tutaanza kujuanga ati you know kuna mara 2-3 tumebaki tu na watu na anaenda tu. I know people are tired, ama is tired, but you can manage it. Useme we have 5 minutes, we need to close. You can have your closing remarks and people are able to do that. But we thank God for this opportunity yenye tumepatiwa, that we are able to give our views. And nilikuwa naambia Njiru, it's high time that he starts having some clips, the TikTok especially hii channel, tukiongea akiona kuna kitu imeongelewa mzuri, anatoa zinakuwa ndio highlights zenye zinatumwa kwa TikTok. Sasa it can market the channel very well, because not everybody will have the opportunity to listen to the all of it, but una pick the clips, the highlights zenye ziko mzuri unazituma kwa TikTok, and they are able to sell outside there. They can watu wanaanza kusema kwani hii ni gani hii tena, so that people are able to come, and it's good also for him to control. Tukikwanga na mjadala, unajua mi one of the thing yenye ilinifanyanga nitoke STT ni kuna watu wengine wanakuja ndani wanaanza kutukana wengine, ama wanaanza kuongea alafu wanakutukana, ama wanakuambia like now Ayaga yesterday, unajua alikuwa anaongea vitu zingine, nikaangalia nikasema again, Njiru, are you leaving this channel ibaki kama ile ya Bernard, whereby mtu anakuja anaanza kukuambia ati I wonder at because now you don't agree with this opinion. Sasa mtu anaweza kusema ati I wonder kama watoto wangu nitawaachia nani, kama these are the kind of reasoning. You know, you don't say that on channel like that, because I don't agree with the opinion.
That's an insult. It's an insult and a demeanor. You are demeaning. Yeah. People.
Your opinion haitakani ati kukua sasa ndio ati nini paka Kipo alitoka akaenda, wakati Ayaga alienda ndio alirudi akasema ati I could not argue much, nikasema tu acha nitoke, and now I've come back, na akarudi now, but I was tired. I believe ndio Kipo akakuja ndio wakaanza tena vizuri. Unajua yani channel inaweza haribika because you allow people to demean others. Let people just come up with views, useme this is my opinion, I believe this is what I can stand for, but I agree with them. I agree to disagree with your take. So PK, we believe that we have a chance. Ile yenye Bible inasema the second chance.
Yeah.
Tumetumia Yesu akuje kuokoa ulimwengu. Sifuna can be our Yesu, our savior. So let's just try to support him where we can, and especially some of us who are good in digital. We might not be there kwa ground, but there are things we can do and educate, especially civic education kwa media. And watu wenye wako na Wasifuna saizi ni watu wenye wanaelewa what they want. Ni watu wenye wanaweza kufanya, wanaweza toka hapa, ukisema kuna mkutano Kisumu, wanatoka wanaenda mpaka Kisumu na hutawatumia fare. Wanaweza toka waende Mombasa. You know, now people have started saying, hii Ramadhani imetoka wapi? Hii Ramadhani imetoka. And I agree with what you said. Is it yesterday ama yesterday? Mbona saa zile umewacha kamoto kameanza kuwaka, ati ndio unasikia kuna Ramadhani, ati sasa ati you stop kidogo ndio ufanye. Sio lazima waende Mombasa. Sio lazima waende ati because kuna Ramadhani huko. Wanaweza enda other places. Mbona hata wasikuje Nairobi waseme nao tulikuwa Kitengela. Nairobi they have not had a meeting. Hii ya Msifuna. Ile ingine yenye walitoka chachi ya Kawangware ako kamoto akakuwa kamewashwa. Ukiwasha makaa uache kidogo, kama iko imeshika vizuri unajua inaweza zimika. So I agree with you what you say that Sifuna I wish awangestopisha hii kitu. Saizi ndio kalikuwa kameshika. Ile yenye unasemanga katambe.
Katambe.
That is all I can conclude. PK. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Innocent. Let's hope they'll pick this and nitajaribu. Masaa yangu ya job ndio ilikuja ikaharibika the last 4 months. Ndio nikakuwa you know, the time that I'm free is not the prime time for us to hold the show. Otherwise, I know people wanashangaa kwa nini channel yangu haikuji. Because you see, we have to balance the time when people out hapo nyumbani hajakuwa too late, na huku naye watu ambao watakuwa wametoka job. So that has been a challenge. Because it's good to have an alternative, you know, when Njiro is not there, then we can be on the other side. And when you have a controlled discussion, that is what really attracts people, you know, because you cannot have at kila mtu unakuja, people coming to insult, undermining others. That is not it. Yeah. Okay. So let me thank everybody who is there. Aaron, Annie, 88. Annie has always been very loyal, and let's keep it there. And we see you tomorrow. Uko ni mahali uko Innocent ni good day. Kwa wale wengine ni whatever time it is, good. Have a best of the time. Asanteni sana. Guys.
Thank you. We also thank the watu wa keyboard huko. Taptengele huko naona wanafanya vizuri, hata hao kumbe kuna watu walitokanga ODM wako partless like me. By the way, PK, unajua mimi sijaingia party yote, saizi niko tu na watch. Na cheki kutoka mbali. Na cheki.
Yeah,
so
hata that's why nina advocate kwanza this time around tujaribu ku have a very formidable party of the independent. Yani like I would love the biggest force now to be independent thinkers.
Like-minded people.
Yeah, like-minded people. And because the theme now is characters. Tunaangalia Innocent, not the party. And this is the time to sell that. And I want Sifuna to run away with that. I wish he could. After I may demolish meaning, after I may correct kwamba ODM vile walifanya ni ujinga, he can come and decide to, you know, aseme hiyo ikae na vile, but after he has proved that he is the king, is everything there, then they remain neutral. And I think it will be a force, you know. Because by the way, Gen Z are not, let me tell you, Innocent, sorry, we are continuing. I'm talking to Gen Z.
Okay.
Gen Z, they don't care. Hata wanachukia hizi parties vibaya sana. Because one, ODM let them down because of Raila. So for you to bring them, unaona wana doubt. Because kuna hiyo, it's like injustice to the youth. The parties have been, they are not what? They are not of integrity. They have been very personal. Parties have been, you know, attached to individuals. And Gen Z wameanalyze, unlike some of us who refused kitambo, they have analyzed wakakuta kumbe ni business, ni shop ya mwenye party. Unaona? It is a kiosk. Because they know, like I can tell you, there is no benefit a candidate gets from a party. It's the candidate that benefits the party, because it's the candidate that gives the party money. Before election and after election, you are contributing your money every month, part of your salary, to the party. During campaigns, the party comes and tells you ati itakuja kukampenia. Yes, they come branding and all that with the money you pay.
Imagine.
Yes. So there is no one time, okay, or you know, your branding, and it's you who has paid money, mmelipa hiyo pesa, ndio wanakuja wamebaa uto tu vitu hapo, and most of the time unaambiwa mnunue hizo nini before. Even those merchandise, they ask you to buy from the party. Can you imagine? So of what benefit is the party to our candidate? Inatufirisisha sana. MCA pays 150, MP pays almost 300,000-400,000. Presidential sijui unalipa 1 point something million. Yeah.
PK, umeona siku hizi hata mtu huko wa kwetu siku hizi ODM ni kama wakati aliona iendi vizuri, ameanza kurudi nyuma. Hiyo gavana wetu Simba
ameretreat kabisa.
Ameretreat, ameanza kumuoni ako ndani hata hizo ma meetings, hata siko karibu na kwao. Ziko hapo Migori, siko Siaya, it should be, and is a deputy party leader. Ni kama hiyo kitu imeanza kumuingia. So people, unajua siku hizi mpaka ODM imekuwa inaongewa Kijaluo sasa. Ukienda Kakamega unapata ODM hawaongei Kiluya. Ukienda Mombasa ODM haiongei ama Kigiriama ama nini. But ukienda Kisumu siku hizi, Migori siku hizi yani it's a national party, but wanaanza kuongea Kijaluo mpaka tunashinda, okay, so tunasikiza nini hapa? So let's be in a party sasa. A party, naona kuna mwingine hapa amesema ako partless, sijui ni nani huyu, nimeona na yeye anasema ati was in ODM, now is partless. Welcome to this partless.
Ni Aaron and alisema ako partless.
So let's just play it the way it is. Tutaicheza hii ball, tutaicheza vile inakuja. Kama inakuja kwa kichwa tutagonga na kichwa, ikikuja kwa mguu tutagonga. Lakini penalty hatutashika. Juu hiyo tutapatiwa foul. But any part of the body, mali ball inaweza guza na isikuwe ni penalty. Inafaa tutacheza hii ball the way it is supposed to be played until to score. The only thing tunataka tu ni kale, hata unajua kabao kamoja tu kanaweza change everything. Kabao kamoja.
Sure.
Let's just play the game. And ikikuja mguu, gonga na mguu kidogo, weka kwa kichwa, weka kwa chest, weka kwa thigh, patia mwingine huko. Ukishindwa kujenga mtu, patia mwingine naye cheze. Sasa hizi Sifuna amepatiwa ball, wacha naye chenge huko. But we don't know who is going to score. You remember what Raila used to say? Anakwenda anapatia Kalonzo anakwenda anapatia Martha Karua. Sasa Sifuna ndiye amepatiwa hii kitu. Waibua cheze kidogo na yeye tuone mali, na kama atadodge atafanya nini, whatever you do, tutashangilia. So long as we have the ball in our court.
That's
what we want.
Thank you.
Thank you so
And
much, Innocent. Yeah, and
good
good
night
day.
to you, to place.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye, T.